Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger, and today we're going to talk about when a person is past the point of no return. Okay, so how does this relate to the whole gender thing, the gender dynamic that we normally talk about here on this show? Well, there's really various different seduction techniques that both men and women have. Um, Men have a variety of it because we spend the most of our existence, especially the single one of us, trying to figure out what women want and elaborate ways to use that to get what we want from them. Now, as a result, we as men have developed a series of different dating strategies. I'm not going to go over each of them, but we all have our techniques. Let's put it like that. And if you're smart, then they will accentuate the positive aspects of what you already have. But before I get too deep into it, let me go ahead and welcome some of the people that are here already. Okay, so Benjamin, welcome. Switch, appreciate you. Full Circle, salute. Let's see. K, how do you say that? Intine, salute to you. And Mace, salute to you. All right, so various different mating strategies that we as people, both male and female, possess. Salute to you, 8. So if a man, say, is tall, lean, he is a not a jawline nigga, but a semi jawline nigga. He has many of the traits that women like. So, salute to you, Sam, Marco. So he developed his mating strategy accordingly. He's like, okay, my primary mating tool is the way that I look, so I am going to work that particular technique. I am going to run my looks into the ground. I'm going to lead with that, each and every single time I meet up with a new woman. Yeah, jawline light. So he goes out with this. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get my cologne game right. I'm gonna get my clothing game right. I'm gonna get I'm gonna make sure everything, because my technique to getting into a woman's panties, or if you're in the UK, knickers, is to stimulate her visually. So he does this, and he spends a very large portion of his life perfecting this technique. And then he gets with a woman, an average woman, regular woman, and she looks at him and says, "You're just a semi jawline nigga. I am looking for an actual jawline nigga." You see, in 2008, a semi jawline nigga would cut it. But here in 2020, you got to be the full thing. You got to be the complete jawline nigga. Semi just not gonna cut it. So what is a semi jawline nigga to do at that point? The game has changed. Her standards has raised well beyond the point that his jawline will allow him to achieve his goal. So what does he do? Well, he could learn and develop techniques that people who didn't learn to rely on their jawline use. Charisma, intellect, money, things like that. Humor. He could work on these things. Because, with Tinder out there, let's face it, hey, with Tinder, I would hate to be a semi jawline nigga right now. Because, all the females who are going based solely on looks are going to go straight for the jawline nigga, period. There is no middle ground. There isn't no handsomest motherfucker on the block anymore. Unless you the handsomest motherfucker in the Tri-City area, miss her with that shit. Sorry to tell y'all. So what is a semi-jawline nigga to do? Now, the ones who are not in too deep, who are not past the point of no return, the ones who have not spent their entire life relying on their semi-jawline, will just adapt. Recalibrate, recalculate, come up with a different technique in order to reach his goal. Unfortunately, some of them are past the point of no return. Now, why did I bring that up? And this isn't just to shit on, well, this isn't at all, really, to shit on semi-jawline niggas at all. No, not at all. In fact, this video really has nothing to do with semi-jawline niggas. I was just thinking about them and using them as an example to what I really want to talk about. And to give people an example of what's it like to be entrenched. So, many females have developed a mating, dating, and relating strategy that I don't know if it's ever been effective, but what I do know is that they believe it to have been effective because they do not know the results of other mating strategies. Meaning, they don't know what would happen if they tried a different way. I'll give you an example. A woman who believes that going to college and becoming this super career bitch will yield her the man of her dreams. Now, sometimes it do, rarely it does. And most times it don't. But you see, she don't know a couple of things. She don't know if it did work. Let's just say she did do that, and she did find the man of her dreams. She don't know if she would have found the man of her dreams if she did not pursue a career. She doesn't know if the career led her to finding that man of her dreams. Now, let's just say she becomes this career bitch, and she doesn't find the man of her dreams. She doesn't know that if she didn't pursue a career, would she still not have found a man of her dreams? So you see, with all of these unknowns, it's hard to really tell if her mating strategy is the correct one. Very difficult. Especially with today's media. No one's going to show you. You're never going to see on television the pick-me's getting the guy. You're never going to see that on any form of dependent media because nobody benefits from being a pick-me but the pick-me herself. Society doesn't benefit. There's no money in pick-me's. They want you to pay for the things that pygmies do, i.e., fast food, as opposed to having a woman that cooks, maid service. I don't know. What did the guy say? He said he had a massage envy. He had a massage envy membership, babysitting services, etc., etc., etc. Society wants you to pay for that. They want you to have a DoorDash membership. You ordering everything on Amazon because you can't, because you don't, because nobody is able to go to the store, so you're ordering everything on Amazon. You get that ticket because you don't have somebody at the house to take care of that DMV, registration thing for you. Stuff like that. You want, Actually, I didn't know that Fantastic was going live. Oh, well, I announced this like a couple hours ahead, so maybe we just in sync or something. I don't know. But anyway, so where was I? I lost my train of thought. Oh, okay. So yeah, society doesn't want pygmies in it. It doesn't benefit from pygmies directly in a modern society. Just doesn't. So they're never going to encourage this behavior. Even though, in my opinion, and I think that this is also the opinion of women who share this belief, is that pygmy is the best mating strategy. However, with so many alternatives, and we all know about them, we talk about them over and over again on this channel and others, about all the different various mating strategies of everybody. We all know the different ones, and they're all ratchet, and they're all not to the man's benefit or the woman's benefit, both long and short term. Twerking for dick, creating false scarcity, etc., etc., etc. Shame, blame, insane. Saying that your mama is this color, therefore you should find a woman of that same color. And while you do that, I'm going to expand my mating pool while you narrow yours to just me. Shit like that. Shit like that. These are the mating strategies of modern society. Or, excuse me, I should say the modern Western woman. Now, for the most part, and the marriage statistics will show, this mating strategy has failed miserably. However, some of them have went too far with it. They're past the point of no return. You see, the pygmy mating strategy, the feminine, the submissive mating strategy is something that takes time, not only to do, however, it takes time to perfect. Because what happens is society is becoming more and more in tune with level 2 BFF. Men are able to sniff out the fake. Not only that, it creates a long-term reputation that has stacked upon itself. If a woman has a child, then, a guy might want to explore the circumstances under which she became a single mother. When before he didn't do that, he just assumed that the last guy wasn't shit. So it's a lot harder to transition. I know a lot of people think that it's like baptizing yourself, or, dipping yourself in a river and saying that you're a virgin again. You are born again, a virgin. A lot of women think it's that easy. I'm a born again submissive. I'm a born again pick me. They think it's that easy. But it's not. If you're going to make this transition, the sooner the better. Because some of you, quite frankly, are past the point of no return. Others of you, quite frankly, think that you're past the point of no return, but you're not. You see, these are the women who are in their, let's just say, early to mid 30s, right? And they have gone on with, okay, quick story. When I was a kid, right, my mother asked me to find something. I think it was like her hairspray or something. So I went around looking for it. And then reported back to my mom that couldn't find it. And then right in front of me, as I was looking at her, like slightly behind her, was the hairspray. However, by that time, I had already announced that I couldn't find it. In my mind, I was past the point of no return. I mustered up the courage to say that I failed in the task. And once it was said, I didn't want to go back on that. So even though I seen it there, I just didn't tell her. See, that's past the point of no return. Another example would be a criminal or a thug, whatever you want to call it, a person who has dedicated a portion of his life to crime. Now, sometimes these people find themselves past the point of no return. Let's just take a D-boy, for example, right? The year is 1988, you in junior high, right? The chick's not looking at you, nobody is feeling you, until somebody taps you on the shoulder and say, hey, why don't you stand on this corner for me? And you thinking like, my stomach is growling, and I don't have any social status, nobody knows my name and shit like that, my shoes are fucked up. So what am I gonna do? I'm going to stand on that corner. And then next thing you know, situation changed. You got the newest clothes, you got the newest gear. You don't have much money, but you have more money than you did. A lot more money than you did. Hell, for that age, for a junior high kid, you downright have a good situation going. Then all of a sudden you get all these goods as a result of this lifestyle. You're a D-boy. So you drop out. You drop out of junior high because you know everything about life that you need to know at that age, right? And you say, this is going to be who and what I am indefinitely. So then, you stay and your friends go to high school, then some of them go to college, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you stay on that corner. And then one day, society changes. You haven't changed, but society changes. All of a sudden, crack becomes whack. It's been months, hell, almost a year since you've actually seen a crackhead. All of a sudden, you realize that you're not making any money at that point in your life. You start seeing the people that you went to school with, junior high with. Some of them, have jobs, nothing fancy. You're not running into them at the doctor's office or the lawyer's office. Some of them, are driving the local trucks. Some of them are driving, the buses. Some of them are cops. Some firefighters. Every now and again you see a homie that you went to school with. He's a plumber, electrician, carpenter. You see them all over. They all got income coming in. However, you are on that corner. More time passes, they're advancing in their fields. He was once a truck driver. Now he owns his own truck. He was once working at Enterprise. Now he manages the Enterprise. He was once working at the grocery store. Now he's managing that grocery store. So you start seeing these advancements and you feel a little regret. And then it's at this point where you look and you ask yourself, am I past the point of no return? If I were to restart my life as a square, his words, not mine, I would be starting from the bottom. I would be entering the workforce with my junior high school certificate of completion. I will be quite far behind people who started at a younger age. Am I at that point past the point of no return? See, that's what a lot of these women are asking themselves. The women who tried to use feminism as a mating tool or as a mating strategy, the ones who relied on the scrolls, they're asking, am I past the point of no return? Can I go back and use the technique that God has given me? Femininity, not feminism. Submission, not oppression. Now they say to themselves, if I switch this strategy, now they're going to have to change their strategy because the world is changing. They know it. And the old strategy just isn't cutting it anymore. So they're going to have to change it. They worry that if they change it, they will have to compete against all others who were groomed for it, who never used the wrong strategy. So they just say to themselves, you know something? I'm past the point of no return. I am going to continue down this path indefinitely. And down that path they remain. They remain down that path for an indefinite amount of time, continuing to, use their technique, no matter how much it fails. People in the manosphere call this doubling down on stupid. But sometimes they simply don't have a choice. But ladies, I'm here to tell you that some of you do. Some of you have that choice. Some of you have that option. You just don't know it. Others of you don't. Lonnie Love, you don't have that option. You see, Lonnie Love, let's use her for example. Lonnie Love felt that as long as she was an engineer, she would find Morris Chestnut because I'm an engineer and I'm funny. And J Speed attests to this, that she's been fat all of her fucking life. And she thought what she had was good enough. She thought that as long as she had a pussy, ain't nothing else mattered. That was her mating strategy. Now she's well beyond the point of no return. However, at some point in her life, before getting to this point of no return, and she's past the point of no return because she's a public figure and she says stupid shit. So even anything she says now, if she wanted to become, what's that dark skin chick name? That Dominican dark skin chick, Amara La Negra. If she wanted to become like her, she hits the gym and do all that stuff. It's too late because she sullied her reputation throughout everywhere. So she stuck with it. It's too late. It's much, much too late. However, at some point in her life, I'm certain that she came to a situation where it wasn't too late, where it wasn't past the point of no return, where she realized that her current mating strategy was not optimal, but she felt like it was too late to make a change. Probably in her late 20s, early 30s, she's like, something, being this size and just relying solely on the fact that I have a pussy isn't going to get me what I want. Perhaps I should sweeten the pot. Sweeten the pot. Perhaps I should sweeten the pot a little bit. These thoughts have crossed her mind. Perhaps I should hit the gym. Perhaps I should watch what I eat. Perhaps I should watch what I say. Perhaps I should take better management of what goes into and comes out of my fat ass mouth. Perhaps I should do that. This thought has occurred to every woman who has passed the point of no return before they have reached the point of no return. But because they think that they have already passed it, they push forward. They push forward. I'm going to ride this motherfucker till the wheels go off. This is what they say. It's a certain type of addiction that people have. You see, like when somebody is gambling, right? Now, I used to gamble. Never had a problem. And I never really gambled anything that I wasn't willing to lose. So not a major concern of mine. But yeah, I used to recreationally. And in fact, I still do, especially my grandma. Just spent time with my grandma who likes to play bingo. So I still do that. But not really bingo. Like, unlike the machines or the card table, blackjack was my game, and baccarat. You notice that some people lose so much money. And just to throw a figure out there, let's just say they lost $100, right? And then they spend $200 trying to get that $100 back. And then they lose that. And then they're now $300 in the hole. So they spend $5 trying to get that back, and so on and so forth. They don't want to cut their losses. and many women especially, don't want to cut their losses because they spent their youth, their prime years, invested in a certain mating strategy. They don't want to backpedal on that mating strategy. They don't. They're not going to back up and say, you know something, I wasted these 5 years. Let me not waste 5 more. No, they're going to reinvest, just like the gambler. They're going to reinvest in those prime years. A particular person comes to mind on this. Cynthia G. Now, Cynthia G is, 35, 36, somewhere thereabouts. And she's reasonably attractive. She, at least last time, I don't know if she's been on camera recently, but last time I seen, she's in shape at the very least. So, and in the Black community, that puts you very high up there because most are not. So, she has that going for her. However, her mating strategy, personality-wise, leaves little to be envied. She's not a first choice as to something somebody wants to deal with long term or indefinitely. Her mating strategy is to shame men into feeling that they should put up with anything that she has to offer. To narrow a man's choice to only her and her kind, and then be with that person. Now, that's an interesting mating choice, very much so. Pimps use that on hookers, so I can't say that it's not somewhat effective. Yeah, people use that mating strategy all the time. So that's hers. From how she does it, I can assume that she has done it for quite some time. But you see, there has come a point in her life when she realized that this is not effective at all. She could take a mating strategy that's more pleasing to men, less combative. Now, she don't feel as secure with that mating strategy, but it's a give and take. Her security would be the value that she gives to him, not the belief that you were able, or the illusion that you were able to project upon him that he doesn't deserve better. That's not an effective mating strategy. Or at least it hasn't been for her. So time passes. She doesn't really rely on submission anymore. She relies on aggression. Which is why she kind of looked back and looked at her mating pool, and her sense of urgency kicked in. And her biological clock started ticking. And she picked from the mating pool that she created for herself what worked best for her. Many women find themselves in this situation. Far, far too many of our Black women find themselves in this situation. Ladies, there is only one true path to happiness. The women who have attempted to take other paths are not going to tell you this. Why? Because you are still competition to these women. They're not going to tell you this. They're not going to look a young woman in the eye and say to you, you know, I should have been more submissive. I should have been more feminine. I should have tried to get men to want to be with me, not make him feel as if he has to. They're never going to tell you that. Because if you know your competition, and I don't care if they're 50 years old, because a 50-year-old man would mess with a 25, oh, wait a minute, Marco, a 24-year-old woman before he messes with a 50-year-old woman. No, you know, all things equal. All things equal. So what are they going to do? What is a 50-year-old woman going to do? She's going to encourage you to be unruly. And then she's going to go to a 50-year-old man and say, oh, you like those young girls? They unruly. They don't take relationships seriously. They're flighty, while at the same time telling young girls to, you know, oh, you shouldn't take relationships too seriously. You're young, you know. Yeah, you don't always have to call the guy back. That is their mating strategy. That's all they have left. Because they're actually past the point of no return. And you want to know something? They're going to do this to you until you, I'm talking to the younger women here, until you are past the point of no return. You're not going to get the proper advice from them. You know who you're going to get the proper advice from? The correct advice from? The established submissive women. You know, the ones married, several kids, one father. You're going to get the actual advice from them. Doesn't even have to be grandma age. Doesn't even have to be everybody's over 25 grandma age, yeah, but I mean, she doesn't even have to be like a grandmother. She could be like in her 40s or something like that, you know. She could even be like a widower. Or excuse me, a widow. She could be a widow. And she will tell you the same thing. Now, some of them think that the grass is greener on the other side. So you're going to get mixed messages. But if you just ask her like this, would you trade your family for that? Because okay, so when you ask them, ladies, when you ask a woman like that, she's going to state that she wants the single life in addition to her current life. She's not going to say that she would take the single life instead of it. Meaning she's probably thinking like, yeah, I wish that maybe I'd have traveled the world before I settled down. Something like that, which means that she wants to like add a world travel scenario to her life. But she would not trade the children and the grandchildren, if that applies, for the thought life. She's not. For the carousel. That's not going to happen. Sometimes you're going to have to sacrifice, and you're going to have to sacrifice thought life if you want to be a proper, functioning, valuable, submissive woman. And if you want the quality men that seek such a woman. Period. Let me read some comment. Scroll up a bit. All right, Kenny Gold, Kenny Conjo. Let's see. Good afternoon, everyone. Just stopping through to show support. I'm extremely busy at the. All right, man. Have a nice day at work, brother. Jessica is clearly not talking about South LA. What are you talking about? All right, Jessica said. Wait, but I feel like black men are not doing their part, though. I know feminine black women. I know a lot, but they are being forfeited to white men, especially in Cali. Okay, let's examine this for a second. Um, Now, I didn't say, okay, Jessica, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that this is your poor mating strategy. Um, and this mating strategy, if I had to give it a name, I would just give it a description. I think what you're doing is you want to create a false sense of scarcity and urgency, while at the same time discourage women from being feminine and submissive, so you can offer a lesser version of it at a discount. Now, if I had to guess, I would say that that is your mating strategy. Oh, and also try to get black men to step their game up for the imaginary women that you feel are being feminine. So I'll break this down into parts. I feel like black men are not doing their part, though. Now, this is a historical technique. It's the same one Cynthia G and anybody else saying. It's like, you're not doing enough, you're not good enough. Now, I will say that generally speaking, in black relationships, the black man is significantly not only better than his mate in every way that you can measure greatness, meaning he's handsomer than she is, pretty, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But also the gap in it is far greater than any other race. Now, that may be due to this mating strategy, but it's no longer effective. I know feminine black women. Okay. Just the fact, let's just take your statement for complete truth for a second, a split second. Let's just take that statement for complete truth. Just the fact that you said it is you admitting that it's not the norm. Kind of like if I were to say, oh yeah, I know left-handed people. It means that it's not the norm. It's something that's rare and that exists in very few numbers, which is why you say like, oh yeah, I know some. You're just qualifying the existence. You're not saying that that's the norm. And also, you can say that about anything. Like, oh yes, I know albino people. Yes, they exist, but that's not the norm. Most people are not albino. I know midgets. Yes, they exist, but that's not the norm. Most people are not midgets. See, people never say that about stuff that exists in large numbers. I know white people. I think everybody does because we live in a country that's mostly white. Now, if you were to say, I know a Native American person, then yeah, you're saying that statement makes sense because you're talking about something that exists in small numbers. So the fact that you made that statement that way means that feminine black women are a rare commodity. And the fact that you made the statement at all means that you probably don't know any. I'm willing to bet, Jessica, that you do not know one. You did not even have the wherewithal to say that you are a feminine black woman. I don't think you know one. But prove me wrong. Do you have a deck of Uno cards? If you have a deck of Uno cards, then I challenge you to bring some of your feminine black women to a game of Uno. and play the entire game of Uno and then send me the video. Feel free to blur out their face. Do not blur out their body. And then after that, I will say, okay, yes, you do know feminine black women. Congratulations. Or should I say, uno? Now, the last sentence, or no, the second to last sentence. I know a lot. Oh, wow. You went from I know that like some existence to where I know a lot, but they are being forfeited to white men. I don't even know what that means. Like, what does forfeited mean? Like, oh, I get it. Okay. Okay. She's basically saying that, oh, I forfeit in my quest for black penis. And I am going to white men. Have at it. Have at it. I don't mind seeing that shit. You see, when I said mating strategy, I wasn't really referring to how to get a black man. If a woman has a proper mating strategy, then her options are open. They're truly open. And she gets the men who are available to her, who meets her reasonable qualifications. No shade, no heat. However, that's not what you wanted to hear. That most certainly was not your intention with the comment. Your intention was to create a false sense of scarcity. And also to put black men and white men against each other. You took our girls! You took our girls! You took our girls! I do not give a fuck. They're not taking anybody with agency. Now, I want to say this. I see it too. I live in Cali. Women like that are being encouraged by women like you. Because it is your mating strategy to make black men feel desperate. And black women who date white men, for some black men, aid in that. You're hoping that these men feel such a strong sense of hopelessness that they'll just stick their dick in anything before it goes over to a white man. And you're quite comfortable in knowing that your pussy is anything. Your pussy is where a man sticks his penis when he is the most desperate, when he feels at the absolute lowest, when his self-esteem is at an absolute minimum, when he feels like he is a cockroach, he fucks you. That is what you're hoping for. You see how fucking sad and pathetic that sounds? Now, part of your mating strategy, because this isn't what you do to just men, this is also what you do to women, like the 50-year-old woman I described to you, is in your circle, because I know this is like you, in your circle, when a black chick brings home a black boyfriend, you say, oh yeah, he's cute, but now keep in mind everything before the word but is bullshit. Ned Stark. He's cute, but oh, he works hard, but blah, 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 but. And then you give your criticism. Every chance you get, you assure that she second guesses that guy that you want to be with, that you don't qualify for because you haven't embraced your femininity. So you discourage black love every chance you get. And then she could bring on any white guy. And she gets your stamp of approval. So, ladies, the moral of the story is stop looking for and I'll do a separate video on this. Stop looking for a stamp of approval from bitches like this. They will fuck up your entire life and masturbate to your destroyed future. I shit you not. All right, so let us continue. Snatch a fork from her hand, poke her with it because she's, yeah, pretty much. She's finished. Let me put this in again. All right. Oh, yeah, I already did that one. Okay. Yes, exactly. You know, and by definition cannot be feminine. You see, you can't be fat and feminine at the same time. You most certainly can't be fat as submissive because submissive women value what men want. Which means that even when single, they seek male affection, guidance, and leadership. Now, the plurality of men have stated what they wanted. Appreciate the cash out, Marco. He says for Uno. The plurality of men have stated what they want over and over and over again. And if you are not listening to the plurality of men, you will not listen to the individual man. I'm going to repeat that. If you are not listening to the plurality of men, you will not listen to the individual man. That's just not in you. Therefore, if you are fat, you are by default, by the transitive property, not submissive. I'm going to repeat that. If you are not listening. All right. So we have a headbutt going on here. So, Naima, what's on your mind, love?
Hey, GC, how's it going? Let me turn this
down. Pretty good, pretty good.
That's good. What's going on? I disagree that you're saying that women who's fat can't be feminine. I disagree with that.
Nope. You see, Naima, you told me in the back chat that you work out, that you work hard to maintain what I feel is a pleasing figure. I like your tits. Here, let me do this. I like your tit to waist ratio. You do this because the value, you value not just mine, but the opinion of the masses of men. You do. These things makes you a feminine woman. If you were to say, I am fat and you, Game Changer, need to put up with this shit, then that is not a feminine or submissive trait. It is not. But explain me. Explain me, how can a woman be both fat and submissive when she knows that it is desire not only of her man, but the majority of man for something different?
Well, my aunt, she's a big woman, and she's very feminine. She's very feminine and dainty and submissive. Oh, absolutely.
Really?
I had a teacher.
Really?
Yeah. So
what if your uncle? What if your uncle asked her to submit to a diet? What if your uncle demanded that she lose weight? What would she do then?
I mean, I guess she would probably do that. She's just no, GC. I'm being honest. My aunt was very feminine. She's not. She don't. Yeah. She don't argue with my uncle. She do what she's told. So I don't know. I don't believe that, GC. Then if you got weight on you, then if you're fat, then you're not feminine. No, no,
yes.
GC.
These things are true.
No, I think you're taking it too far. That's too far.
Is your uncle a rock the boat man?
Rock the boat? What do you mean, rock the boat?
This is what I mean. If you somebody to tell your auntie to get him a sandwich.
She cooks. Oh yeah, she cooks.
Yeah. That's not the question. You know,
she cooks. We know she cooks. She eats too.
Well, no, that's not the question. The question is that has your uncle ever got her to do something that she did not already want to do?
Plenty of things. With every act, she does. I mean, yeah, all the time.
Like what? Give example.
So he'll just say, "Well, babe, can you do this?" Or sure, it's nothing. She just do it. There's no exaggeration at all. She don't even blink or think twice.
Do you think that your uncle would prefer that she wasn't fat?
I'm not too sure about that, but she's yeah, they have a very loving relationship. So
No. Here, damn it! Like, all right, who's that? Caesar. Damn it, you. All right. So, okay. Here's what I suspect about your auntie. I think that instead of her shaping herself to fit a proper mate, she went out and found somebody who would just tolerate her fatness.
Well, okay, so I'll say this. So when you say, okay, so she's a big woman, someone can look at her and say she's big, someone can say fat, because everyone have different perspectives on weight, right? Mm-hmm. So like she's not sloppy or anything like that. She's a big woman.
We know what fat is. See, that's something. Not sloppy is something that people say to hide their fatness. You know, not that's not. You know, it's like when garbage men call themselves sanitation engineers. You know, because it sounds better. But no.
No, you see, no, I get that part. What I'm saying is, when you have some people that are just very sloppy, unkept. It just and it looks hard and it's just unattractively like
there's no proper way to keep fat. There's no good way to keep fat. You can't have like an extra 50 pounds of fat and say, oh yes, but I keep it well. There isn't nothing you can do about it. Like, oh yeah, but look at how it's kept. That's something thirsty niggas say. So let's be honest. She's fat now. It's okay that she's fat because she's older. She's older and he has embraced her girth for quite some time. Now, did they get married like that?
She wasn't no. She was smaller before.
Okay. So no, that's just something that came with age, and he's just like, okay, I had her best. Now it's time to just wind down and take at her less best. That's something different because in the beginning, she did submit to his desires. That's what got her the ring and the long-term marriage. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that's like blaming an old person for being wrinkled and shit, or saying that a 60-year-old man don't have a six-pack. No, I get shit like that. I truly do. We're not talking about the elderly. I'm talking about the Cheetos fat. I'm talking about the ones who knows what a man wants, at your age and decide not to give it. I'm talking about you, provided you didn't work out. If you did not, you would be on the precipice of being less feminine to me.
So let me ask you, GC. So you're saying that if you're big and fat, you can't be feminine. But isn't the argument that these men are saying that when they go into these white women or non-black women and they are big, that they're submissive? They're big white women that's submitting. So which one is it?
They're lying to themselves. They're lying to themselves. You see, they're just slightly. No. Well, listen to me and listen to me good. You fat white bitch fucking niggas. You listen to me good. What you are getting is the slightly more submissive bitch than the fat black bitch. That's what you're getting. However, this is still the white man's leftovers. She wasn't submissive enough to get a white man, and then she brought her fat ass over to you, and you ate it. Why? Because you are so unused to having a submissive woman that you take anything, not realizing that the whole reasons why she's with your ass is because it's easier to get a black penis than it is to go to the goddamn gym. That's the truth. It's easier to ride a black dick than it is a treadmill. That is the fucking truth. No, she's not submissive. It's trickery. She's just slightly less fucked up than a fat black chick.
Okay. Interesting. That's good to know.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you know. What, you thought I was an advocate? You thought I was an advocate of these Walmart couples that I see? Fuck no. or these single fat white bitches that be pushing the cart and it got the cute mixed baby inside the cart and shit, which is just a receipt to show that a nigga fucked her at one point in her life. No. I'm not proud to see that shit. Nor should anybody. Not only do you shame your penis, you shame my penis. People might think I fucked her. Marco,
okay, well, I'm going to drop off because I'm picking up my kids from tutoring, so I'm going to just listen in. Okay.
You hear that? Tutoring. That's some submissive shit. All right. You have a nice day.
Okay, DC. Thanks.
All right. Goodbye. What's going on, Marco?
Oh man, what's going on, Game Changer? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Maintaining.
Well, good. Hey, well, you know my stand on this.
Yeah, I know
my stance on this.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that it's very clear, and obviously, you're speaking of people when they're in their usual life. And for me, being 18 or 24, there's no reason why you should be a fat 19 or 20-year-old, 21-year-old, which they are. Many of them. And I'm thinking you're probably referring to those, and I think that's shameful. That there's many women that are young that just let themselves go, and they expect for men to find that attractive. Well, they think that you shouldn't be asking for anything more, and I think that's what you're getting at. I think that some people miss the point.
Yeah. I'm not talking about auntie. See, I mean, I didn't know that she started off slim. I'm not talking about an auntie who got into her, who after 30 years of marriage start putting on some pounds and her joints are too sore to go to the gym. I'm not talking about shit like that. No, come on now, let's be reasonable. But no, if your metabolism is at its peak and you're still fat as hell, then that shows a lack of submission. And because that's a willingness issue, it means that you are it shows that you're not willing to submit in a relationship.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's shameful, that they expect us men to have something that's really not what we want, or is not attractive, and they try to push it off as something attractive. I mean, you heard her say some things that, again, we're not talking about her aunt specifically, but if we were to put those words to a young person, and you say like, well, she hides it well, or she works it well, or that's things like that. That's just not. We're not trying to get a chick that's not fit, or that has fat and hides it well, that wears garter belts, or always wears stripes, or is always dressed in black. That's not what we're looking for. Definitely.
Right. Let me reply to this. Money Cash says, I've dated some white women. The difference in attitude is like night and day. That's the truth. Yeah, I'm talking about fat white women. Okay, listen. This is a woman who's not giving you her best. Period. She is saying to herself, what is the minimum I have to do to get this nigga's penis? And you just give it to her. You discount dick nigga. I'm not talking about Money Cash. I'm talking about anybody who's doing this shit.
It's sick, man, and I don't understand. It's why don't you ask for more? I mean, clearly, and I think that being fat or being non-attractive, that's not really people say, well, that's you. People have different taste, but we all have eyes, and we all pretty much see when a chick is fat and when she's not. You
Yeah,
can
exactly.
clearly see it. I mean, you just showed the picture of the girl that I'm there with, and that's clearly it's not bad.
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
that's a woman shape. You can see still her waist. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And I don't understand why women they fight it so much. For the sake of the Cheeto, I guess, as you said, they
Yeah,
fight for that
exactly.
Cheeto, and it's crazy, man. But no,
It-
you know my stance, man. I'm not forgiving at all. I
yeah.
think that, and you shouldn't be. As a
No
man, I
one
think that
should.
if you have some worth, you should ask for that in return. Again, if you're a person that is living off of the woman, if you don't have anything going, if you're like a Jodie in that movie, if
Yeah.
she's really supporting you, then yeah, can't say shit about it. She can do whatever the fuck she wants because you're under her control.
Right.
But if you have some kind of value, if you're bringing, if you're if you're the one that's just providing, or I said, if you're a valuable person, you shouldn't put up with that shit.
I agree. I agree. And you mentioned Jodie in the movie, and it's interesting because though those women may appear it like make me some tacos and shit like that, that is not what submission is. You know, period. That's not what submission is. Submission is shutting your ass up instead of for saying stuff like, I'll call you a probation officer and send your black ass back in jail. It's
Yeah,
like,
no, yeah,
yeah,
and I hear you, man. Like obviously, yeah, but he was in a bad position until he started, I guess, pushing up those dresses. But
you
before that, he was in a real bad position when he didn't have anything. So he was under complete control of her. She was really like he was like her son, pretty much.
exactly.
It was her apartment, her apartment, her car, her food, her fridge, everything. I mean, he was driving her around.
Right,
He was, so he can, even if she was to gain weight, she can't say shit because he was a kept boy. That's what he was. Not even a kept man, a kept boy.
right.
That's what he was.
So he would be 40 now. Do you think that that relationship is working? Do you think he's still selling dresses? Like,
Exactly.
do you think he's still selling dresses? Do you think he's still, like it's not, that's something that, first of all, that's not much money. It seems like a lot of money when all the other bills are taken care of.
Yeah.
When somebody else is paying the rent and stuff and all your dress money is just pure profit and you could buy rims, it seems like a lot, but it's not. Like at the end of the
It's
week, I got $200. Like,
exactly. That was like the other movie too that reminded me another 80s movie, that Do the Right Thing, with Mookie. Remember 250? I get 250 a week. That's what I get. I get my money. I get paid. Same thing, 250 a week. Again, it was a lot, but then when
yeah,
you get down
exactly.
to it, 20 years
Exactly.
later, yeah, it's not.
And there's no raises. There isn't a raise in that. It's not like something's going to, happen and you get promoted to like chief dress seller. Like,
He's gonna push coats, I guess.
well, yeah. I mean, if anything, like in the course of you doing that, other younger people are going to start doing that too. And you're gonna get like drained out the market. And it's
No,
still
that's true.
illegal. It's still illegal.
Oh, well, besides that, even, I mean, you have to also, you mentioned something very important when you said the younger person is going to get in it, and if he keeps getting older, because if you remember, half of his charm was that he was a good looking dude, so he was able to push off the merchandise because
Exactly.
the women find him attractive. If he had been an
Exactly.
ugly, unattractive old dude, he wouldn't have had access to that. The whole reason he got into that shop was because the shop owner found him attractive, and so did the customer. So that was his main thing. If you recall
Exactly.
that, it's another factor.
Exactly. So there's going to be a younger, handsomer dude that's going to, tickle their fancy more, and they're going to buy his dress too. So it's a shame. I mean, but yeah, the women like her, they seek situations like that, because even though they make them tacos from time to time, they don't have to submit. Period.
Yeah, yeah, and it's a shame. Again, I really feel, and I really feel for people because I see it all the time. I see men that are valuable, and again, I'm not speaking for the guys who ain't shit. I never do. I'll never ride for somebody who ain't shit, on purpose,
Hmm.
or that had a choice to be something but became ain't shit
Right.
for their particular actions. So I never ride for those people. I know many of those. Growing up, I know many.
Mhm.
But I never ride for those. But the ones that are shit, the ones that do have it together, the ones that did sacrifice, the ones that did stay off of the corner of the block, as we all know it, the
Uh-huh.
ones that chose not to do the illegal shit, because this brother again was pushing stolen dresses. He could have got caught. He could have been locked up again. So a
Especially
lot of
when
shit could
Melvin
have gone on.
offered him a job as a landscaper.
Exactly. So he had a way to be legit, but he wasn't. He chose to just do his thing and deal with stolen property. So people like that you can't ride for. So it just can't do it. So those people that are not valuable, but the ones that are, in this case, is his, I guess, his stepdad, the mom's boyfriend. You could say he was valuable because he was actually legit.
Yeah.
And look what his woman looked like. And she was submissive, if you recall.
Wait, which one now?
The character that the Ving Rhames played,
Oh, yeah,
the
Melvin. Yeah.
landscaper, yeah, Melvin.
Mhm.
Jody's mom, you remember how submissive she was towards him.
Exactly. And he was an older dude. He know that he can't just go around peddling, shit like that anymore because, he's aged out of that game. So yeah, he actually got a legitimate job. Agreed.
Yeah, and then you saw that how she acted towards him, and it was a whole different story. Obviously, it's a no bitch for me, but I could see the dynamic,
Right.
that how she reacted, because she realized that he had some value, that even though he had a past, but he was a valuable fool now, instead of her son that was an ain't shit fool, which is the problem there.
Now, because they wanted to show now, first of all, she was a ain't shit woman, let's be clear, like more than anybody,
Sure.
because of the way she treated her sons. But more than anything, um, that movie, I'm gonna do a review on that movie.
Good.
Really highlights what fake submission is. So let's look at his other baby mama, right?
Oh
And
yes.
he just come in and pull the shower curtain back, say, "Nigga hungry, fix me something to eat," and she did and like that.
Yep.
I think that's submission. You may think that's submission, but then one day you're gonna call her and say, "Let me drop something in your drawers. Come pick me." It's like, look,
Yeah.
the next time you get your baby mama or next time I want some dick, maybe I'll call your ass.
Yep. No, he was. I mean, he was really the. I think that in that case, he was the dick she knew. I
Yeah,
think that was his role right there.
exactly,
She was comfortable with that dick. She knew the dick, so when she needed it, she called it.
exactly. Women
So
do not
that's what that was.
submit to dick alone. Unfortunately,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
It
No, you're
may
right.
seem
Sorry.
like they do. It may seem like they do, but at the end of the day, you're gonna find yourself, they're going to pull out their dick.
Yeah. And I mean, that's perhaps she hadn't found another dick that she liked or she was comfortable with. I'm sure she can get it because she was a good looking woman. She could get it, but she was just comfortable with it. And then she felt, okay, well, that's my she gets a 2 for 1. The baby gets to see the daddy, and I get dick. So she was really at a good bargaining position there, if you think about it.
Cash, I'm not talking trash about white women. I'm talking trash about fat white women, really fat women of all races. But like, I think that, see, white doesn't cancel out fat.
Not at all. Not at all, man. And neither does ugly.
Yeah,
Neither
it's
does ugly. I
like
mean,
like nothing cancels out fat. Like you can't say a woman is fat, but whatever that is on the opposite end of that but is not good enough. She's fat, but she's rich. I don't care.
mm,
She's fat, but she's cute in the face. I don't care. She's fat, but I don't care. Anything after any sentence that begins with she's fat, but I don't really care to hear the rest of it. It's not a matter of race. So don't be that dude. Don't be that dude that's like, oh yeah, she fat, but she white. Like, what in the fuck does that mean?
well, that's like the same thing that she's fat she's fat, but she's light skinned. If you're gonna get down to that, yeah, but she red bone, man. So I'll take it.
That's the
Uh,
smell.
there, there's
Motherfucker.
there's an older movie. There's an older movie, Game Changer. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It is called the Hollywood Shuffle. Are you familiar with that
I
movie?
am vaguely, but whatever.
Okay.
Robert Townsend movies just kind of like
Well, that is a
clown.
very
Yeah.
well. That was a movie that was way ahead of its time. If you have a chance, you go check it out. But there was a scene where he's gonna get with this woman, and he's gonna get with her, and she has bad breath, but she was fine. So he's like, she had bad breath, but I don't
Mhm.
care. He goes, but I don't care. You don't throw away a Rolls Royce because it has a dent in it.
Yeah.
And that's what we're getting to. It's just, that's what it is. It's where it goes. But you should check that one out. I think you should review it again. It's older, but a lot of things relate. I think it was ahead of its time of
I
where
mean,
some of the things they're talking about now.
fat is a disease that plagues their character. It's not even it's not like it's not a dent. That's a false equivalent. It's something, like fat is like not having an engine at all. Or instead of for an engine, you have like a family of raccoons in there. Like it's like that. It's like
No, there's no excuse. No, there's no excuse. I was making light of it, but no, definitely, there's no excuse. I think, and I, I don't know if I could either argue that neither is ugly, because a lot of things make you ugly. A
Mhm.
lot of things, not just specifically something physical, having a jawline or.
Oh, okay. He hopped off with the word jawline. But here, let's see. Because mirror. Well, yeah. I think a lot of men do not have the where. Well, I mean, you can't at that point. You see, once you have developed the authority to do so, you have already fucked them at their fatness. So you've already accepted that. Like you've already signed on a dotted pussy that this is what you are willing to take. You have made it clear that you are capable of raising your penis for that. Therefore, they're never going to take the see, okay. Understand this, people that's listening. Fat women are happiest when their fingers are orange. You see, when a fat woman's fingers is orange, it means that she just finished some Cheetos, some Doritos, just something with that orange dust that sticks to their fat ass fingers. She just finished that. She is happiest with that. And if she could get a man to take her fat and her orange fingers, then she is not going to give that up. And if a man is afraid, that means that he is afraid to lose her fat ass pussy. He is afraid to lose her fat ass pussy, and that is what he is fearful of. He would rather just continue to stick his penis in thigh meat, hoping that it's vagina. He's willing to do that than run the gamble. It's the gamble. Run the gamble of saying, "Would you like to come to the gym with me?" Or you shouldn't be eating that. Because he's gambling. He's gambling the fat ass pussy that is already fucking for the possibility of something better. But you're past the point of no return on that. Why? Because it's not about, she didn't pick you because she felt that you were a prime candidate. She picked you on the basis of you are willing to embrace her fat ass. She is with you because she can have her Doritos and penis too. That is why she is with some of these no standard having niggas. She's with you because you're afraid to ask her to lose weight.
What's going on, Game Changer? How you doing?
Pretty good, Trey. What's on your mind, brother?
Man, it's just another day, man. I was talking about this over on Man of Tomorrow's channel the other night, man, and you brought it back up. I just wanted to drop my 2 cents, man.
Okay,
I was
go.
I was down by Mexico with my girl. She's Dominican, and her
Okay.
ex sister in law is Mexican.
Okay.
Big girl, 7 kids. I mean, big girl, 7 kids now, 4 different baby daddies.
Oh, damn.
And she told me straight up, I have no problem getting black men because black men will take anything.
Yes. Yeah.
She said, if I want a man, I'll just go out and find me a black dude. Hey,
Now,
I drive, and it gets worse. I drive, 5 miles away. I got a couple Mexican homegirls down there. I always pick up freight down there. because I drive over the road. I got 3 other Mexican homegirls down there, and I talked to one. I met one of them up at Applebee's. You know, the one that isn't. There's 3 ones. 2 are big, and the other one isn't. The one that ain't big, I was like, why y'all always traveling? Well, there's no black dudes down here. And you know, everywhere we go, the black dudes want us. And mind you, she's all right, but her friends, they're huge, just worn out. Each of them got like 4 or 5 kids, and they're like, we just go all over Texas because you know, we can get black dudes. And I'm not talking about just, you know, these like older, like out of shape black dudes. I'm talking young, 6-pack, dreads, them swag looking dudes.
Yeah.
And they get them. And you know, they got WhatsApp and Telegram groups just like we got WhatsApp groups, and they post the receipts.
And there you have it. So whenever you hear these swaggy McTaggarts online, like, you know, look at the 6-pack, look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm so pretty, I'm so handsome, I got all the bitches. This is what they're talking about. You know, you won't see their chicks. This is what they got. And
you know, you'll hear some streams up here. Yeah, you'll hear brothers up here saying, oh, that's SYSBM. You'll hear, you know, the daggles, that's SYSBM. I'm like, nah, that ain't SYSBM. That's thirst. That is not us.
Yeah. Well, I think SYSBM is like when you leave a group of women because they're fat and shit to find something better. Like, you know, yeah.
Yeah, like, you know, I mean, I had to be real. I told my girl straight up. I said, look, if you get fat, I'll leave. She looked at me. I was like, yeah, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And she's cool with it. She takes care of herself, stays in shape, knowing that, you know. But that's the problem with a lot of brothers. They're too afraid to put their foot on their girl's neck and be like, look, you get fat, I'm out. And, you know, there's exceptions. If a woman has 4 kids for you, and, you know, y'all work through it together, that's fine. But if you meet a woman that's already got 2 or 3 kids by a couple, you know, couple daggles, you know, a couple white boys, you know, that's already big, and you accept it, you know, how does that's not SYSBM. That's you just a thirsty, lazy, don't want to put in the work type of dude.
Agreed. Well, I mean, also what these chicks are doing, the one that you described, the Mexican chick, they're not getting in sustainable relationships. They're not. You know, they're getting the Jody types, and the Jody types you can't really sustain with because, you know, for various reasons. And that's why she has so many different baby daddies. You know, she got the 7 kids and shit like that because, you know, these are not sustainable. Like any person who's serious about family would have a caution. It's because he has to take care of 7 kids. If you are looking to be the man of the house, then you are selective about what house you want to be the man of. So they're not really getting head of the household type men. You know,
nah, you know, they're getting the dudes with a couple felonies, or the dudes, you know, that I don't know, you know, nothing against single moms. There's some good dudes that were raised by single moms, but there's a lot of these dudes out here, the ones that defer to the feminine side. Nah, they're the ones that'll settle down because they feel bad because their moms were single moms, their aunts were single moms, you know, their grandma was a single mom, so they're like, okay, you know, I gotta, you know, big props to single moms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. They don't see anything wrong with it, but no matter what, you can't help but see something wrong with it when it's you. I have an income, and I damn sure ain't taking care of 7 kids. Like, not even my own kids. Like if I were married, and, you know, when they say, you know, let's have 7 kids, I'm like, oh, what the fuck? How am I gonna put all of them through college? Like, what if they all are exceptional and they go to the Ivy League? I don't have $2 million to put them in college. Like, it's shit like that. But you see, certain guys don't think that way, and those are the guys who go, these fat bitches.
Hey, they the stepdads that stepped up.
Shout out to Mike Shinnery. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, go ahead. I mean, I talk on this topic all the time, man, and it's insane. I'm a big, you know, believer in extended fasting, and, you know, I look at it as it's what you want.
and you put in this effort, and within my extended fasting circle, this is white folks, black folks, Hispanic, catch all kinds of hate on YouTube and Facebook because the Lizzo generation, the Lonnie Love generation, the whatever, these big Ashley Graham generations, it's acceptable now.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw an article, posted the other day. Yahoo posted it. Facebook, of course, posted it. I saw it on Facebook, whereas, Lizzo had on some two-piece, and it said everyone should be able to wear a two-piece regardless of what you look like. Man, I'm talking thousands of comments of women just saying, yes, yes, go girl, you look great. We should be able to wear whatever. And at the same token, they'll turn around in the same breath and be like, we can't find no good men. Where are the good men at? Where are the high value men at? All we can get is these, Dusties or, Chads or Carlos type dudes. Like the high value men, the men of any kind of value, of just little value, are gone. They're checking out.
Yeah. Men with standards check out. But you see, you revealed something sinister about the women who were commenting on her shit. Because it wasn't all fat women. You see, slim women encourage fat women to stay fat because it's less competition for them. So they're going to be on the post saying, yeah, girl, you do. They don't want the competition. They're going to promote fat culture so they could be the only skinny bitch in the club. But skinny bitches, guess what? If you're the only skinny bitch in the club, then we're not going to go to the club. Men are not going to go into a place just because there's one skinny bitch in there. So you're doing yourself a disservice. I know you're thinking that I'm eliminating competition. It doesn't work that way. Men would just assume not to compete. Why? Because we know that our success ratio is low, which means that we need, let's just say 15 attractive women just to pull one. Therefore, if it's not 15 in there, there's no sense in going. That is the overall scenario that the community is in, and that's why SYSBM brothers exist.
Yeah, and honestly, man, I've had a tough time, talking to my girl and dealing with. She's like, worried about competition within the lower 48. I'm like, you ain't got nothing to worry about. I said, I'm not going out there, trying to start something new or find something, dealing with the attitude, the obesity, the entitlement. Nah. Forget it. I already got to deal with enough of that at home. I ain't going through that again. And you hear brothers throughout the SYSBM sphere relate that. And, we'll get on panels and dudes will be like, nah, you should stick it in there. You should fight it out. That means it ain't real love if you won't fight it out with a woman. Like, I don't want to, who wants to come home to an argument? You've been out there all day fighting against the white man, fighting against the establishment, fighting your boss, fighting your coworkers. Who wants to come home to a fight with your partner who's 300 pounds?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, I mean, what they're doing is they're attempting to keep your self-esteem low. Because a lot of Black women's mating strategy, as we were talking about with Jessica earlier, and she rightfully got off, I don't blame her. But so what's happening with part of their mating strategy is to assure that a man's self-esteem is low and that he'll take anything. Now, there are faults to that. And one of the faults is these chicks coming over from Mexico, like, hey, he'll take anything. So basically, Black women are beating the men down to the point where, into the point of desperation, and then somebody else takes them. They're like, wait a minute, we did all the hard work. They're taking the fruit of their labors.
Fruit. Yeah, no, but that's also another thing that you can add to it is also that I guess for so long they've been trying to program us, and I think this goes for a little bit wider than just Black America. I think it's America to accept like fat chicks. I think that they've been trying to sell this curvy shit for a while. Curvy, or the people in the magazine, the thin ones, that's not real. Nobody has that body. Real women body are like this, and they're trying to sell us fat bitches. And I think that it is programming some of the people that are coming up, perhaps the millennials or zillennials, whatever they're called, because just with anything else, they're accepting other bullshit, being way too sensitive or not speaking up for themselves. I think they're starting to just accept fat bitches because they've been told that they should, and they shouldn't say anything about it.
That's
Well,
true. Like I get
I,
into it with. Oh, I'm
I
sorry. Go
think,
ahead.
yeah, I think that they're giving fat bitches the protected class treatment, but it doesn't really pan out all the way. For example, a protected class would be the retardeds or the midgets, black people. Like these are protected classes. So just because people don't speak out against it, and nor should you on some of them, you most certainly shouldn't really speak out against mental retardation. That's a no-no. But you shouldn't. So basically, black people are a protected class, right? And just because a white man is not going around calling you the N-word doesn't mean he's gonna fuck you. And they made that blatantly clear for generations now. Like, look, we'll be respectful. We're not gonna call you the N-word. We're not gonna burn crosses or anything like that, but we're not gonna fuck you. They made that blatantly clear for generations now.
Hey, they
So
just
yeah,
didn't teach us about credit.
yeah,
That's all they
exactly.
had to do. Hey, here you go, black folks. Here's some credit cards. Next thing you know, you got black folks running around with 300 credit scores. There you go. They didn't even need racism. Here you go. Here's classism.
Yeah, exactly. So, but just because a black man won't do that, or just because white men and men in general, just because we're not going to talk shit openly about fat bitches, that doesn't mean that we're going to fuck them. And I think that that's the best that they can hope for. It's just that people are not openly talking shit because that's all they can. They can't dictate who your dick takes.
Hey, I'll tell you something more insidious now about, when you talk about SYSBM, and traveling brothers, and excuse my language, but niggas getting
Uh-huh.
confused with SYSBM brothers. And I'll point to Sasua.
Okay.
My girl pointed, she's Dominican from the island, pointed something out to me about Sasua. She's like, this looks weird. She showed me a video with all these fat Dominican women, or women just a little bit larger than they normally are, on the beach of Sasua with all these brothers down there. And she's showing me the video of dudes throwing money in the club. And she's like, they're going to get somebody killed. Like, my cousin is a cop down there. They're not going to go for that. They're going to start killing people. And they're not going to start killing brothers. They're going to start going after them women.
Well, I've been to Sasua. I didn't see it getting that bad. In fact, I didn't really see the fellas with fat chicks, but they were with chicks who were bigger than the ones who were not in Sasua. But
Yes.
because Sasua is like, there's a lot of prostitutes there. So what you would see is like the fat chicks trying, but not really succeeding in finding a mate. Like the brothers were typically with the slimmer chicks and the non-black guys who are also there, because there were like a lot of European guys there. They were also
and so what it is that she noticed it, and that she's talked to her peoples down there. It's the Western infusion of Western food, because you got to think, these girls, sometimes $30 or $50 a month is all they'll have. So it's a choice between buying diapers or eating. And now you've got this infusion of all this money from Western society, so now they can eat.
Well, I think she probably, which is good for her, she probably never really been. So the girls there don't live there. They don't live there.
Oh yeah, they come from Puerto Plata. They come from the countryside.
Yeah, on my show I interviewed a couple. They don't live there. What they do is because like you say, $30 a month, and you can make that in one session. So why not? So you get some of those come in, and that's that. But they're not there living, eating American food like that. And even still, the restaurants are catered to foreigners, which means that it's typically out their price range. If you make a certain amount, if you make like $50 a month or so, you're not going to spend 10 of it on some pizza.
Yeah, that's true. That was a good point that the gentleman made also with the food, because if you see that the closer you are to the U.S., the fatter you are. Starting with Mexico. Mexico is one of the fattest countries because they were inundated, but most of that fast food, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Pizza Hut, and other bullshit, it was inundated there. McDonald's, to say the least. In Colombia, we've had an influx in the last perhaps 8 to 10 years of those kind of places. There's more available, but the one thing they haven't been able to get away is the exercise culture. If you'll see on the Sunday, GC, that it's called Sports Day, and everybody's out doing sport. Everybody's out running or doing some shit. Bike. They close the street. You'll see
I
that
like
it's
that.
just the part of the culture.
Hmm.
They have it on Sunday, and they have it on Thursday night, and that's just the thing. Everybody does sport,
I like
even
that.
though they
Hey,
Yeah.
you'll see
I
that.
just saw a brother put up a comment that said eating healthy is expensive at times. I'm gonna tell you what, it's free to fast. It don't
Yeah,
cost
don't
nothing
eat.
to put the fork down.
It's like don't eat. That's
Yeah.
cheap. That's the cheapest. Don't eat.
Yeah. I do keto and it is expensive because starch is cheap. So yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
You can
Yeah,
still
but
like
still process
I
food.
do. My grocery bill is about $1.30 a month, man. I don't eat for like 48 or 72 hours. And I recommend this, to women, and they'll come to me. They'll be all big. Hey, can I get, in your Facebook group? Can I join? Okay, cool. Do a 72-hour fast. 18 hours later, oh my God, I hate you. This sucks. I can't do it. I'm like, you don't want it. I said, when you want it, get at me. I mean, I can't, there's nothing I can do for you. Knock that fast out and then get back at me. But if you really want it, if you want to be thin, if you want to life, cool. But here's the thing. I've had, you know, a bunch of women come to me and say they want to do it. But next thing you know is they'll jump into a relationship with a guy that's accepting of their size. And then they'll be like, no, I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm okay. This man is okay with it. So I'm
Exactly.
happy.
Exactly. We gotta make a hard line. That's something that brothers through years of condition, through generations of conditioning, have been forced to lower our bar, or have been
Hey,
conditioned to lower our bar. Absolutely.
hey,
Let me reply right quick.
hey,
Go
Game
ahead,
Changer,
bro.
I got to jump off, bro. I'm about to board here because I'm about to go through some mountainous area.
Okay, bro.
Hey, y'all take it easy.
Are you too,
Peace out,
peace?
brother.
Hey, Black Caesar, I fucking hate you. This type of
Oh
shit.
shit. Oh damn. I
Where
just
do you
about to.
guys get the notion that fat women aren't
Oh
feminine
Jesus.
or submissive?
Oh
Where
damn.
did you get that notion? You fucking fuck up you. What kind of shit is that? That's like watching like all 9 episodes of Star Wars or all 9 Star Wars movies and say, hey, what's a Jedi? You fucking imbecile, you. Like we was talking about that the whole thing, and you
Yeah.
just type out of nowhere while you was trying to get into the chat, and then you just type out of nowhere. Where do you get that notion from? What the fuck?
Well,
We
well, two things. Well,
explaining
two
it.
game changer. Two things here. He's right. They are submissive to the fucking Cheetos and shit. They are. They're definitely submissive to the fat bit. The fat food. Definitely for that. And let's be honest though. I'm gonna look at it from another lens. There are some people in the chat, and I've noticed, not on this particular chat, but I've noticed that they cape for fat bitches because a lot of we're inundated by those in the chat. So they
Mhm.
figured I'm gonna stick out for the fat bitches and maybe I'll get some ass. So they maybe just promoting, perhaps. You have to think about it that way. You have to get it from all angles. You have to be thinking that they
Okay.
say, oh yeah, I like fat bitches. I don't think it's wrong. I think I'm cool. Just like what's the word they use, magos, or the ones that they're right for them. So maybe that's what he's doing. He's promoting. He probably got a sense there's a couple of fat bitches on the panel. He's like, yo, I'm on it.
Like, oh shit. Let, let me show my worth. Let me show my-
Exactly.
and that's you. That's you, Black Caesar. And you want to know what's worse? That you have to do this to get fat bitches. So you have the fat bitches hopping the border to look for your penis, and still you are last in line of the fat bitch penis. That's
Oh man, that's some crazy shit.
you're last in line. You're last in line on the fat bitches.
Oh man, nah, that's
Oh
that's
shit.
bad.
So basically, of all in a fat bitch's Tinder box are DMs You are situated last. They did a sort algorithm, and you're like, oh, this is getting to the top of the fat bitches list, which means that you are nowhere near like a regular chick's radar.
Man,
You really want to know why? Because you have no standards.
no, but
You have
I think it's psychological. But there are some people that are like that. They're what do you call it? You know, the low fruit, and they like to go for that. I used to actually have an acquaintance that did that. We used to go to the club, and he used to go for the fat bitches. He didn't have to because he was a good looking dude. He was thin, but he just said, I don't want to work for it. I don't want to buy drinks. I don't want to have conversation. I just want to show up, and she's gonna be like, wow, I'm surprised that this guy who's not fat, who's not ugly, who's not whatever, is approaching me. So automatically he will get it. He will score every time.
Mhm.
So that was his thing, and his thing was quantity. But again, he wanted to not one. I mean, not work for it, not 1 ounce. He was just going for it. So there's people like that. They just have no, I guess, no desire. I guess just lazy. Just want the easy shit. Because if you get down to it, really the fat bits that nobody desires at the club. Normally that's the easy pickings.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad but true. I mean, like certain pussy don't count. Like if you were to like tally up the number of women you fuck, some of them shouldn't count. And if you subtract the fat ones, some of them will be like at -4. Like they just it's not.
So 10 of those, the 10 of those. That's what I said the other day when I got on the panel. Remember when they were talking about getting pussy, and I said the same thing. I said, yeah, we have to really start classifying it. 1A, 2A, a triple F.
Mhm.
We should start going for that because, as you said, 10 bitches should not count for one fine one. I think you got to get at least like 58 or 62 of them, and
Mhm.
they have to be like smart or some shit like that. So you have to like perhaps like 3 or 4 parameters added to the fat to make it one fine one.
Uh-huh.
We got that'd be a good chart to make.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Well, I mean, I don't want to give him a 0. I know I did say last time that, if you're not fucking a pick me, you ain't fucking shit, you know. But yeah, I think that would work. Like, oh no, it doesn't work that way. But see, then you're gonna get the brothers who say, oh no, she ain't fat, she thick, and then they're going to like try to. 'Cause that's what they're doing now. They're
Yeah.
basically trying to skew it. They're trying to skew it and move her into a different category so her pussy can count for more.
Nah, I mean, I remember like school one time in elementary. I remember I was doing a summer, and then they said there was a saying back then where when it was to be a fat chick, and then the response or defense of the fat chick used to say was, "This is baby fat." Do you recall that? Do you recall them saying that?
Yes.
And then then the answer was no, that's just fat baby.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And
You-
it's going to that. It's going towards that. Like you said, they cannot just admit that the people are fat. They're throwing thick in there, and that's bullshit.
Exactly. And they're calling themselves that, which gives them carte blanche to move the line. They're trying to move the line of fatness to incorporate more people, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that is that inclusion. Is that what that's supposed to be? Just I mean, they're supposed to include, but or are they just being just excusing their behavior? Are they doing good or doing bad? And is the inclusion culture that everybody should be okay. If you're fat, you're okay. If you're ugly, you're okay. If you're this, you're okay. If you have this, you're. I mean, are we just letting them just not making them well? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, you're not helping when you give them validation. By validating the invalid, it's like giving an F student an A. Like eventually it's going to catch up to them. They're going to think that they are more than what they are, and they're going to enter the real world really confused. And they're going to get hit hard. And the longer you've been doing that to them, the worse off they're going to be. And that's how people get past the point of no return. Those chicks that he was describing with the 7 kids and overweight, because she can see the penis, she doesn't see anything wrong. She is well past the point of no return.
Can't
And
believe he fucking.
Yeah.
He went out there and found fucking Octomom and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's some sick shit, man. But I mean,
Yes,
it's real though.
Mom. He's
It's
gonna make
real.
her into Octomom. Yeah.
Coming soon. But that's a bullshit though. I just really, I think this subject to me, and I know I clown around a lot, although I'm completely serious about what I say. I'm truly have high standards for the women that I get with, extremely high. But it's wild how men have none. It seems like. I
Yeah,
mean,
black
none,
men don't have any standards, and everybody knows it.
and they think it's cute. And the women also, the women just think that it's cute to be fat. You know, it's cute to be fucking have these tattoos on their fucking chest and
Mhm.
have these big fucking nails that look like fucking claws.
Right.
They think it's cute, or I mean, and they'll have other somebody else will say, "Yeah, you look good, girl." Like, why? That's some bullshit. I think that's what's sad about it. It's why do they do that?
Agreed. Agreed. I mean, they shouldn't be allowed to do it.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, the first the first comment that you put up with that girl, that was a classic scrolls moment. I think there was at least three or four scrolls in there that that applied because she was just excusing everything, or she was just attacking about everything in one statement that she made.
Oh yeah, don't attack the sisterhood or the sisters in it.
Right, and then I guess they were about they're gonna go to the other side or whatever, because the white man is lurking. I mean, it was
Yeah,
everything was in
exactly.
it.
I mean, you see, oh, that you're talking about Jessica's thing. Yeah. So
Yes.
you see what's going on. I mean, that was just obvious tactics. Whenever they mention, oh, they're gonna go to white men, it's like,
Well,
well,
and when she said, "I know," and then when she said, I know feminine," I know one. When she said, "I know feminine women," and then so my answer was, "Yeah, well, I know a bunch of ratchets too." What does that mean?
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
but it was sad how she had to say, and like you said, she didn't say I am, or she didn't take your Uno challenge, or as our boy Keith said it, which I really appreciated him saying it the other day. The least you could do is, as a price of admission, is cam up and see what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, it doesn't really matter what she looks like because but she might be fat too. You're right, but I mean, but from
Yeah,
her comments, she seems to use manipulation as a tactic, meaning that she just has to make sure that men do not have better options than her. Period. That's her strategy.
yeah, but I think that but the reason why I brought that to cam up, with our boy Keith, shout out to Keith Lamont.
Mhm.
That he's right though. It's like if you're going to speak on those things, if you're going to say perhaps, oh, I'm this or I'm that, or you're going to speak from a position where you're the unicorn, you're the good looking, or you're not fat, you're not this, then you should show it.
Mhm.
And I think that most of the videos that I've had where I cam up some of the people, or I do some of the things that I've done on camera, is because I just was tired of people talking all this shit and nobody shows anything. Like everybody just talks. I have this, I have that. I'm here, I'm there, I'm this and that, and
Mhm.
nobody ever shows it. It just it's just one of those things that stay in the YouTube world, but not in the we can't really see it, and we're supposed to take them at the word. In this case, hers.
Right, right. I hear you. I hear you. Let me see. Beth said they like fat chicks because they treat them like kings. No, no, sweetie, no. These niggas are lying. Like you get somebody like Black Caesar, for example. They're not treating him like a king. He's just saying shit to justify the fact that he is limited to fat bitches. Oh, here he is. Black King.
Marco, shut up.
Do fat bitches treat you like a king or a Caesar?
I don't date fat women.
Then why
I
were you?
don't date. I don't fuck fat women.
Let's start here. Let's start here. Why don't you date fat women?
They're just not my type.
So is your
My
type?
cousin like.
So they're just
My
physically.
cousin like.
They're just physically not your type, right?
They're physically not my type.
Do you feel that they're
But
submissive?
back to the point though, whatever gave you the notion that fat women weren't submissive?
Because being fat is not a submissive thing.
Who told you that?
It's the intelligent conclusion. Nobody had to tell me, just like nobody told Einstein equals MC squared. You see, when you can think for yourself, you come up with your own conclusions. Not everything that you know is a result of the teachings of somebody smarter than you. That's how that works. Me being that person.
Your conclusion is not always right.
I didn't say it was, but this one is.
Well, you're assuming that.
God damn it.
There's many things. I mean,
assumption. Motherfucker.
What you say, Marco?
Goes up, must come down. That's an assumption too. Like everything is an assumption. However, what the fuck? Do you have a better one? Can you disprove it? See, it's shit like this, Caesar. The fuck? Everything's an assumption.
Yeah, well, being submissive is a part of a woman. Are you listening?
What? God?
Okay, I thought he was still talking. All right, being submissive and feminine is a part of a woman's nature. Her eating habits, those things have to be tailored by a man, okay, in a way so that she is incentivized to see that the mistakes that she's making with her choice of food, snacks, and etc. is unhealthy.
Ain't that
okay? But when
what do you mean?
Oh man, now men have to feed her. Oh jeez.
What do you mean when you say incentivize? Because the only thing to incentivize a fat bitch is more fattening food. But tell me, how do you incentivize a fat bitch? Explain me that.
By showing interest and showing her that the way that she's been eating is unhealthy. Didn't you see the movie? Hold on,
They're gonna keep eating.
Didn't you see the movie that Tyler Perry made called Why Did I Get Married? When Jill Scott character was overweight, and she was dating that guy, that bald head guy in the movie.
I remember.
And okay, well, with him, he showed no incentive to change that woman's figure.
That was her husband. That was her husband.
That was right, but when she left him, she left him and got with the new guy. The new guy worked with her.
Nah.
Okay, listen to me good. Listen to me good, nigga. She was fat at the end of the movie. First of all,
she was always fat.
She was fat at the end of the movie. She put on a goddamn girdle. And that's all she put on a push-up bra and a girdle.
She didn't look like the friend. She didn't look like the friend they took on the trip. She never did.
Think that is.
But the question is, why? Why was she fat?
You think that that's incentive? You want to know what the incentive is? You want to know what the incentive is? The bald guy taking his dick away to begin with. That's the incentive. All right. She would have never put that if he didn't take his dick away to begin with. She went down. She went down on a motherfucker. He was like a highfalutin city councilman motherfucker. In part 2, he was able to get the other dude a job. And now what she got? She got the lesser penis. Why? Yep. Because she's fat as fuck. That's why.
Right.
And why didn't he just encourage her to go to the gym? Why didn't he just encourage her to go to the gym with him and work out?
Hey, I'll tell you something.
I'm sure he got her.
Here it
is. The husband. So I'm sure the bitch started out thin, and
it's a Tyler Perry movie.
Saying that he didn't like
it. And it's a movie.
Saying it.
Who's Tyler Perry's base? Tyler Perry's base audience is fat black women. He gonna show them what they want to see to keep his bottom line to make sure he get them billions or millions. Tyler Perry got to pay the bills.
We're not dealing who his market of people who watch his movies are. Let's deal with the roles that in that particular movie. Okay, this guy enters named Troy. Troy shows interest in this girl. So as a result, what does he do first? He starts walking with the woman. Eventually, the two started going to the gym and working out. By the time the other people came back to that area where there was some sort of reunion, okay, her life had totally changed.
Hey,
That
Black
man
Caesar,
had no
you know what
basket
you
in
should
her.
do then, bro? You should start making videos like Mad Bus Driver
I'm not
showing fit
advocating.
black.
Listen,
You should
I'm
show
not
fat.
advocating.
No, but I'm saying show fit black dudes with fat women and then transformation pics of them getting skinny. Show high value black dudes. I'm not talking about the in shape Pookie and Ray Ray dudes. I'm talking about high value lawyers, doctors, businessmen who get with fat chicks and transform them. Start making videos like Mad Bus Driver that show pictures of them.
And you want to know what's worse? You want to know what's worse? Because now we're going to take it out the movie and we're going to put it into real life. And you want to know what's worse? Is that Jill Scott's fat ass did not even slim up. She did not even slim up. So say Tyler Perry said, okay, the first part of the movie we're going to show you as fat. And then for the second part of the movie, we want you to lose weight for the after picture. We want you to temporarily lose weight for the after picture. You know how like boxers and other athletes do? She couldn't even do that. They just strapped her ass into a girdle on some Pillsbury Dough shit. In
They
fact,
got some CGI.
yeah, in fact, she probably was so fucked up and so fat, she got fatter during the movie, which means that they filmed the last scene first and then let her eat, and she got fatter. I'm willing to bet that that's what happened. You
Man,
know,
I went on some dudes on one of my Facebook travel groups the other day because these dudes. Okay, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Wait. So you say incentivize, you can't pay these fat bitches millions. If you pay them millions to lose weight, they will still turn that down.
Hey, yo, GC, I'm call.
Black
I'll
Caesar.
come back.
Black
Right?
Caesar.
No, it's Trey's turn. It's Trey's turn. Go ahead.
Hold on. Yo, GC,
Hey, so it's like this, man. There was a.
I'll come back.
Okay, Caesar.
It's like this, man. There were dudes the other day comparing Lonnie Love, Lizzo, and Jill Scott, talking about women like Lonnie Love and Lizzo were fat. Jill Scott's just thick. And I went in on these dudes. I'm like, yo, they are all fat. Jill Scott is ratchet. She's paying alimony to her husband, ex-husband, because she's ratchet and fat. There is no difference. Brothers got to get it out their head with this thick stuff. There is no thick. It's just fat. And what the reason I point that out is that I tell you, I'm 45. I'm a younger Gen Xer. I tell young cats that like these big girls, go watch an episode of Soul Train or Solid Gold from the 70s or 80s and show me a fat black woman. Show me
Amen,
one.
brother. Amen.
Yo, did anybody pick up that this nigga Black Caesar just cut tail when I hopped on, man? Black Caesar, come out and play, man. Come out and play.
What you do, though, man? What you do?
I had some questions for him. That's all. Just a little truth. A teaspoon of truth makes the medicine go down.
Are you gonna do some of that cross-examining that you do, Ben? Is that what it is?
You know this, man. You know this, Marco. But
yeah, hear that shit? That's an assumption. I hate shit like that. Women do that shit, and the shit's weird as fuck. That's an assumption. Like everything's an assumption.
Yeah, but
like, so that means does that mean it's not true? They're just trying to like diminish it.
No,
I have an open-ended question to the panel since this was for Black Caesar, but since he left. All right, now he was partly right and partly wrong when he said that it is for the man to incentivize the woman to choose better eating habits to lose weight. But the question that I was going to levy to him was, what does the man do when the woman chooses to refuse to take correction and use the incentivized dietary plan of the man? Then what?
Well, I mean, the incentive is the penis. Understand that. Yep. If you give her the penis ahead of time, then she already has her incentive. Like the Mexican chicks that Trey was talking about. They already had their incentive through penis. So they don't have any, let them take it away. Let black men in Texas start saying, you know something, no more penis for fat bitches, and see that they don't lose weight.
Yeah.
Positive encouragement, and then there's negative one. It's like taking cookies away from a kid. You know,
they don't said it. Well, you give the example, Game Changer, on that particular movie. He says he brought that example up. Jill Scott in that particular film, she did have the bag. She had the dude, like you said, he had a nice job. You know, he could do all kinds of shit. But then she got comfortable. I'm sure she didn't begin like that. If he was he was high value, I'm sure he didn't get with her when she was fat.
Yeah,
I'm sure he got with her when she was skinny. Then the bitch got out of hand. So he clearly said, "Hey, I don't like it." And he showed her what he liked, taking that other friend with her. So it was so clear, but then the bitch doesn't want to see it. It's sad.
Yeah. My uncle's ex, right? My cousin's mother, right? Um, she put on weight when she was married to my uncle. You know, they divorced, right? I seen her once, and she still had the weight on her. I seen her again, and that shit was off. And she was remarried. And I seen her come Christmas time, and keep in mind, she's in her 50s, you know, and she still kept that shit off. And she still is married to a travel around the world type dude. So once she lost, you know, my uncle's no Pookie Ray Ray, he's no slouch, you know. But I mean, she understood that. Look, she lost one good one. She's not gonna do that shit again.
Yeah, because I mean, then I mean, she was almost 50. I'm sure she didn't have any more time to get another one.
No. They divorced. Yeah. They divorced when they were in her 20s.
Oh, okay, she had time. Okay, yeah, but still, I mean, as you said, that's the incentive. As you said, if you take it away, and there's nothing more motivating, and that's than having that shit, because they get comfortable. And I was arguing that the other day as well. You know, when these bitches get married, they get super comfortable. They don't want to fuck you. They don't want to blow you. They don't want to do shit for you. They figure, okay, I got this. Fine, he already took me as I am, and I don't have to do shit. So whatever it is, he's gonna have to accept. And that's some bullshit. I would say the man gets the bullshit out of the deal. I think marriage is so fucking stupid.
Well, I mean, my uncle said like, once she realized that a man will leave you if you step out of line, she didn't make that mistake in her second marriage. So she got remarried, you know, soon after, you know, because she was 80s fine, and she got remarried soon after, and you know, that was that understanding. She learned her lesson. Go ahead, Benjamin, or not Benjamin, Zone. Who was that talking?
It was Ben.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just saying, you know, about taking the penis away. That's some negative reinforcement, taking away some pleasant things that she might like and whatnot. So yeah, brothers need to go on a penis moratorium until they get back in pocket and whatnot. And when I mean penis, I mean the whole man.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what penis is. Dick is just the phallus. But you see, Black Caesar, here's the thing. Rude was talking the same shit that you was talking damn near a year ago. And he changed his mind on it because he knows it's bullshit. You're not going to get a fat bitch, take her to the gym for a year, and then think that she's going to be a slim bitch that stays with you. Shit's retarded.
Yeah, and that's another, and I think that's another angle that you just mentioned, that perhaps some dudes think, if I do slim this bitch up, then I'm going to be out the game as well. Then she's going to get a better fool.
Exactly.
That happens with the fetus as well.
Yep.
Exactly. And that shows low self-esteem. Because you're saying that her fat is the adhesive. It is the thing that bonds the two of you together. It's her being fat.
It's literally animal glue.
Oh, yeah.
That's just nasty, man.
Gorilla glue. Let me ask you guys this: if you heard about this, because I used to work. One of my supervisors at my past job was an Italian guy. He was kind of overweight, and he was telling me about something. This is back in my mid-20s. He was telling me about something about the husband gaining pregnancy weight. Like once the wife gets pregnant and she starts eating and starts gaining weight, the husband kind of symbiotically takes on that emotional baggage of hers and starts eating to kind of sympathize with her. Have you guys ever heard of that? So
that sounds like some bullshit. You gotta understand this. A lot of times the media will put shit out there and hope that it becomes the norm.
The thing.
Yeah, they try to create a trend by saying it's already trending. But nobody actually is doing. No real man is doing that. Like, I am so sympathetic to my wife. I'm fat as fuck now too. Who in the fuck? What kind of bitch ass nigga does some shit?
You know what, Benjamin? Perhaps maybe his nipples also perhaps started swelling and his back hurt. Perhaps did you ask him that?
Yeah.
No, he was grossly overweight. He was just a fat dude. Pounds.
He's just a fat dude.
I kind of speculated that he was making excuses about that.
Yeah, exactly. My wife is pregnant. This is sympathy. Wait, nigga, what?
So, all right, here's another question. Because I experienced this myself, where, and this is why I asked this, because my baby mother, while we were together, she had loosely kind of thrown out the idea of me gaining weight as well, like me putting on pounds and eating more to gain weight as she was pregnant and she was going to be gaining weight. Because, I was I avidly work out and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So I was probably about 210 at the time.
Okay.
And I'm 210 now, like 205, 210 now. Mm-hmm. But she wanted me to gain weight with her. So I kind of made the correlation with my former supervisor saying that shit. And then her kind of wanting to fatten me up. Because maybe, this is what I speculate, maybe she thought that while she was going to get pregnant and unattractive, if I fattened myself up and kind of took myself out of the dating pool, sort of say, that I would be less prone to cheat. What do you guys think about that?
I think that she probably heard the same propaganda that your boss heard. One, or two, she's doing exactly what you described. But she doesn't really understand how it's not. I mean, like if she convinced you to lose your job, then maybe, but that's not going to really hurt that much or hurt as much as it is for her. But just the fact that she's looking for a reason to stay fat.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's not a. Doesn't sound that weird because if you ever see a married
you
man,
actually agree to that, Benjamin?
Sorry,
you just interrupted, Caesar.
Yeah,
hold on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Marco. Go ahead.
Thanks. No, I was just saying that if that does happen, if you ever see there's a lot of memes on that. If you ever see a single man, he has to keep up. You see a married man, he does fatten up. And then I think the woman does have a part of fattening him up just to keep him around because she feels that he has to be less attractive to the opposite sex. That is a thing. I have seen it. No doubt.
So what you're saying, Marco, is that there's a correlation that is a married woman's mating strategy to kind of guard her nest, per se?
Yeah, I think she does. I think she does fatten him up to keep him. Yes, definitely wants to make him less appealing to the others. I definitely do. Even though I think that. Yeah.
What I was going to ask is, does that occur down in Colombia as well?
I've seen it. Okay. I definitely seen it.
That. I don't care about that as long as she stays fit.
Right. Now that we're talking about, yeah, definitely. But she has to do it. But what I'm saying is, she does fatten up her man to make him less attractive. She like my one of my best friends. I always hear the wife when he gets a haircut, if he gets a new shade or gets a new cologne, she's like, "Oh, why are you doing that?" Or what are you trying to do? Like he's doing something to attract the opposite sex. So it is a thing. I think it's a fear that they live with. Sure.
True. You know something that brings another topic, but I'm not gonna get into that. But I think that they do that with I think a lot of black women get a little defensive if a black guy moves up a corporate ladder or any ladder, really. She gets a little taken back, like, oh shit, now that he makes twice as much, he might leave me. But that's a separate topic. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, that will force her to raise her game. That's her
exactly.
Not wanting to compete.
And if she likes that, and if she like having Cheeto dust on her fingers, she's not going to raise her game. So she's going to destroy yours. She's going to do everything she can to sabotage your career. But once again, that's a whole nother stream. So
yeah, it is.
I'm gonna write that down. Caesar, what's on your mind? I know you've been like waiting to.
GC, write that down. Holla at your boy, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I was just asking Benjamin, did he actually subscribe to that when his baby mom was gaining weight? He said that she encouraged him to eat with her.
No, sir. For one, at the time, I was working at a physical job and going to college part-time, so I fluctuated about 2 and then I worked out on the side. So, yeah, I mean, I drive trucks now, so I'm sitting down all the time, and I'm at 205, 210. So I've been lifting weights since I was 16, man. So,
okay, so from your weight fluctuating, you did somewhat subscribe to that?
No, not at all.
Okay, so why did your weight fluctuate from that time?
No, I lost weight because I started eating less now. So I'm like 205 to 210. Then I was 210, 212. So it's not much of a fluctuation within the past 4 years.
Okay.
But let me ask you a question. Since you're back, sir, you said earlier that it is on the man to set the standard for a woman's dietary practice in order so that she can maintain her figure. So you're right in a sense, you're right, but you're wrong at the same time, I surmise. So let me ask you this, Black Caesar. What would you do if you had a chick who was, let's say, getting on the porky side, and you wanted to set the standard? Yeah, you wanted to set the standard to curb her diet, right? What would you do if she just outright refused to do it and say, "Well, nigga, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna eat my fried wings and shrimp fried rice"? What would you do?
Well, I would use a strategy that she wouldn't be aware of to try to get
Could you explain
my
that strategy,
message
sir?
through.
Could you
To get
explain
my
that strategy?
message through. Or in other words, I'll start making changes for myself. And once she starts seeing the results with me, then that would probably encourage her to start making small changes for herself. I wouldn't demand to make those changes overnight.
Okay, I dig that. So what you would do is make changes for yourself. So you would go out, you would buy the groceries, the non-GMO groceries and whatnot, and the more healthier food, and stock the refrigerator with nothing but healthier food, right? And
Absolutely.
Okay, so what would you do if she went to the refrigerator and was like, "Man, this nigga got all this healthy shit. I'm about to go to Wendy's and get me a Dave's Double #2 with a large order of fries." And she goes out and starts using money that should be going to the household to buy fast food to get her grease fix. What would you do about that?
Well, depending on how much money she's actually spending, um, the first couple of times I might ignore it, because at the end of the day, as a man, the objective is to maintain the high position. Okay, I just put it in those words. So you don't wanna, show any sign of weakness to a woman, because the minute that you do that, you are done.
So let me ask you this. Absolutely putting your foot down and telling her this far you shall go and no further, and vocalizing that would you say that's a sign of weakness?
Absolutely not. I mean,
Because
I'm implementing a standard. And I'm letting her know, yo, look, if you violate this, there are consequences that must be paid for this. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to take the money that you earn to buy those things, then fine. The joint account will not be utilized for these purposes that you have.
Okay, so what do you mean by taking the higher road in this scenario? What do you mean by that?
Well, I was saying to maintain the high ground as the leader of the person that's in the relationship and or marriage.
So maintaining the higher ground, does that constitute not calling her out and saying, "Hey, look, bitch, stop buying Popeye chicken sandwiches"?
Well, my thing is, how effective do you think that's going to be?
That's not what we're talking about. I asked you a question, sir.
And I'm giving you an answer. Okay?
You're
How
answering my
effective
question
do
with
you
a
think?
question.
Your
Okay,
answer.
I wouldn't take that method, because when you come in a condescending manner to a woman,
That was an
chances
example.
are,
I mean, you could word it however you want to, but I'm talking about direct verbal confrontation. And when I mean confrontation, I don't mean Ike Turner confrontational, but I mean by at least saying, "Look, you got to stop doing this." So, what I'm asking you is, do you surmise that taking the higher ground is just not?
you bugged out a little. Say that again.
What I'm saying is that vocalizing your displeasure with her behavior by getting confrontational, not Ike Turner confrontational, but by telling her, "Look, this behavior is out of line. So what I'm asking you is, are you saying that taking the higher ground is not saying anything at all?
No, I'm not saying that it's not saying anything at all.
So give me an example of taking the higher ground.
It's showing her by your actions.
Give me an example of taking the higher ground in that scenario.
I just told you. I just gave you an example. Okay. I would tell her that, listen, if you're going to use these monies with your credit card that we both are on the account, okay, or a bank account that we both have a joint members of.
May I say something? I'm sorry. You guys are having a great interchange, and this is great. I just want to say something, but it sounded like Black Caesar that you trying to trick her by putting healthy foods in the refrigerator, and so that she would begin eating them, and I guess thus getting healthier. By that, I guess, I mean, if you're gonna work that hard, why don't you just put healthy food inside of like McDonald's bags, and she can think she's eating, junk food, and she's just as happy.
Well,
that could also be an option that you would implement. Your style may be different this time, Marco.
I mean, okay, Caesar, if you have to trick her, then she's not submissive. She's letting you know.
It's trick. I mean, you're tricking her. That was the point.
Yeah. I mean, if you have to trick her, then she's not submissive.
And I thought fat chicks were submissive, Caesar.
Yeah, I mean,
that
was the whole point. You missed it. I guess you're tricking her. I mean, you're tricking her instead of just having a conversation and saying, listen, we need you to lose the weight. You're fat or you're overweight, however you want to put it, and that's not healthy for you. So it's not going to submit to her own health. If anything, if that had nothing to do with looks, now you use a sort
of. Okay,
well,
let me re-clarify my position. Okay. Hold on.
This is progress. This is progress.
Wait. I want to highlight the word re-clarify. Before you go, I want everybody to know that Black Caesar just said re-clarify.
It's a new word. Not just clarify, but re-clarify. So that means that you and then you're clarifying. So that's two actions.
Clarify myself. All right. Here we go. Whatever gave you guys the notion that all fat women are not submissive?
Uh-oh.
Well, I didn't say all, but the act of being fat is an act of defiance and therefore not submissive. Now, the reason why I wanted to highlight that you said re-clarify, because that's the shit that that they were talking about in Living Color, Damon Wayans. He was like, let me re-clarify the that's you.
Excuse me, I meant specify.
Yeah, exactly. That's you, right? That's you.
Of the submission.
I forgot who I'm dealing with, but go ahead. It's all right.
Allow me to re-clarify. But no, the act of being fat is an act of defiance. And being defiant is not submissive. If you have to trick her, if you have to give her a treat, submission is its own reward. If you have to offer incentive to do it, then they're not submission. They're not submissive.
Yeah, because because you can even talk to her. I mean, you have to trick her. You have to kind of like do things around her. It's like, so she'll take the hint.
There are reasons why that woman is overweight.
Because she's defying your desire to be underweight. She's defying you. And because she is getting the
women that's
oversized, replace the soda with a milkshake. In fact, give me the soda and the milkshake. That's her. And that's why she's fat.
Black Caesar.
And that's just the eating habits.
Okay,
that's just the eating habits. You
there are some women.
Black Caesar, can I ask you a question?
There are some guys that find overweight women attractive.
Oh God!
There are some guys that find.
Hell no.
There are some. Hold on. There are some guys that find midgets and mutants attractive. Okay, that doesn't mean that you should tailor yourself to fit one guy. There are some women out there that find little dicks attractive. That don't mean I'm gonna cut a piece of mine off. The fuck.
Necrophilia's out there too. Does that mean that?
But why are you putting all of them in the same boat, though?
What?
Black
Nobody's
Caesar.
on the same boat with a fat bitch because there's no room. What are you talking about?
Can I ask you a
Why
question,
are
Black Caesar? Black Caesar.
both fat women in the same position? Okay, because there are some, as I stated already, okay, that just haven't met the right men to educate them enough to start making small changes. Okay,
What
They-
education do you need? No, it's not small changes. It's changing them small. It's not small changes. Damn it, being femme is a huge change. You got to change your entire life to not be fat as fuck.
Black Caesar, let me ask you a question, just real quick. What descriptive adjective goes with the word big when you're talking about a woman? Can you hear me, sir?
Say that again, Benjamin.
What descriptive adjective goes with the word big when you're describing a woman? Big and what?
Huge.
No, big
What
and ... I said attitudinal. Attitudinal descriptive. Big and what?
Big and small. Okay.
Big and sassy.
Oh no, come on, man.
So that proves the point. That proves GC's point that
Benjamin,
a fat woman is not submissive.
That label. You cannot place that label on all fat women.
It's a colloquialism.
First of all, nobody is saying all, but I'm gonna make it easy for you. All not diseased fat women, meaning if you're not fat due to some thyroid condition and you are fat and you don't have like fatty liver disease because you're starving and your liver becomes inflated and you become fat that way, then yes, you are defying me, you fat bitch. So yes, I can say that. See, when people say
my question is, why would you even get in a relationship with that kind of a woman?
When people say, I'm saying don't. I didn't say you are in a relationship. I'm saying that they're not submissive. That's what I'm saying. And what's your
evidence for proving that?
Is false. I just gave it to you. God damn it, you nigga! You. That's it.
Say it again. Say it again.
Took a chill pill.
Oh, I'm not gonna say it again because I am not going to placate to stupidity. I've been saying for the last hour what that means, and you like. So how do you say that? What kind of shit is that? God,
you have no proof on that. You have no proof.
There is fucking proof, and no matter what, it's an opinion that doesn't require proof.
Never got to get off the internet for a while, man.
No, you only recognize the proof that proves your narrative. Period. However, your narrative is stupid, and here's why.
You guys got to get off of the internet, okay?
If you offer incentives to fat bitches to get slim, then you'll get a bunch of slim bitches who becomes fat just to get the incentives and then slim down again. That's the type of people that you create. You got to think 3 steps ahead of fat bitches, but you can't think ahead of anybody. Nope, you only one move ahead. You
know what, GC? You know what, GC? Have it your way, okay? You guys got to get off of this internet shit, okay? I want to see your interactions in the real world when you're talking to people and making these suggestions.
Well, when I do that,
I will show you my interactions in the real world come April 5th when I'm kicking it with Marco.
Well, can I say this? Yeah,
and Marco's not telling you that you better come over there with some money, okay? Because he pays for pussy.
Yeah, because you're right. Because the hotel, because you're right. All the restaurants give the money away. That's right. If you go to any state, anywhere in the world, they give it away, right? Anywhere in the world,
make sure
you dry snitching, bro.
You gotta come with money, jackass. You gotta bring money everywhere you go. Do you go to Disney?
Yeah,
see,
McDonald's.
What Marco isn't telling you is that you could have done the same thing in the States.
McDonald's is free. You're right. McDonald's is free in Texas. You're right. You can just go to any Best Western.
McDonald's free. I want some McDonald's.
Right?
You can buy pussy in the States. It's just more.
McDonald's probably is free. That's why so many fat bitches in the States. I don't know. I don't eat McDonald's.
They put the hormones in the food too.
Yeah, so you're not. Yeah, so I guess you never. I guess let me ask you though. Let's go this route. I guess so. You never pay for pussy, Black Caesar?
Not in the capacity that you do.
Well, there's no capacity. You
hear
use the money.
Now, let me explain, y'all. Let me mind y'all. Mind you this. He was the one who admitted that he puts the food in the refrigerator for the fat bitch, and if she gets too fat, he would change the food that he put in the refrigerator. But make no mistake, he is the food refrigerator guy. He is the feeder of fat. And the fact that you are feeding these bitches and they're fat means that you are feeding them more, means that you are tricking more. Marco,
I don't eat fast food. I don't eat fast food, so I don't know who you're talking to.
What are you using? You're using money to get this healthy food that you're feeding these fat bitches. You're doing it, right?
I don't eat fast food, okay? I don't buy that shit.
You hear what I said? No.
You buying food. Ass butt? God damn it.
It's nice not to understand when you're getting beat. Listen what I said. You're using money.
Marco, the fact of the matter is you pay for pussy.
You pay for pussy, Black Caesar. You do.
With the intentions of paying for pussy.
You pay thank you. Everybody does it. Just that they think
so now you want to say that I dated a chick and I've been taking her out for 6 months or whatever. And I got laid for 3 to 6 months, and I got laid. Fine, okay.
No,
but
that's not fine.
You got on a 747.
No,
you got on a 747 and went to another country.
Let me answer. Let me answer. I know you don't want to hear it, but listen. If you have been feeding a bitch for 6 months to finally get it, do the math. How much that pussy has cost you?
It all depends on
that's
what.
That's a lot of feed for that cow. That's a lot of feed for that cow.
And do you think she hasn't been fucking somebody else in that time that you've been feeding her?
You don't think those bitches that you went overseas to fuck been fucking multiple guys? Them bitches got high body counts, bruh.
Oh, you
ain't
virgins.
The first
you fuck virgins. All the women you've been with are virgins. I didn't know that. I didn't know you were a
underage virgin.
I had no idea.
You and GameChanger won't be the first or last dude to enter that pussy over there.
You do virgins only. Why didn't you just tell me? I had no idea. You must have died. You must have been a martyr. And then when I got the 70 virgins.
I don't have to do no shit. 747.
How many virgins have you? How many virgins are you with? How many virgins
paying
are you
more
with?
How many? On the fucking airplane. You get on the airplane that you have to pay for. You
are paying for it.
Yo, Marco,
are paying for it. You have paid for it.
Game, just say that shit.
Why don't you admit it? How come you? Wait a minute. So I have to answer your question, but you're not answering mine. I asked you, do you only fuck virgins? All the women that you've been with, they've all been virgins every single time.
No.
Okay, so you fuck bitches that have been ran through, right?
Okay, but don't listen. You turn your camera.
That's the first one you accused me of.
You turn your camera on to show hoes. Them bitches is hoes.
Listen, okay, fine.
Them bitches ain't quality. You not leaving the States to go find a quality woman.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Listen, let me answer you.
That ain't street, bruh.
Hold on, let me answer you. Let me answer you. Listen,
that's not real.
Black Caesar, I have stated many times, I think all women are hoes. Every single fucking one. So let's get that out the way. So that bullshit they just did doesn't work with me. I think they're all subjective. Hoes. They just have different prices. Subjective. Different prices. Now, to the fact that you pay for pussy, that you don't want to admit it, that's fine. Don't. And then to the fact that you with bitches have been ran through.
Pay for pussy in the capacity that you do.
No,
but you
think. No, you think that.
You moving like a mark, bro. Black Caesar, you moving like a mark right now.
Why don't you just tell
GameChanger? You sounding like a Machiavelli, bro. Why don't you
just tell GameChanger or the rest of the guys
sounding like a Machiavelli, bro?
How much they have to pay in order to get laid?
Sounding like a Machiavelli.
Just tell them. Tell them how much money do they have to spend in order to get some pussy?
Okay, here we go. How much money did you have to spend for that pussy for 6 months? How much was that?
$1,200.
let's say $1.75.
Wait, $175 for 6 months? What the fuck you paying her? You saying you like
$1.75.
fast
Let's
food?
say that.
Wait,
Just play with it. I gave you a number. Play with that. Now let me know, how much do you have to fuck for over there?
Hold on. I came in on $1.75. Is that how much his bitch weigh? Or what are we talking about?
He's saying that he spent 6 months. He spent $175 to fuck a bitch. That's what he's saying.
Oh, okay. Okay. Please continue. Okay, well he's gone. I don't know, but all right. So let's do the math, shall we? Now he spent 6 months. Let's say he spent like what averages to be an hour a day.
That's less than $30. That's less than $30 a month.
No, I mean like phone time, DM time, text message. Let's just say he spent an hour a day, right? So 30 hours 30 hours a month. And 6 months. So, what are we looking at? 180 hours. And let's just say he could have been working at Uber for that time, right? And let's just say for that hour, he got $10. So he still spent $1,800 in time. Now, let's just say he doesn't work at Uber and he could have been working overtime at a regular job, right? And let's just say he makes $20 an hour, but he would get $30 overtime instead of for trying to chase after this woman, right? So it's 1,800. Let's see, minus 3 is 24. It's $5,400 plus the 175. So that's how much you spent on it. Any words on that, Black Caesar? Any words?
I think he's gone.
Oh, okay.
You can't hear him. Yeah,
I'm very disappointed in you, bro. You sounding like a real mark up here, man. I said you were sounding like a Machiavelli up here, bro. I'm very disappointed in you, man.
Listen, man, you call it whatever you want. I know 740.
Of course, you're not getting on a 747 because they don't fit the fat bitches you're taking with you. So yes, and you have to pay an extra ticket just by virtue of it.
You see, try something harder, man, because that ain't gonna work.
I don't understand your words. You're eating fat woman vagina right now. I do not understand your words.
He's swimming in fat vagina.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, remember the other day, listen, the Game Changer, I actually had a conversation with a friend, Zone here. Zony, isn't that right? That I made you see that you were paying for pussy. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I remember.
he was denying it, GC. He was fighting me just like Black Caesar is. He was like, no, I'm not. I'm just going out with it. I'm chilling and Netflixing and kicking it. I'm like, really? Oh, yeah, just going and this and I'm meeting them. Like, really? So they just like the first time you met him, you said, hey, you want to fuck? Let's go. And he's like, well, no, I actually go out and do that. So Zony is a converted believer.
Can I tell you guys a quick story about that tricking deal right there? My grandfather, right? My grandfather, he lives in St. Louis, right? I live in Kansas City. After my parents divorced, my mother moved us to the suburbs, right? And I was kind of upset about that. So I was kind of acting out in school and shit. So my grandfather came from St. Louis to Kansas City, and he spent like a week with us. And I helped him clean out our gutters and shit. And we sitting out on the back, right, just talking. And he was like, man, he was telling me about what happened with, my grandmother and whatnot, how they had to split up and shit. And he said, man, when I went to St. Louis, he was like, man, I can't be doing this all the time. He said, man, I got to get married. And I said, Grandpa, why do you have to get married? He said, think about it. If you spend X amount of dollars going out to the juke joint, buying drinks and getting fresh and whatnot, and then you got to buy provisions for the chick, and then let's say you up all night, so you miss the next day of work, You might be out $300, $400, $500 just for a shot of pussy.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna pay for it either way, whether you get a wife or whether you want to gallivant around and try to hit chicks at the club, or whether you just want to straight up pay for the shit. You know, it's like that dude, like that plumber off that episode of Martin. It may cost you a little, it may cost you a lot, but it will cost you. You're gonna pay regardless.
True. But I can't believe this dude said, Marco, you're right, you didn't, because Marco and I had a conversation in the back chat, and Marco, you didn't tell me that I had to bring money. So that's what you.
Yeah. You know what?
I would just like go there. Like, I thought I would spend my last dollar on the ticket to get there and just like hope for the best.
Well, no. What I didn't tell you, GC, that you're gonna sell some ads. You're gonna have to sell your ass, to pay for everything. I have to tell you that. I'm sorry I left that out. But you are gonna need the money. Just don't bring it with you. We'll see how you make it out here. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you that.
I'm gonna have to sell penis to fat bitches.
Yeah, exactly.
You want me to buy not fat bitches? Is that? Oh, thanks for telling me that.
now you know.
Yeah, I left that out. I left that out. The McDonald's are not free here, and neither is the water or the stores. It's nothing like that. I forgot to tell you, but I just figured you would just sell something, so it's all good.
So why is it that 747? Because he just kept saying that, and is that a military jet? Like, why is that the most undignified thing a person can? I'm not hopping on no 747. Like,
well, Boeing 747 is a pretty common plane that he used to travel.
Yeah, that's the only.
Okay.
Perhaps he hasn't traveled. He hasn't traveled in a long time because the 767, the 737, and the 777, which is the huge one. So maybe he doesn't know the airliners. He doesn't travel that much. It doesn't sound like he does.
Okay, yeah, because I remember 747, but I remember like hearing it as a reference in the 90s. Like, you don't really hear that phrase now.
Yeah, like I said, they've maybe changed. Like I said, the 777, which is the big liners. They have the 380s. I mean, there's quite a bit of planes out there. So
it was that 747. What was that saying off of Passenger 57? Always bet on black. I tell these bitches, always bet on penis.
Yeah, but it happens, man. But I mean, it's just funny. Again, also, we did not know that that we have to talk to him. Next time we get the Black Caesar, because apparently he has the sole source of virgins. Like, he only fucks virgins, and I guess he only does them once, because once he fucks them, they're not virgins anymore. I guess so. He has to keep just finding new virgins. Is that what it is?
Black Caesar,
yeah.
let me find out you got the Infinity Gauntlet, man.
Yeah, according to him, he walks around fucking virgins that he pays $175 over a 6-month period for. So they're so low maintenance that they cost $350 a year. Like, that is what he does, like, all the time. So Beth, watch out, he's coming for you.
GC, you know what? That math right there, that does make sense in how he capes for fat bitches, because that's less than $30 a month. So he will be spending less than $30 a month on said chick. That's like dollar menu. That's a 4 for $4 type of bitch from Wendy's.
True.
But
he
doesn't eat fast food. It's impossible.
Basically, instead of feeding the Ethiopian kid, he's feeding.
Well, listen, but maybe if he doesn't eat fast food, then I guess he must go out there in Central Park somewhere. He must hunt the shit. He must go hunt deer and bring it back. I guess, I don't know. He's obviously he's eating well. He's eating healthy, and he doesn't eat fast food for $30 a month. I guess you could even get a UNICEF child for $30 a month. Or can you still?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, you get that. Yeah.
For only $30 a month, you too can feed a fat bitch.
So the only one that's threatened right now is Beth. Beth is actually the target right now, as we know.
Yeah,
she's
exactly. Beth, he's coming for you. He coming for you, and he got $30. He got $30 for you. You get the whole 30, Beth. He got $30 for you.
$30 is a lot of money.
He got that 30, and if you don't act right, he's gonna take that 30 away.
Yeah,
and when you want you to lose weight, he'll incentivize you by making it 35.
No, but he's not. But he's gonna trick you into taking the $30. See, because he's not gonna tell you straight up, "Are you getting the $30?" He's gonna trick you. He probably's gonna put like a half of 100. He's gonna put 2 zeros on that one to make you think that you're getting 100 on each bill. Because obviously, he cannot speak to people straight up. He has to trick them into things. So now you know.
Oh, and Beth, you better live near him because he's not gonna hop in a 747 to go see you.
And if you happen to like live over a river, he's not gonna cross it because that might mean he might think that's overseas or something, and that's just too big. So if you're in New York, you can't do that.
Ouch.
Now keep in mind, Colombia is not technically overseas.
That's exactly what I didn't want to go there, but what are you gonna do? I mean, that's when they start talking, you gotta let them, you said, just keep talking until they give enough rope.
Well, but it's just dumb shit that you can't tackle it all at once. But yeah, it's not even overseas. I mean, I guess
it's not.
Technically, I guess, it's not really.
Well, that's a notion, though. That's a notion, right? That's a notion. So if you're going over an ocean, so that's not really a sea. Also, it's a notion. And then if you come from Miami, if you go to Miami to south, then you're going over the Gulf. So you're going over Gulfs.
I mean, there is the Caribbean Sea.
The what?
The Caribbean Sea on the top right of Colombia.
I guess he did. Okay, so he's right. Actually, he's smarter than all of us. My bad.
Well, unless you don't go over it, unless you like stop and then like go around it.
Yeah, if you come from California, you won't
get there. Well, you can't get there without actually going over it. You just,
Well, listen, man. I am going to, from now on, I am going to insist that I only fly on 747s, and I am also going to letting the whole know $30 a month is all you get, ho. So whatever you get for $1 menu for a whole day to nourish you, that's you, girl. That's what I'm gonna do for now. I've been tripping all the time, really.
Telling you, $30. That's a 4 for $4, a pint of Hennessy, and a box of Swisher Sweets.
Well, I mean, and I think we're overlooking a very important thing, and that is with this strategy that he is teaching brothers, you get to fuck twice a year. You're actually fucking twice a year with his strategy that he thinks is a good thing. Every 6 months, you spend 6 months courting a chick. And then you might get to fuck her. And then you start this cycle again. And, there you go. 4th of July and Christmas, you get some pussy.
That's pretty sad because that's when he sex twice a year.
Yes, it's exactly that. He is having sex twice a year. I don't have words for that.
Is his game pretty lame, or is he a select guy, a non-select guy? Can you explain this?
Well, I don't know who waits 6 months to fuck anybody. Now, maybe I'm impatient, but that's an extraordinarily long amount of time. I mean, I heard some chicks work on a 30-day rule and a 90-day rule, but they look at his ass and give him extra. They just look at him and say, I'm going to double that shit.
It's because he's only putting $30, man.
Is that what it is? Go ahead.
If a chick make me wait 6 months, when I get in it, I better see the stars, the sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers. When I get up in that motherfucker, 6 months.
Yeah. I mean, well, I value my time more than that. Now I get it. Some dudes get to the whole point of no return. Meaning that, they expected to hit it sooner. And then after a month, they okay, I got to keep going because I already invested a month. And then it turns into 2. It's I got to keep going because I already been warming it up for 2 months. And then next thing you know, time get away from you. So I could see that happen. And that's what we're talking about past the point of no return. I could see that happening. But he goes in with the understanding that it's going to be 6 months. He goes in with that understanding, that's about standard.
Now, see, that's what I was talking to Rude the other night on the breakdown. He was talking about putting in the time equity with a chick to kind of serenade her and put in those phone hours and whatnot, just talking to her and trying to seduce her and whatnot. And I don't have too much time to be doing that, man. I'm out here busting up the ship road trying to get to this money.
Hey, but you know what? I also I noticed. I think that we're completely wrong about this. We're just off, because if you do $30, 30 times 6, that's $180. So that's actually we've been wrong. So it's actually less than $30, right?
Yeah, I
6
just
months.
rounded
Oh
it
no,
up. I just rounded
he
it
said
up.
he said less than, well, no, he said less than that. So yeah, it's about 70 cents a day. Yeah. And that's what he said to UNICEF. Yeah, he's trying to get it for UNICEF prices. You know, I mean, it's amazing the stuff that brothers would do just to say that they didn't pay anything. And that goes back to what Trey was saying earlier about those fat ass Mexican chicks. You know, those brothers aren't paying anything. But it's like, yeah. Yeah. And that's what they're bragging on. But they didn't get in a 747.
You know what? I figured it out. It's almost income tax season. He's trying to get his income tax dick hustle on. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Got to the bottom of it.
That's what it is. So about
hey,
Black Caesar
come out. Black Caesar, come out with your hands up, man. We got you, man. Trying to hustle these fat bitches for their tax return check, man.
Pretty much. Damn, it's a shame because like they should be coming to you unless you don't live in Texas or California or Arizona or Florida. Like they should be coming to you.
I mean, he could move to the South where he can get lucky.
Yeah. So, I mean, so Zone, do Asian girls do that? Do Asian girls fatten themselves up and say, I'm going to go get a black guy now?
Hell no.
It has to be a pretty, like, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I mean, like, you should make yourself a quality catch and find yourself a quality person. That's just the intelligent thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, the last resort would be to, like, find a black guy, but you should at least try to change yourself to make yourself look better.
The last resort?
Well, I think he's referring to somebody who only dates, like, fat chicks.
Fat chicks, yeah.
I'm joshing them, that's all. I'm joshing them.
Yeah.
I know, but...
Like, I think that the basketball player types is the, like, first resort. You know, or, you know, any one of quality is the first resort. But like what those Mexican chicks were doing, they don't think that, you know, the star athlete that like LeBron James is going to pick them. What's going on, Zero? Zero, hey, you there?
A fat woman got him.
Well,
probably.
So, I mean, does that mean that Kobe was off because he got Vanessa? That he could have just, you know, how come you didn't pick one of the fat bitches? What's up with that?
Yeah, exactly.
He's wrong, right? You got the fat Mexican, right? I mean, why do you get the thin Mexican? Why do you do that? Yeah.
Well, Kobe can spend a little bit more than $30 a month. So more than $30 to get you Vanessa.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you get for $31, you know. Oh, and a 747. Just saying. It also gets you like the Aisha Currys of the world, but he's like, I ain't getting on no 740. This shit is hilarious. And notice how it's safe for him to assume that those chicks are hoes. It's safe to assume that women are not submissive, even though they're displayed a pattern of behavior that's not submissive.
No, and it started him saying that fat bitches were not submissive. How dare you say that fat women are not submissive and they're not feminine? How dare you? I mean, that's really not what he came to defend. He came to defend the feminine fat hoes, according to him.
Right. And then he says, not all, and that's your opinion, which is all fat bitches. Yeah. You know, argument. Like, that's where they get this shit from. They always say, not all.
Yeah, with that all.
You
have to remember, they know every fat bitch in the world, every single one, always. You know, they know them all, and they know their behavior since they're all alike. So you figured, okay, I can just say this. I can just say that all the fat women they're feminine and they're submissive. That's what I've seen.
Well, when they say not all, what they're trying to do is they're trying to prove by counterexample. First, they're injecting the word all into anything a person says. And then they come with a straw man or woman who doesn't meet that example. For example, if I were to say oranges are orange, and then some jackass could come along and say, not all oranges are orange. I seen a red orange.
A blood orange.
Well, they're green. They're green before they get orange. GameChanger.
Yeah, exactly. So it's that type of argument, you know, even though in the original statement, I didn't say all oranges were orange, you know, so it's proof by counterexample is what they call it in mathematics. So Zone, you took linear. So back me up. It's called proof by counterexample, but it only works. Go ahead.
I believe, totally forgot what it was about. That. Oh, I totally forgot. What is this subject about again? Okay, but pretty much.
Yeah, no worries. But I mean, Zero Hate, you took it too, so we know how proof by counterexample works, you know. But you know, we didn't say all. Nobody said all.
It's instead of using all, you're supposed to use majority.
Well, you don't have to use anything. Like it doesn't default into all, like they want it to. Like if I were to say for each, you know, for each orange in the world, there exists oranges or oranges. You know, that doesn't exclude it, but that's like the default.
Now, GC, let me ask you this question: Would you surmise that what we seen on display by none other than Black Caesar, would you say that is an example of the male facsimile of the point of no return?
Yes, he is at the point of no return. Whenever a person says, "I'm never going to get a 747," then psychologically, now really, there's nothing else that's stopping him, but he's just entrenched in certain ideals that keeps him enslaved. So
now, let me ask you this: what outside attributes that whether they're self-inflicted or outside inflicted that is upon blacks, you speculate play a part in him being at the point of no return?
So years of social conditioning. Now, once again, he's not at the point of no return. It's just that he is refusing to return. But years of social conditioning. See, he defines his manhood he allowed women, particularly fat women, to define his manhood. And he has not even met their definition of it yet, unfortunately.
Does this work now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So he is trying to fulfill their definition of manhood, not realizing that definition was made to benefit them. You know, they define manhood as a person that gets a large number of women, regardless of looks, qualifications of any type of that women, which means that which means that men are required to bend the knee to women in order to be determined a man.
And also that's a fool's errand, because they constantly move the goalpost. They'll move it in 30 yards, then they'll move it out, because they'll say like, well, the real man gets a lot of women, and then at the same time, in the same breath, they'll say, well, a real man is faithful to one woman. So it really doesn't matter what end of the spectrum in their metric that you fall in. They're automatically got the game rigged for you to lose.
Oh, and also remember that they said that you're only supposed to fuck 2 women a year also. So he's also been conditioned that he's supposed to fuck a woman for 6 months before he gets any ass. So that's
almost had a breakthrough.
A real man is patient. So basically, a real man is what the woman who is defining a real man to be is. So Marco, when I get there, I'm going to have my own definition. Translated like a real woman swallows.
Well, y'all almost had a real breakthrough.
Yeah, but he got away. But or Game Changer is, if you're going to be there in April, does that mean by October you should be ready to fuck? Is that what it is?
That's exactly what it means. Well, I got to take 2 trips. I'm basically going to go there, you know, and then
a lot of 747s, man. That's a lot of 747s.
Back to the U.S. and then I am going to email I'm going to cash app them $30 a month.
You could still pay him. You don't have to pay to go there. You could just get a fat bitch and ride on her all the way there.
Oh yeah. But you know, like they do stamina, like they have cardio and stamina and stuff like that. Like you could ride a fat bitch, but you won't get to the end of the block. Like they don't have the stamina for that.
Hey, but look,
You gotta
y'all,
get two fat bitches. That
you
can ride 'em
guys
like an
almost, you guys almost did something impossible. Like when y'all were talking to that dude and he said, "Let me recertify." That was like the moment of breakthrough.
Oh,
I know y'all got. I
reclarify.
know he got on y'all nerves. I know this. I know he got on y'all nerves and you couldn't take it anymore. But you almost got there, man. Y'all could have actually.
Zero. You mean when he reclarified? Is that what you're talking
Let
about?
me recertify.
Allow me to clarify. Allow me to re-clarify, Zero Hate.
Restatify. Like, yeah, y'all actually had him. Y'all had him.
Oh,
by then he got on y'all nerves, so I get it.
Well, the gravitativity.
I love that
What
shit.
happened is the gravitativity and that polarity got in the way. You know how that goes.
Yeah, exactly. So I worry what would happen if like fat bitches went to Colombia. Like, I think like the regular Colombian chicks would just orbit around them. Like they would just get caught in the gravitational well and just like stay in the orbit, just circle around them. Oh shit!
No, they would commit suicide or float back to the U.S.
Yeah,
I
probably.
was actually pretty pleased that the other day when I was hanging out with a brother with TMT that was out there, that we were talking about this, and we were at this bar having a beer, and I was explaining to him that it's like it's easy to approach chicks. So what I did is I talked to the waitress, we got a number, and we hung out there later that night.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, see, it's just really like that. I mean, if you're confident, if you're real, you can just do it.
Wait a minute. Did you pick her?
Well, I had some grapes. Remember you had to pay me in grapes. So
that's right.
I had like 8 grapes in my pocket.
You gotta pay. So thank you. I gotta bring grapes. Thanks for reminding me. I gotta bring grapes when I go out there. So I do gotta. Yeah. Oh, I can't because it's a foreign fruit or vegetable. So I gotta buy grapes while I'm. Yep, that's true.
There's the thing.
Yeah, I'm grape trip. And
any money.
And listen at this shit. Since when does a man allow a woman to define his masculinity other than
Oh
a
God.
You are a simp. Black Caesar, you are a simp. That's what simps do. Just the fact that a woman does bad and you try to reward them means that you are a simp. That's what a simp is. Damn it, you're describing yourself. They define masculinity.
Who rewards them?
You just
I don't reward women.
You just mad because you ain't got a bitch that can sit on your leg and break your meniscus.
You've been on my dick. You've been on my dick for a couple of weeks now, man. What's good?
Who you talking to?
The dude with the shield looking sign. That dude.
Oh, he's talking about Ben.
Pause. You just pause right there.
Okay, has it been 6 months? Because nobody gets on your dick in less than 6 months.
Yeah, it's been more like a couple of weeks. He's been on my dick. So, GC, who allows the woman to define their masculinity? Who does that?
You.
Other than the simp.
That's you.
That? You got evidence of that?
Yes, I do. Your behavior is placating to a fat woman. Your means of how you do and don't get pussy is the same design that these local fat bitches have, which means that they define what you feel to be sex. Why is it that your opinion of people like Marco is the same opinion as every other ratchet bitch in this sector of YouTube? Why is that, sir? I'm gonna tell you why. Because they are defining.
Because he's not being honest. Because he's not being honest about his situation. At least I could give O'Shea Duke Jackson.
Ask me a question.
Okay, at least I could give O'Shea Duke Jackson.
They define
because O'Shea will tell you that he's tricking.
Huh?
Okay, see, O'Shea Duke Jackson is honest about his affairs.
Nobody said if or if it is or isn't tricking. Nobody said that. The point is you won't do it because they are saying that tricking is unmasculine and therefore you're not going to do it. That makes you a simp. You are allowing them to define your masculinity. and they say tricks are
I
masculine.
don't need to spend.
I know who this dude is now. He's a hater.
Marco is a simp.
You're allowing
No,
women to
Marco
control
is
your
a
life.
You get your
Okay.
simp.
I know who he is now. This is that hating ass nigga. I know who he is now.
Marco is a simp. He's leading with his money. He's leading with his money in order to get what ass. He's not leading with himself.
You are leading with your money too by paying for the goddamn food.
If you go on a date, you are leading with your money. If you buy some fucking, if you buy gator shoes, if you buy an expensive outfit and gator shoes, you are leading with your money.
They want your 175 so much they instilled this in you. And you want to know how they're taking this 175, this $30 a month, and turning it into actual bag? I'm gonna tell you why, because they got 30 motherfuckers. They get $90 or $900 a month by their number of simps like you, and they don't want to see their simp supply reduced, so they don't want people going elsewhere for better deals. And you are following your talking point.
Better deals.
When you
DC,
ask
better deals.
Why do you niggas care? Why do y'all care?
Country in April to fuck a
yes,
hoe.
it is a
Why
better
do
deal. It is a
y'all
better
care?
deal. You know what?
What you talking about? A better deal?
I tell you what's a better deal. God damn it, Marco is fucking six bitches a month, and you fucking a bitch once every 6 months. You have the worst deal. You have the worst deal.
He's fucking
That's what your girls. $175.
Of course they are hoes. They claim they are
He's
hoes.
fucking 6 whores.
They're all whores.
You're fucking 2 whores a year. You are fucking 2 $175 whores a year. Let's be clear. Never mistake that. That is where
I can't believe that 2 motherfuckers actually co-signed leaving the States to go fuck bitches for money.
You are doing something better. You are thinking
if
that
you
you
gotta
are
pay for the pussy like he
does,
does,
dating them here.
You think you are doing something better
you
because
gotta pay for the pussy like he does. You are simp.
Better because they're American bitches, making you the simp.
Paying them $30 a month. That's a simp still.
00100 simp of January. God damn it! And you moving into February and you might make it because it's a short month.
Marco, how much does he pay? How much does Marco pay? How much is Marco paying to get some pussy in Colombia?
How much break? I will ask him how much break costs. God damn it!
I want to know the going rate.
Black Caesar, can I ask you a question, sir?
What is the going rate?
Black Caesar, can I ask you a question?
No, Benjamin,
I need to be able to save my money.
Cheaper than what you're paying.
No, he wants to know the going rate so he can save his money.
Where's Marco at? Bring his simp ass back up here. Let's find out what the going rate for to pay for some pussy in Colombia is.
Let me ask you a question, sir, because you're being a Machiavelli right now.
Not now, Benjamin. Benjamin, not now.
No, this is
not now, Benjamin.
This is crucial. This is
not now, Benjamin. I'm trying to find out how much Marco is for pussy in Colombia.
Well, that's not here nor there. That's speculative. That's speculative. Allegedly.
Why not
this,
get some vacation days together and catch a plane down there and just ask people?
Black Caesar, let me ask you this question. You said that a man shouldn't lead with his money. What do you lead with when you approach a female or when you engage a female?
Myself.
What? I mean,
myself. I don't need to show the bitch. I don't need to show a bitch that I'm wearing some new clothes, some new shoes, a nice car. I don't need to show none of that shit. I just walk up to her and start communicating.
Up the bitches and then they know what to do.
Zero.
They get on their knees.
What defines you?
Benjamin, I'm done. Benjamin, I'm done with your questions. Let's get Marco up here and let's find out what is the cost of pussy in Colombia.
I want to know what defines you.
Let's do this.
What defines you?
You're talking to a Caesar, man. He go up to hoes and they just bow down.
Hold on, right quick. Let's do this. That might be true. Black Caesar, do you have a deck of Uno cards?
GC, let's get Marco up here, man. Stop playing games, man.
I can't conjure him. I do not have like a bunch of burning candles and a salt circle.
Marco, hit that link because we know you in the chat box working. Come on up and answer the question like a man. How much are you pussy in Colombia?
Answer this question. I'll find out. I'll find out how much pussy costs in Colombia when I'm down there. Just so you know, in the Dominican.
I want to know now. Tell the man to come up and tell us how much it costs.
I'm gonna tell you. Listen to me.
You are a sick ass bitch if you have to pay pussy in that capacity.
You said that you have to pay for. All right, listen, nigga. Listen, and that is a woman's talking point. But listen, nigga. You have
a woman's talking point.
You have a deck of Uno cards, sir.
You leave with your money to pay for some pussy.
You have a deck of Uno cards.
Yo, since you don't want to allow Marco to come up to answer the question,
he's not. He comes if he wants to. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yo,
do you have a deck of Uno cards?
He respects you. Tell him to come up.
Do you have
Game Changer?
How far down that bottle of vodka is this nigga?
I don't know, but I mean, Caesar, do you have a fucking deck of Uno cards?
All I know is if you fucking fat bitches, you have no right to even talk, bro.
And defending them.
That ain't me. I'm not attracted to fat bitches. My cousin is.
You're not fucking anybody. Now answer me this, Black Caesar. Do you have a deck of Uno
cards? My girl is good. My girl is good, bro.
No. Do you have a deck of Uno cards, man? Answer the man's question, man. He's kind enough to let you up on the panel.
Do you have some Uno cards? Do you have a deck of Uno cards?
How is that relative to what Marco is supposed to tell us right now?
Make it relevant. Do you have a deck? Marco's not here. Do you have a deck of Uno cards? God damn it!
No.
I would like for you to invest from that 175 that you spend on pussy. I would like for you to invest in a deck of Uno cards, right? And what I would like for you to do is, I would like for you to get one of these chicks that you are so suave with, that you don't lead with anything, and that's not fat, to play a game of Uno with you on camera. You have 6 months to complete this task.
If you choose to accept, if you refuse to accept,
you motherfuckers say Uno. Come on, man. Tricks is for kids, man. Tricks is for kids.
But
this guy,
you're telling me,
country.
Hold on.
The thing he just didn't want to pay what it cost in America to get some pussy.
No.
That method.
You can't get
on international.
You cannot get a chick to submit to a game of Uno. You can't get her to submit to shit. You non-Uno playing motherfucker. I'm trying to get you to get a woman to do something that she did not otherwise want to do. And you can't. You want to know why? Because you're the lamest nigga on YouTube. That's why.
Wow, the lamest?
Yo, GC.
What?
Now we know who the lamest motherfucker on YouTube is. I don't think we need to go.
Yes, we do. We know it's you.
If you need to pay for pussy, you are a lame motherfucker. You are a simp ass bitch. Okay? Because you leading with your money.
Coming onto panels while drunk is lame as fuck. That's what I do.
Black Caesar, can I ask you a question, sir? What about you that you lead with that draws these females in? Please, can you describe?
My confidence, Benjamin. I'm confident about myself.
This nigga. All right.
It's still daylight outside, and this nigga.
And you leading with the money.
So
Game Changer. Let me take a shot at Black Caesar. Hold on, let me read it.
Let's do this, Tyler. It's on you. Go for it, brother. Tyler, you there?
No, it was Pablo. It was Pablo.
Ask Tyler, does he need to pay for pussy?
All right, Pablo, go for it.
So Black Caesar, I'm a married man. Okay, I have a wife. She wasn't a pro.
Is this Tyler?
No,
this is Pablo.
Okay, well then let's ask Tyler.
Wait a minute. I've been to Medellin, Colombia at least three times. And I'm gonna answer your question after we have a little conversation. Okay?
No, just get straight to it. If you came up to ask for Marco, just get straight to it.
No, I didn't come up for Marco. I just want to talk to him for a second.
No, he talk at his own pace. Nobody answers to you.
So look, Black Caesar. Now, I'm a married man. My wife's not a quote unquote prostitute. Any of that shit. What do you think would happen, Black Caesar, if I decided, you know what? And I've been married for 6 years, by the way, so I'm pretty successful at it. What do you think would happen if I came home one day and said, you know what, baby? I'm tired of working this job. I think I'm going to quit today. I'm going to quit and I'm going to put my feet up. And because of my charisma and my style and my confidence in myself, I'm going to put my feet up and you can go out and work and pay for this house and pay for these cars and pay for the health insurance and all this good shit that we enjoy. And I'm going to kick back because because I am resting in my masculinity and I am a cool brother and I have game. How long do you think it would be before she would say, you know what, cool nigga, I'm out and I'm going to find somebody else to pay for all this shit? How long do you think it would take? I bet you it wouldn't take 6 months. So stop with the you paying for it.
Your point for mentioning that is what?
We all paying for it, bro. The problem is you're so delusional and your blue pill thought process, you can't fucking see it.
He's paying for pussy like he was riding through the drive-thru at a motherfucking fast food restaurant.
I know you ain't talking about fast food.
He's not courting no woman.
Why is the assumption of around black women is that everybody that goes out of the country is paying for pussy? That somehow
because he can't lead a country.
Oh, go ahead and supersize it, bae. Looking at
who can't leave the country?
You can't, nigga. You probably got child support and a felony, and it's over.
Yeah, it sounds like he's never experienced anything outside of the country.
And if you don't got that, you just probably ain't got the money. Like
I don't have the things. I don't have either of those problems.
You landlocked, nigga. You done.
Black Caesar, can I ask you a question?
I'm not one of them motherfuckers that made the stupid ass decision.
You landlocked. That's the only reason your ass is pregnant. You landlocked. You done. You stuck. You stuck. Your ass can't go nowhere. You can't do it.
Yo, you probably one of them cats that are getting paycheck rate right now. Your paycheck rate. Your paycheck is probably.
I'll take that. I'll take that. But your ass is landlocked. You can't go nowhere. You done.
Black Caesar, do you think
I was getting paid
Black Caesar?
Anybody hear me?
Black Caesar.
But your ass is done.
Black Caesar, do you think pulling American women is more of an accomplishment than pulling a foreign woman? Which one do you think is more of an accomplishment? Because you're sitting up here.
Obviously, the American woman, because if you're in another country, a foreign woman, all she's after is your money and the opportunity to come to the States.
Really?
Where are you speaking from? Where's your fucking facts?
These are.
I have a
fat American black woman is more like he does.
He don't get it, bro. He don't get it.
Niggas just say shit like it's a fact. This is what these niggas do, even though I ain't never seen one.
Not all, motherfucker. Let's do that. Not all, Black Caesar.
I've never been outside the country, but this is what foreign bitches do.
I mean, he just picked up on that narrative with no type of facts without reading any of them. He just picked up and ran with a narrative.
All of them. So what do you have to say to that, Black Caesar? Not all of them.
I got guys over here in New York that does that shit.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
but
makes
not all
perfect
of them.
sense. It's a fucking
But
New Yorker.
not all of them, though.
There's guys
but-
that I know personally that go back and forth to the Dominican Republic for that reason and that reason only. You're not going to look for no white.
Wait, so you're acting like women in America don't want anything from you when it comes to finances. They just want your personality and your love. Get the entire fuck out of here, man.
He swagged out. Y'all don't understand. He is the swaggiest nigga on YouTube.
That's why. The first one to call you a bum nigga if you don't have anything financial to offer them. They will be the first ones to do it. And you sitting there acting like they don't want anything financial from you. Caesar, you a straight up simp. You delusional as fuck. Pulling a black bitch does not make you any more of a man. Matter of fact, it makes you less of a man because black American women are the lowest quality fucking women. So while you think you got a whole, you think you some type of man because you got a whole bunch of fat bitches on your arm, nigga, you ain't shit. You can't pull outside the black community, which shows your fucking value.
Bro, this nigga is swag-tacular. Hey, you ain't finna reach this motherfucker, man. It's too much swag in your way.
This nigga ran, bro. I was about to get on his ass. Pause. I was about to get on his.
No, he got stuck when he said that black American women somehow have more value than foreign women, and foreign women just want your money and the green card. That's when he stepped in the shit when he said that shit.
Well, I mean,
coming back from that.
Well, thinking about it like this, he asked the question. Only a simp would allow a woman to define his manhood, but yet your definition of manhood is inability to get only a particular group of women, and it seems like that particular group of women is defining it for you.
Right,
like
black American women.
People are. I swear, like I don't know.
Can I speak to something real quick? Can I speak to a narrative that he kicked real quick?
Well, right quick. Let me just give this public service announcement because for God's sakes, this is becoming too much of a problem. People, make sure that you are thoroughly unrelated to a person before having sex and having kids with them. If you don't, you can be Black Caesar. Now, I know some people are adopted. Some people have parents who are adopted, something like that. Do DNA tests. Make sure, thoroughly evaluate. Like when you have that discussion, I think it's time to have kids. Like, well, okay, adopted.
Well, in the old days, they did require a blood test back in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Do that anymore.
Do that. If you're not the same blood type or incompatible, then you probably are good. But make sure it's thorough. Make sure it's thorough. Like if somebody
inbred swag,
somebody at the family reunion and they say, "Oh yeah, but I married into it," or "My sister married," still do a thorough check, or else your kids will be Black Caesar. Like so, don't make society worse.
Yeah, but Black Caesar is a perfect example of the problem with Black Americans. That too many of us have this overinflated idea of our own value, as if our women, or being able to pull Black women, who a guy like DJ Kid can pull for $40, makes you somehow more of a man than anybody that can go anywhere in the country and get women. I mean, anywhere in the world and get women. Like Black American women do not have that value.
If you got too much swag, you can do anything.
Nah. So see, this is the problem. Swag is only valued in the Black American community. He's sitting here trying to get on Marco for using his accomplishments to get women, but every other group of men in the world lean on their accomplishments more than they lean on their swag. Probably more than lean on their personality, because women are not success objects. Women want your success. They want that shit. There's nothing wrong with leaning on that shit.
Would you say?
Well,
what Black Caesar was describing was masculine energy?
The only valid way to fuck a woman is if you're homeless.
Right.
Like, and if you're homeless, nigga.
What the fuck?
Trey, did you? Oh, thanks. The only valid way to get pussy is to first be homeless.
Right.
Like, that is the only way. That is the only way that they will be. Well, you got to be homeless and confident. You got to be confident in your homelessness.
That's the swag test. You didn't know that?
Hey, it's part of the reason why we got to cut these dudes loose.
Now I know.
We can't even talk to these dudes anymore. Like, the mind of the Maggle is freaking done, yo.
What'd you say?
Of the Maggle.
That's the mind of the Maggle
But no,
is done.
one thing I wanted to speak about, because he said something about, he said some disparaging things about foreign chicks. Listen, every woman around the world wants a man for his resources, his prestige, and his know-how. So if every woman wants that from you, here's the deal. We got Keisha here domestically who gives you her ass to kiss. And we got Maria down in Colombia who's giving you the royal treatment. I mean, so what are we missing here?
Swag.
Yeah. You see, let me break something down to you. The reason why the Black American community is backwards. In other communities, the women are looked for their beauty, and the men are looked for their accomplishments and their success. In Black America, men, they get the women with their swag, aka their beauty, and the women run around bragging about the degrees and use their success to get the men. We have it ass backwards here. That's why when you say you're using your accomplishments to get a woman, Black Americans see that as some type of fucked up type of way of handling things, because we're not used to that. We're used to a matriarchy where the women operate like men and the men operate like women. The men are trying to dress up and be pretty. The women are trying to get money to take care of the nigga. It makes no fucking sense.
But here's the
only
thing,
place
though.
It works like that.
If you approach a bitch with enough Black Caesarness, you don't need money. Yeah, you don't need the money. You know, and she gonna be compliant because you got too much Caesar, and you can just do whatever you want. You can drive her car. She'll buy you an Xbox and some J's. You know what I'm saying? You can fuck with her friends. You get to do whatever you want.
Caesar's the type of nigga that will talk about how much money a girl gas. That's really what he's the type of nigga that will brag on how much money his woman's making.
What bothers me is there's Black America is full of Black men who think that these women gonna love them like they mama.
Right.
Women are not gonna love you unconditionally like your mama or like a dog. They not. They not built for that.
My argument is that
you know what, gentlemen, sorry to interrupt, but I got to get off. But I just wanted to come back on because I was getting called out. But I think that really I've noticed that no matter how good the analogy or the example that we give, they just refuse it. I think what Pablo said was a perfect example. I thought it was very concise. It was great logic. It was easy to follow. But then he just like, why would you say that? And so, I mean, I think that perhaps it doesn't really matter what we say. It's just whatever they believe, that's what it is. And
he's just not being, he wasn't being real with himself. No one has ever talked to him like a man should and say, listen, man, this is what it's about.
Hey, let me go and support Mark. Let me support Marco here real quick, y'all, before I drive into these mountains again. I could hear it all in the background, what he was saying about you, Marco. And my honeycomb hideout is Honduras. And in Honduras, you don't have to pay a dime. You could lead with your shoe, with your dirty pair of Nikes, and pull dimes down there, their version, because they're dirt poor. You know, they make Colombia look like the U.S.
And guys, sorry, guys. Go ahead, sir. Finish.
I think Trey lost his connection.
Yeah, he was driving the mountains.
Okay.
But, I mean,
come on.
So everybody invests a certain amount of time and money, and or money for sex. Most every man do, even women do to a smaller extent. Now, to say that the line is always beneath the person who they're talking about. Like the line of tricking. So, for example, say that there's a guy who paid, $200 every 6 months. He can say, "You're a trick. I only pay $175." You ever notice that? Like the line will always be less.
Yeah.
Then,
but it's again. But I thought that again, the analogies that Pablo gave and the ones that you talked about and we give, that means nothing. Even we broke it down to the dollar and the time, that meant nothing. So it's just that no matter, I think it comes to a point that no matter what you say, no matter how clear it is, people, whenever they want to see it, they just will say, nah, you know what, that's not what it is. And like you said, everywhere in the world, if you're ever you want to sleep with a woman, you got to do some kind of investment, whether it be drinks, whether it be paying for the room, whether it be paying for gas, whether if you want to be swaggy to get your nice outfit on Friday night. I mean, you're doing some shit. You're spending.
I got a story.
You know what's funny?
I got a story.
Let me say this right quick, and I'm gonna jump off. You know what's funny is that the group of women, Black American women, that make the song "I Don't Want No Scrub" is the same group of women he's saying are not the ones looking for your money. Make that make fucking sense.
Oh, and they're also the ones that are calling brothers dusty and shit like that and broke
and get the bag.
Oh yeah, no, that old song too. There was an old song to remember. Ain't nothing going on but the rent.
But the rent, yeah.
I mean, it's all about it. Again, they always talk about this money and everything just costs. Again, if you go anywhere, I guess if you're gonna feed the hoe, you gotta buy the food.
Well,
if you're gonna go to the movies,
just to show Black Caesar that this is international, it's universal, it's not just about the U.S. I was driving Uber and I had a Mexican guy was riding in my car, and he and I were talking, and I was, telling him about my travels in Latin America and stuff like that. And so I asked him, I said, well, what do you miss most, about your country? He said, the food and the cheap pussy. Those were his exact words. So, dude, there is a cost associated with women, whether it is, like I said, whether it's your time or your cash or something is going to be in the mix.
I'll give you a real world. I'm sorry. I'll give you a real world. Let's say
right quick, Marco. Hold on, right quick. I want to announce this because he wanted to announce this. Ladies, just so you know, Black Caesar has 2 cars and a van. Just so you know, he has 2 cars, but he's not spending money to impress. He just has 2 cars.
And no wonder he doesn't. And that's he's saving on the motel room because the van, he's got a nice mattress in the back, like like the movies. Yeah, but that's what it is. I mean, when that guy that said that was driving you, he's the cheap pussy, and it is. I guess he's looking at it as a quantitative value. Again, a motel room in America will cost you on what, $50, $60, something like that. Well,
and a dinner at a nice restaurant in Medellin is probably $5 or less.
Yeah, well, that's something. That's just the motel. Just the motel is $50. Let's say you were just to meet a girl on the street and you had so much swag that you just told her, you know what, I'm not gonna buy you not even any water. Let's just go fuck right now. Let's just say you were that dude. All right, fine. So now what we're gonna fuck? All right, cool. Well, we gotta go to a motel. Okay, fine. So you gotta pay for that, right? Or you tell me he's got so much swag that she's gonna pay for that too. I mean, what is it? And again, it's in a motel. Runs you around $12 to $13. They're the cheap ones, and I'm sure in the States it's like what, $50, $60. So then you pay 4 times less, right? So that's that cheap pussy reference.
Well, but if you got so much swag, then she would pay for the hotel. That's the thing. It's all about swag. But let me say this, Marco. I did my stream from the Dominican red light district, right? A couple of girls came up and gave.
Did you take it down? I'm sorry. Did you take it down? Did I look for it? Did you take it down? Because I looked for it.
I think I took it down temporarily. Then I put it back up.
Okay.
I took it down for like a day or. Yeah. Okay. It's called horror culture. So I took it down for a day or two. Then I put it back up. So I asked them how much was it. They said $40. Right. 40. And so I guess he's asking you how much does it cost in Colombia to fuck?
Oh, he's like on a streetwalker. A streetwalker.
Well, I think that he believes that the girls that you were with are selling pussy.
Oh, so
I think he's under that, even though they said that they're not, but. He doesn't, because he doesn't believe that a person can have sex overseas and not pay for it because he can't have sex overseas and not pay for it. So, but I mean, I guess how much do they cost? The last woman you put your penis in, how much did you pay?
Yeah, the last one, let's see, that was it cost me an Uber Eats of about $17. And I already previously bought the whiskey, but we'll throw it in there. So we'll say it cost me around $22.25. I don't know. Let's put a number on it. That's what it cost me. That one.
Now here, let me answer his other question. If I roll up in Parquilleras and just pull a chick out the club, it cost me about $60 a Black Caesar. Does that answer your question?
I mean, yeah, it's like that's crazy. I guess
you know what
Well, I mean, I guess that's people that I speak to. Sometimes they don't travel. They're under the belief that every person, even the ones that work at the bank, the ones that are daughters of the ones that own the bank, the ones that work and that owners of the restaurants and the well-to-do people, they're for sale too. You can just go to any woman in the bus stop and just open up the van that he's got and say, "Hey, I need 10."
No.
Like just 10. Come on, 10. I'll give 30 for each. I think that's in the impression that they're known that everybody's for sale. And again, I know my belief is that every bitch is a hoe. Everybody has a price, but it's not like that. You have to. Sometimes you got to do it other ways, but everybody pays. That's always my saying. Everybody pays. Everybody.
And Marco, what I like to say is either you pay. Sometimes you pay on the front end. Sometimes you pay on the back end, but you do pay. Whether it's an airline ticket to get there, whether it's gasoline to go and pick the girl up, or your bus fare, or your fare to ride the metro, or whatever it is, or that meal that you bought. But
the condoms that I buy, even if you don't buy, but again, it's always you have to invest, and that's people that say that they don't pay. I always challenge them, and then when they finally see that they do, then they still deny it. I say, "Well, that's different. That's no, it's not, because again, it's not like you were just sitting somewhere and the pussy just came to you. You have to invest something, time, money. That's just not the way it works." And I'm married. If he's been married, any married man, again, that is purchased pussy. You bought it, and if you divorce it, penalty.
And divorced man is paying on pussy he used to got.
Yes,
he used to get. So, how much did you give her before or after she left? Well, if she left, he couldn't really give her anything, right? Because she's
paying her to go home. Yeah,
but
sometimes you're paying for cab fare just to send them home.
Well, how much did you give her after she left, Marco? Just curious.
Well, no, I didn't give her anything. But again, I guess he's right. I did pay for the Uber Eats. I guess I could have gone for the empanadas in the corner, and I could have saved some dough. And I was simping. I should have just got the $2 empanadas instead of paying $17 for the takeout. I fucked up. My bad.
Now, really, that is really like the same pattern of behavior that he's doing, because that 175 that he claims, which I don't see the math, but that 175 that he's claiming is really the same. Like you're showing them a good time, except that you are fucking them within 6 minutes and he's fucking them within 6 months.
Yeah. And see, at my age, I'm the oldest on the panel. I've turned 50 years old this year.
Hey, happy birthday.
Dating in the way that Black Caesar is describing, there is no way I would waste 6 months of my life chasing no woman. It ain't even in the cards, bro. My life is worth more than that. No way. I got a little bit of time left, and I ain't wasting it like that, bro.
But you know what? You're forgetting they're virgins. So that's what it is. He's the only fucking virgins.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm telling you, Black Caesar, you are a strong contestant. You're the lamest nigga of January, and you might just make first quarter. You might just make first quarter. I shit you not. Oh shit. Ah shit. What's going on, Kuda?
Good, y'all. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. What's up?
What's good, y'all? Why you say, "Oh shit, game changer"?
Nah, because I know you're gonna go in, man. I know you hopped on to go in.
I'm chilling, man. Marco paid in some well hand tossed pizza, and had a great time.
Pretty much.
Yeah, had a great time.
Let's not forget the grapes. Let's not forget the grapes.
Yeah, and the grapes and stuff, and
cheese,
having
cheese. I mean, that was some Swiss shit, man. That was like, had some blue cheese in there. That shit cost, man. What's wrong with you? So I guess I fucking up.
Hell yeah. True. The only thing that came free was the napkins.
That's that. That was that. But yeah, but it's funny. Again, it's funny how it's like two realities.
Well, see, Marco, like I said, they people here in America, they can't believe that it's like that. They can't believe that it's like that. It's very. You have to understand. Like people have been programmed. It's very hard for especially Black men to believe that it's like that. Our women here, they go on dates to get their bills paid.
It's propaganda.
No, but you know what?
Wait, say that again, Marco.
No,
Oh,
I'm sorry, but it's real in America. In America, it does happen. I'm sure. Again, it does happen. I'm sure there's a guy that has a bunch of chicks. Maybe, you know. I mean, it does happen. I mean, well, Tiger Woods has so many. I mean, how many hoes did he have? And I'm sure some of them, you know, he was paying. Some of them, they were just fucking him just because he was Tiger Woods.
right. But see, they
It
try to
goes
get
on in
him on the
America
back
as
end.
well.
They try to get him on the back end though, on the way out the door.
Do you know how many
Exactly. So if
American? Do you know how many American black girls have asked me to pay their light bill or phone
Yes.
bill or shit in my lifetime? Come on, man.
Right, right. I'm saying, but they go on their bills specifically to get it paid.
$175.
Shit, 200, 250.
Oh, and they'll do it with a big smile on their face too.
Yeah.
And then that's so what it is, man. They'll do it, and it's again. You always do it again. It's for whatever it is. I just don't understand this notion that a person can just show up to a place, whether it be a dancing establishment or a restaurant or a park,
right?
With in his pocket, and he'll end up fucking.
I remember one time 4 very attractive black women were saying, "Can you pay my bills? Can you pay my telephone bills? Can you pay my automobile? And then maybe we can chill." I remember that vividly. It was a while ago. There was 4 of them.
They didn't write it for nothing.
The only slick line they had in that verse is that they mixed automobile with automobiles.
Yeah, I agree. That
was very slick. That you know what, she something need to get paid for that, but you know, but then again, I don't know.
Songwriting at its best.
So yeah, that actually happened. But hey, I guess all girls are prostitutes, right? So do you have anything to defend yourself? January champion of lame niggas?
They say that again?
No, not you. You're not the January champion of lame niggas. Black Caesar. Do you have anything to defend yourself?
Yo, GC, that's a nice title that you created, but it won't apply in real life. Maybe on the internet, but in real life, that won't fit me. But
no, that's because
now that Marco is here. Now that Marco is here, okay. Marco, just tell us the dollar amount. Okay, now listen.
Didn't you just hear what I
When
said? Did you not hear what I just said? They just asked me specifically about the last woman I fucked, and I already said a dollar value. I said it. Won't you listen?
Okay, let's put it this way. Since you've been in Colombia, have you put money in a woman's hand either before or after sex?
Have I given a woman like money for say, listen, how much is it going to be? And is that what you're asking me? If I had negotiated a specific amount of money for me to fuck a bitch? The answer is no. Have I given women
before or after the exchange?
You what?
So before or after the exchange, no money transaction never took place.
I just told you, man. You didn't hear. You don't want to hear, but that's okay. But I just said to you, I have never. What you're asking me?
Because I got boys here.
He bought some rum.
Okay, I got boys here in New York that go back and forth to the Dominican Republic like every 3 months, and I call them a simp, just like I do anybody else that needs to get on a plane to go someplace else and fuck bitches for a fee. Okay, so they are honest. Okay, they came back that it costs anywhere between $50 and $150.
Okay.
U.S. currency.
So I want to refer everybody to my channel. The title of the video is called Horror Culture. Those who speak Spanish know that 2 girls were charging $40 for a threesome, coming out of their mouth. Not this. Anywhere between 50 and 100 is his way to exaggerate for the purpose of making them seem more thirsty.
High rollers. High rollers. And also, listen, if you may know, Black Caesar, if you're so cultured as I perceive you to be, I also have friends who go to Nevada to get bitches. I also have friends who have escorts that calls them in a room to get them. So what does that mean?
And let's not forget the brothers who are paying the automobiles and the telephone bill. Just saying.
Yeah, dudes here on
Well, I
American
don't know any
soil
guys.
are
I
spending a
don't
lot of
know.
money.
I personally don't know any guys that's paying bitches bills. Okay, other than the ones that are with their women. Okay.
Black Caesar.
You do realize that there are other people in the world besides the niggas you know, right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm just speaking of my personal experiences.
I mean, yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's not happening, GC. GC, I'm not saying that it's not happening.
Universe don't exist outside your personal experience. If Marco says he's not paying, you talk about your personal experience of your friends who do, and apparently overpay. From what you're telling me.
Yeah.
So he says he's not paying, and
well,
you say you don't believe.
They were honest about it. Okay.
But, well, I'm honest. I always
at least they were honest.
But see, I'm the one that always says.
All right. Put it like this. Hold on, since we're gonna go by your fucked up logic, somewhere there exists somebody who fucks transsexuals, and I think that that's you. Now I don't have any evidence of it, but I'm just gonna say that shit. And if you deny it, I'm just gonna refer you to the people who do and say that and say that that's you. Now you fuck trannies, you fuck transsexual people, Black Caesar. Prove me wrong.
Because some people do.
You part of the alphabet community, Black Caesar. That what we're doing over there?
Yes,
well, that got nothing to do with me, okay? Because I only like women and black women.
No. Be honest, Black Caesar. I want you to be honest with me, okay? I want you to be honest.
Like any other woman on the planet except black women.
Be honest with me.
I won't
be honest with me. Be honest with me about
women
your
on the
definition of women. I want you to be honest with me. I want you to be honest with me.
Now, if you've been with a tranny, that's your experience. I'm sorry to hear that.
Listen, there are people out there. There are people out there that sleeps with transsexual people, and that's you, Black Caesar. I want you to be honest.
Well, that's you. No, that's you, G.
There's some guys that do it.
I want you to be honest with me, okay?
I only black women
do it, so you do it.
There are people.
You know the women that find you lame? You know the women that find you boring?
Hey, GC.
You know the women that find you as being a geek?
Why don't you just tell the truth, Black Caesar? Why don't you just tell the truth and admit it?
Tell it.
I just told you, I only fuck with black women.
Listen,
you know the women that find you as being a lame?
Black Caesar.
The one that find you being boring?
Like RuPaul?
I want you to tell me this. When you sleep with transsexuals, is there a little bit of penis in there? Is there?
Do you have to rub it for courtesy?
When you
do you have to rub it by courtesy? Stronger? I mean, do you do it before or after that you rub it for courtesy? How's it work?
Now,
game changer.
Now, Kuda. Notice
is that?
GC.
Yo, Kuda.
Can I speak with you real quick?
Hold on, DJ. Hold on, Benjamin. DJ.
Just real quick.
Notice that GC is doing exactly what you said Angry Man was doing.
Black
Caesar.
No, fall back real quick.
This is what hold on right quick, Benjamin.
What happens when you got a panel full of your buddy?
You're not catching it.
This is what
Black Caesar.
You asked Marco a question and he gave you an answer, and you say, but my friends do this, therefore you're doing this. That's what that shit sounds like. And when it's done to you, and you can't even see the irony. You want to know why? Because your parents were related. You are a slow motherfucker. That's why you're not getting shit.
GC, that shit sound good, right?
Oh,
it sound good, right?
Oh, man.
Everything sounds good for some niggas. Everything sounds like fucking science to you.
Yo, it sounds good, bro. But I know you wish it was reality happening in the real world.
When you're stupid.
Hey, remember?
I'm stepping away. Kale, feel free to hop in, and I'll come back and get you. I'm stepping away, and I'm gonna drink some water and make a protein shake. Dumbass. I'm gonna go. All right.
Well, hold on. Let me say this real quick, because GC made an observation about you, Black Caesar, earlier, that you allow these women, these domestic women, to define masculinity for you. Now, I told a story about what my grandfather told me earlier, and then I correlated that with, well, if Maria's giving me the king treatment and Keisha's giving me my ass to kiss, her ass to kiss, then what's the big deal there? You then responded in the chat by saying, and I quote, Keisha is treating dudes like shit who aren't masculine. Therefore, sir, you just admitted that you allow Keisha to define what masculinity is to you, sir. Hello, Black Caesar. What is your rebuttal to that, sir?
Stumped, huh?
Well,
Yeah. Hey, the prosecution rests.
well, this is Benjamin cross-examination, man. I'm telling you, man. I just sit back and wait for it.
But you know,
case, wasn't it?
Black Caesar was also caught up on this whole dollar amount thing. Let me tell you, his head would explode if he knew how some of these celebrities and actors and athletes were paying women to fucking be quiet, to fuck them in silence.
Hush money,
Dwayne
hush
Wade had
money.
a chick that he was. Dwayne Wade had a chick that he was keeping in a Miami condo for $10,000 a month. She was driving a Bentley, and she had a spending account with $20,000 a month that he was kicking her, so he could fuck her while he was still with Gabrielle Union. Come on, bro.
James Harden dropped like 200 bands on a stripper chick. Y'all remember that?
I be trying to
How
tell
many
you,
did Tiger Woods? How many did Tiger Woods have? 30? Well, Tiger Woods didn't have 30 at a time.
You spend more money around the corner than you would spend on like a trip. And the thing is that it looks like you're spending a lot on a trip because you're spending that amount of money in a short amount of time. Let's say if you take a vacation for a week, the illusion that you're spending a bunch of money in a short amount of time is not compared to where you spend locally.
Hey, let me ask the panel just one last question.
$75.
And then I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna mute up for a minute. But let me ask you guys, with those revelations that I brought forth about how Black Caesar allows the domestic to define masculinity, would you all agree that Black Caesar allows the domestic to define masculinity for him?
That's clear.
Okay, so
clear to me.
So the council has spoken on that. So with that said, would you all agree that everything pertaining to masculinity that Black Caesar speaks about is null and void?
That's you're not that far off, man, because the points were bad. I mean, bad. And when somebody says something that makes sense, you don't want to hear it. It's just crazy.
The council has spoken. And he ran. He always running from me, man.
But but listen, Akuda, to your point, when you think about it, if he's saying, okay, he's spending $175 on pussy 6 months. So, he spreads out for 6 months. So that's like whatever, like $29 a month, whatever. But it figures $175. If he just goes around the corner, he can get that $175 and get a hoe, and he's fine, right? But he just the other 5.5 months, whatever the hell it is. I mean, those are wasted time,
right?
Phone calls.
I'm gonna tell you what. GameChanger was spot on when he did that hourly breakdown, because I drive Uber for a living, and sure enough, it's right at about $10 an hour. Because I use it to fund my travels.
But Uber, right? Uber, yeah. I be trying to tell people, if you have a good hour working Uber, that's like 3 rides or 3 trips in an hour, and they penny pinch. By the time you get your promotions and all that other shit, that's just gas money getting put back in the car, or not even. Sometimes you don't even hit the promotions. Then it's terrible because your chances of getting into a car accident greatly increases. Driving out there in the rain, your car just basically got to be a business write-off at that point. Yeah, business write-off. You better put some of that. If they charge you to go around the corner to pick up somebody, and like at the end of the ride, you're like, damn, $4. What the fuck is this? You still got to take $2 and some change in taxes out of that $4 and put to the side, because once you go do your taxes, shit.
Yeah. But in terms of that time, man, time is valuable, bro.
Yeah, man.
You can't get more time. You can earn more money. But you can't
get the time back, right? Because this guy, he made like 50. He did Uber 24. He did Uber as a full-time job. Made about $54,000 a year, driving with Uber. Man, when he went to go do his taxes, the lady was like, "Okay, you owe us like 14, 15 grand."
Wow.
And he's like, see about that. I just, after all the deductions and everything, still about 14, 15 grand he should have set aside.
Yeah.
Well, what I'll do is this is what I'm able to do. I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to actually pay $30 for this month to get Black Caesar to cam up somewhere and go and just pick up a woman and fuck her, with these hidden glasses. And I want to see that. I'll pay for the $30. That way he doesn't have to, waste them this month. So we'll do that. We'll give him $30, and then we'll have him, have the one that's hidden cam, like a body cam, and then just show us what swag looks like.
Masculine energy.
My bad, y'all. Y'all got to get me up to speed because I've been missing for the past couple days. I've been doing a whole bunch of shit, and then I had to take care of some light work. And then
let me ask you this, DJ Kuda. What universally? What are all women attracted to universally?
Man, I would just say service and more. I don't know all women, but all I know is they want is more.
What is the base desire for a woman to get out of a man?
To get out of a man, just like his resources and service. Like the man to them is supposed to be the whole package. They don't know what they want, but they know they want more.
Protection and provision, right?
That too, yeah. But once that's provided for, they don't know what they want to do next.
But with that said, so we all agree that the innate base thing that women want from men is protection and provision. So with that said, that is a tangible. Can you tangibly quantify swag by any measure?
No, because it's subjective.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what Black Caesar I asked Black Caesar the question earlier because he poo-pooed tricking. So I asked him, I said, well, so how do you get women? He said, I get them off of confidence. So I said, okay, well, confidence, we can translate that to swag. Okay. So how do you measure swag or confidence? So that rendered his whole masculine energy deal moot. So, but yeah, that's just to bring you up to speed what we mean when we're talking about swag.
Okay, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
I'm not saying the game isn't important. I mean, because you be dropping game, and you just said some things on these panels and whatnot and on your streams that I've been checking out. It's really heavy. You know what I mean? About the shoes and the negging and whatnot. And I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, game has its place,
But that's not the foundation of who I am.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It doesn't have to be. That's the thing. Like different strokes for different folks. What you can make work for you first. Some people, they know how to make the money piece work for them first. Some people, they learn to make the protection piece. Being in the gym, having a muscular build. Giving off the illusion of protection, or just sometimes. And this is the thing, bro. Protection is subjective also, because sometimes a woman just being in your space and like socializing with you and stuff like that, it makes her feel comfortable. Really, protection is about feeling comfortable. If you feel comfortable where you are, you feel protected.
Well, let me ask you this, DJ. If you have a wife, right, and you put her up in a 4, 5, 6 bedroom house in a comfy suburb, you got the private fence or the gated fence, and you got 2 big ass pit bulls roaming the yard and whatnot. You got the alarm system, ADT and shit cracking and whatnot. Without you even hitting a fucking barbell, would you say that is a form of protection?
Definitely.
Okay, so what tangible equipment or what tangible thing would you need in order to make that happen?
You would need money.
So you mean to tell me you wouldn't? So you mean to tell me that swag can't pay for all that? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, it's 2 types of swag, because money can buy swag.
No.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? You can have personal.
You just didn't want to go where I was trying to lead you. Huh?
All right, wait. Where were you going with it? No, because I where were you going with it?
No, I just want you to say no, but it's all good.
Yeah,
I'm joshing you, but yeah, swag. Yeah, business savvy swag to get that money. Yes, that in and of itself will bring those tangible attributes to said woman. But the yo-yo baby Jerome Rome player from the Himalayas swag, that ain't gonna bring the bacon home.
Yeah, you know, some people they feed into the stereotype though, you know, like sometimes, you know, because we're guys, like this is the thing, women think they're attracted to something that we haven't seen before. You know, we can look at the yo baby, you know, we can look at that guy and be like, bro, he's whack. But she looks at him, she's like, oh my God, he's just so, you know, it's like, girl, you know. So, you know, it's like, I don't know. There's a lot of subjective things in the game, but baseline, yes, you're absolutely correct.
DJ, let me tell you this quick story because I have a buddy of mine. I'm not gonna say his name. Well, he's a loose associate of mine now. Me and him fell out recently, but anyway, that's not what I'm trying to get at. But he is like maybe 3, maybe 4 years younger than me. He's like in his early 30s. I'm in my mid 30s. He got with this chick when he was in his early 20s, and this chick was in her late 20s, early 30s, and she had kids. He played stepdaddy he's been with her for like 10 years. He's played stepdaddy for this chick who had 2 kids. These little crumb snatchers have grown up and graduated high school. He's played stepdaddy for 10 years for a chick who spit out 2 kids by another man.
Right.
Would you say that he sold and he based his whole identity off of getting this chick and keeping this chick off of his looks, game, and swag?
Okay.
Would you say that he sold his masculinity at a discount?
Yes.
Why did he sell his masculinity at a discount?
Because even baby mothers know that the game should, if you're truly a catch, the game should never be that slow for you that you would have to really accept them and their shit, that you should be able to leave at any time.
So she didn't choose him based on his ability to provide.
Right.
Because if he did have that ability to provide, then he would have chosen a more better woman.
Right. But he chose her, right? Because he had to choose her because she has more of the, you know what I'm saying? She has more of the baggage. So he had to make a concise choice to say, hey, this is what I want. Even in the back of her head, she knows that the game should never be that slow for him. That's what he settled down with, because that's 3 flags right there. Each child is a flag. Her attitude by itself is a flag, and the whole situation that in and of itself is a flag.
No, she cool peoples. I know her. She cool peoples.
Yeah, she cool, but like with him,
yeah. Here's the thing. He based his merit on getting her and keeping her
with his swag.
Right. Exactly. So that's how I deduced that the gentleman sold his masculinity at a discount.
Because honestly, it depends on the situation. Most baby mothers have to really take what they can get. But the thing is that, you know, like I said, like there's an atmosphere out here where guys just think that, okay, they have to give their all to somebody who's already given, who's already been, who got their all from somebody else. You know, you're finishing another man's food.
So let me ask you this: with all that I've told you about our esteemed gentleman, Black Caesar, could you deduce that there's a possibility that he may have sold his masculinity at a discount?
I guess he would know that, but yeah, I mean, in hindsight, sometimes you look at certain situations and be like, damn, I didn't have to do it like that, but okay, it's already done, you know? I think every dude at some point, that's how we grow. We realize that we sold our masculinity at a discount.
I don't think that Black Caesar actually sold his masculinity. I think that he wasn't told what masculinity was. He was conditioned to be this way.
Yeah, a lot of guys aren't. Yeah, we've been, like I said, we've been gaslit our whole lives, and people don't want to understand that. And that's why when you have SYSBM, that's why dudes will wipe up the first thing that treats them well, because you're thirsty. We've been so deprived of not being treated well. You think the first thing that treats you well is wrong. But like, if you got a little bit of game here, you have more than enough game to understand women over there and understand that, okay, being treated well is just out the gate there. It's a culture shock. It's culture shock. You're gonna be shell shocked. But once you get over that, then you can really start to find yourself, what you really like, how you really need to be treated, and take it from there. Like, you gotta at least spend 10 years of being treated right to really understand exactly what you want and where you want to go.
Yeah.
People think I'm crazy when I say that.
No, I mean, I definitely agree with you. You know, I think that more than anything would explain his unique behavior. I'm talking about Black Caesar.
I mean, we all handle shit differently. So, I mean, you know, it's probably a little bit different where he's at, you know, the way he sees it. A lot of girls do go for swag. Like, it's like the whole 6 and 9 thing. If you're standing at the top of a 6, you know what I'm saying, you might see a 9. If I'm standing at the bottom of the 6, I might see a, you know, or the bottom of it, I might see a 6. It's the whole 6 and 9 thing. You know, both of you guys are right. It's just, you know.
No, because what it's completely different, and here's why. Let's take your 6 and 9 scenario. If I were to say, come this way and look at it this way,
okay,
and you refuse, and then continue to insist that it's a 6,
right, okay, I see. Yeah,
and then also, you know, when you have somebody and you're just completely denying their point of view, like he was with Marco, so it's more attuned to that. I mean, you see, here's the thing about people like Black Caesar. He has a set definition of masculinity. And that is somebody who primarily or exclusively sleeps with Black American women for free. The less money you have for yourself when sleeping with her, the more masculine you are. Now, that's okay if that's your definition, but what he's intending to do is shame others for theirs. Now, Marco, because he lives in Colombia, sleeps exclusively with non-Black American women, and he was insisting that these are prostitutes.
Yeah, because that's the closest to that type of cooperation and whatever, you know, because women will submit to the bag. It is, and the thing is that I'm surprised, Marco. I'm surprised this sector of YouTube is not like a horror story for Marco. Like, I think this is showing Marco like, bro, don't let it get to this point. Once it get to this point, it's like,
right. And everybody check out my follow-up to this video. It's going to be called "Everybody Hates Marco." And it's
man, I'm gonna be there.
Yeah,
be there or be square, man.
Yeah. And just aside, Black Caesar, that was very busterish of you to draw snitch or make or cast aspersions on the brother Marco. That was very Machiavellian of you. Really looking like a Machiavelli. I was thinking New York would have some more solid guys up there than that.
So Jessica agrees. It is disrespectful. Not though to Marco as well, but also to the women, and really all women of Colombia and not America.
Well, yeah, they were hanging out and enjoying themselves. I know the look on women that are actually hanging out, enjoying themselves, having a great time, doing something slightly different. I didn't get no type of prostitute vibes from any of them. And it didn't even cross my mind it was a situation like that.
Right. One of whom he known since she was 14 years old.
Yeah.
He known her for 14 years. So he knew her for half of her life. But I mean, there's something else going on with people like Black Caesar. It's not just that. Like they were indoctrinated with a set of beliefs that they refuse to see the world outside of that. And no matter how many times that he explained to her, like, look, I bought her some, Uber Eats and
pizza and stuff.
Yeah, I bought her some pizza, and that's
filmed it. We saw it.
Yeah, exactly. I fed her some grapes, and that's about. He's like, no, how much did you pay? Keep it real. It's like you can't really do anything with somebody like that. To make an assertion and then somebody tells you, and you just continue with that assertion, you can't really do anything like that. And Marco still sends me pictures, of other chicks. I don't think that they pay. These are the ones that he'll email me like while I'm streaming, and these are the ones that just happen to be here. Like, here, I'll show you one. before I go, because I told myself I'll keep these around 4 hours.
Yeah, I told Marco he's gonna be public enemy #1, man.
Yeah.
I told him if he did that. Did he end up doing the stream with the lighter skinned women?
No. So Marco, if you want to do that, then we can. I normally do stuff like that. I normally don't come on Saturdays, but we could schedule a day, because he scheduled one like that for me for Saturday, but I normally don't come on, but because I have things I gotta do. But Marco, if you want to schedule another day, we could do it, or I'll try to make some time on a Saturday so we could do that if that's your only day.
Man, he's gonna shut this sector of YouTube down, man.
Well, no, I mean, because he's challenging the commonly held belief, and it's a comfortable belief system,
right?
That's held by Black women primarily, because they benefit from that. That if you leave the community, all you will get is prostitutes, and you should be ashamed of yourself for fucking prostitutes. So they benefit from that belief. Right. Also, yeah, so it's a lot of things that he's doing. They also benefit from the whole, swag culture. And the reason being for that is because they want something different, primarily speaking. They want something different from men than any other group. So if you are selling swag as a currency, as opposed to anything else that women are used to as a currency, then you are limited to them, because you can't transfer. It's one of those currencies that you can't use. It's like a cheese token. Like once you buy it, you're pretty much locked into Chuck E. Cheese. Once you are a swag guy and you have no other means of seduction, then you are locked in to the culture that takes that currency.
It's non-refundable.
Yeah, it's non-refundable. Like you're gonna have to pay all those quarters at Chuck E. Cheese, because you can't go to anywhere else and buy something with it.
I mean, a guy with a whole bunch of tickets, it does look impressive to a lot of people. So.
But it's still local currency, like
tokens.
You could only use it there. You can't take those tickets to the store. You can't take it to Toys R Us or wherever.
My coins go clack too, GameChanger.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. I mean, it's a tactic that benefits them, and it's not. And the fact that you're doing that shows your level of simpery. And it's not that working to their benefit is simpery. It's the fact that you're shaming other men.
Well, swag is not bad if you're comfortably dressed and stuff. It kind of has an effect on your demeanor. But baseline, yes.
No, what I'm saying is if it's exclusively that.
Okay.
So let me ask you this. Because I started my own group, PRINC. But would you say that hashtag Prince and hashtag SYSBM is the equivalent to combining the currency, the sexual market?
Hold on, you kind of borging out, B.
Oh shit, go ahead.
Wait, can you say that again? You borged out a little bit. Wait, can you say it again? Because you borged out a little bit.
Would you say
that?
It's a way to bring forth economies. Oh shit! You know what? Y'all go ahead.
What's the acronym for Prince?
Well, I can't answer the question for Prince because, like DJ, I don't really know what that is. But I would say that SYSBM is some guy, and let's not call it SYSBM because that's a whole nother thing. Let's just call it Passport Bros. I think Passport Bros are men who have several different currencies. One that they can use pretty much anywhere, and that they do. There are certain things that only appeal to local groups of people, and I'm not talking about like local to the Black community. I'm talking about just general. That just generally speaking, some things will only get your ass in Baltimore. Is what it is. Some things will only get your ass in Texas or certain parts of Texas.
Right.
So
It's roulette when it comes to the towns too.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I mean, I could go to one place and, you know, chicks say, you know, hey, I like that. I like the way you talk. I like that Californian. And, you know, somebody else would say, oh, you from California, you know, or some shit like that. So, you know, it is what it is, you know. Now, these things make women feel more secure in their relationships because they know that he can't take his currency elsewhere. If she is attracted to somebody with a New Jersey accent and nobody else in the country is, then she knows that he's less likely to, he has fewer options. So that's kind of how restrictive it is. Now, passport bros are people who not only have qualities, if they are getting laid overseas, have qualities that transcends different cultures, but they're also willing to exchange their currency, meaning that they're willing to learn, they're willing to, you know, understand what it takes to get pussy elsewhere. So, but maybe Flick can speak on that. Go ahead.
Well, the reason my channel was created. What's up, everybody?
Hey, what's going on?
The reason why my channel was created is to bring another, like a niche and a product, you could say, a niche and a channel of YouTube of those who travel into DR. And looking mostly mongering or, you know, tricking or pay for play, whatever you may call it. So I'm like, man, there's nice females, there's regular females out there that, you know, that might want something more. And also as well, as brothers as well, they might want something more that, you know, something different other than you know, tricking and paying for it. But that's a different kind of feeling in regard to someone who's doing it for free or loving you for free, sexing you for no charge. It's not about that. It's about that they care about you as a person, and then they want to show that by, you know, making love to you. So I appreciate that type of aspect of it. That's why I kind of like, oh, let me create a channel about, you know, finding love. I know I'll be poked fun at, called a simp, whatever, but love is the most natural thing on this earth, and without it, probably we wouldn't have been born. So we should be thankful for it. And I don't agree with Marco a lot of ways, because Marco is his personality is definitely dealing with those kind of women and don't want to get married, don't have children, and so he's on an island by himself regard to that type of thinking. Though I respect his views, I just don't agree with it.
No, I mean you're right. I mean, I understand where Marco's coming from. Marco, you know, Marco's a player. You know, Marco at some point when he's ready, he's gonna wake up one day and say, "Hey, man, look, this is the one I want. She's cool. Let me just chill with her for a second." Not
I don't know. Right now, you're not even leaning toward that way right now.
No, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, not outright just find love. Like, he's just gonna be like, okay, this girl's cool. I can actually chill with her and stuff, and maybe that's how you know he will find love. But like you're saying, is right. A lot of guys that do travel, to tell you the truth, a lot of guys in this sector of YouTube are hopeless romantics, man. To tell you the truth, hopeless romantics. We could sit up there and say we're player this, we're player that, get this girl here, get this girl that. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing like a woman. We still want just one little cool joint that we can just chill around, don't have to worry about too much, and just progress. And especially if she's bringing something to the table, you know.
You know, you're a young dude, but you know a lot.
Yeah. I don't get credit, but you know.
Yeah, no, but I hear you. I mean, one thing you said, one thing I know you probably recognize that even the way I'm talking, I probably get more females the way I'm talking than dudes who act in the other way. You know, as far as
the point is, I think that fellas should understand this, Split. It's not a competition. And
I agree with that. Definitely.
When we started saying things like "I get more females" and shit, it's not a competition. And
no, the reason why I said a game changer is not that I'm showing up, because I don't really care. I'm happy with one person, so I'm not comparing myself to. And I'm only, when you deal with one person, you're dealing with more like a monogamous type of relationship of one female. So I'm not in compete. I just want to make sure the female I get, I'm happy with. I don't care what other people might be happy with. And that's what happened. I got married twice. I was exactly 100% happy with the females I married, and that's what resulted in the problems later on. And maturity, kind of like I came to understand that as almost close to a 50-year-old man, realized that you know, it's a trial and error type thing. When you're younger, you might settle but it's not maybe not really fully want that, like as beauty, body wise, the whole package. And maybe my first wife had a child, so I wasn't really fully for that. So things of that nature.
Jessica said something interesting. Men who have the mindset are literally self-proclaimed prostitute users. Okay, what if they didn't care? Now, I'm not saying that Mark or anybody is a prostitute user, but so what if they were? What if a guy wants to use a prostitute? Here's the thing. Here's the thing about people who purchase prostitutes, particularly brothers, but anybody really. I don't really care. I personally don't see anything wrong with that action. Now, there are people like myself who like to fish, but there's nothing wrong with buying fish. It doesn't even mean that you're less of a fisherman. It means that probably one day you just didn't feel like fishing, so you bought some fish. I see nothing wrong with purchasing prostitutes. That's just me personally. You know, whether it's self-proclaimed or otherwise, it's like, yeah, you know. I mean, I don't know. I don't like this stigma kind of comes out of nowhere. Like, because there was a time, and I'm thinking like back in the old Western grandpa's movies days, where you just go into the saloon and then the chick is right there, and you know you win a hand of poker or something like that. You say reckon 3 times and you go up and smash the process. I'm picturing like, why is it such a big deal now? It's weird. You know, I don't see what's the stigma. Like yeah, that's, you know. And then they had like gentlemen clubs where, you know, you was like, you know, you're like Lord such and such of such and such, and you go out and you take your white gloves off and you smack somebody, you fight to death, and then you win, and then you go out and you go to the gentleman's club after that. Like, I don't get why now. What is it? What is it now?
I'm not gonna lie, I do want to start a bar fight at least once in my life.
I wanna duel somebody. But you see, they get to pick the style. So I don't want them to pick something and I just get fucked up. Like, you know, it's like, you know, like.
Are you shooting from the hip, or are you just like turning around and just drawing?
Well, yeah, it's their pick. Whoever gets the slap get the pick. Like, so if I'm a shoot from the hip person, that's what I've been practicing all my life. But they want to do the 10 paces, then I'm fucked. So it's shit like that. But I do want to fuck a nigga with some white gloves one day.
Rock, paper, scissors, kind of like. You got to get a rotating side. You know how the piece, you don't even have to take it out. You can just move it upward and just shoot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh man, he said I reckon about 3 times. They got tavern doors, those little mid doors that just fling back and forth.
Exactly. What's the point of that? Like, what are they like keeping? That's not even keeping the flies out. What the fuck is it?
I want to use a spittoon. Where's my spittoon?
I want to do it have a sound. Like, you just have a bunch of tobacco in your bottom lip and then just spit that motherfucker. Even when you did that shit. Somebody said high noon. Yeah. Somebody said high noon. Like, I reckon we gonna go at it at high noon.
People was really out there dying in the daytime. Like, god damn.
Yeah. And then the sheriff is just like, hey, it was high noon.
Yeah.
You know, like it was high noon. Now, if he had shot you at low noon, his shit would have been murder, but the shit was high noon. Like,
yeah, they did that. They did that so the sun wouldn't be in anybody's eyes.
Oh, is that what it was?
Oh,
yeah, you didn't have any excuse. Like if it was at dusk and your back was to the sun and the sun was in your opponent's eyes, then it wasn't fair. That's why they did it at high noon.
Oh.
I'm from the Midwest, so I know all this shit.
That's hilarious.
Wow. That's why they wore those big ass 10-gallon hats to block the sun, and they had the sun at the highest point in the sky at high noon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By God, I reckon you're right.
Benjamin dropping that cowboy knowledge on us.
You
Hey, so Jessica, why is it why is what was so common, and I know y'all didn't have like the Wild Wild West, but why is it that if I had Gentlemen's Club, why is it that something that was just so commonly and openly practiced in the Gentleman Club days, why is that such a stigma now?
Personally, I didn't say that it's a stigma, or what I said wasn't to stigmatize it, but just going by that very logic that those men have, then effectively that's what they're calling themselves. It's not to stigmatize it, it just is what it is. If you think all women are only there for money and that every woman has a price, then if you engage with women, then you are a prostitute user. If you have no shame in that, if you're fine with that, then good for you. It just is what it is.
Do you think that there is shame in soliciting prostitutes? Do you feel that that a person who solicits a prostitute should be shamed?
I would
themselves, but go ahead.
I wouldn't go out of my way to shame them, because it's their own personal choice. For me personally, it's not something that I can wrap my mind around. But if there's plenty of things that I don't do personally that others do, that it's up to them. Different strokes for different folks, you know. If you want to do it, fine.
If the guy wants different strokes, he has to pay for it.
That was slick.
But yeah,
Jessica,
it
may I
just
ask
is
you a
what it
question?
is. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, DJ Kuda and I have earlier established what the main desire for women out of men is, and that is protection and provision. With that said, the main door opener for a man to have access to a woman is capital, is money and resources. So on some level, if I'm going to interact with a female, I'm going to have to pay some sort of currency. I'm going to have to pay something, whether it's directly or indirectly. So would you say, well, you know what? I'm not going to word it that way, because how I was going to word the question was, would you agree with me that every woman in some sort of level is a prostitute? But I'm not going to word it like that. But would you say that prostitution is just a shortcut to the inevitable? Why would I have to take you out and wine you and dine you and spend all this money and this time that I could be using to make more money, when I can just put the $40 on the dresser?
Because it's a temporary
$40.
it's it's a temporary thing, you know. And believe it or not, there's a lot of people out there who get past a certain stage of looking for something temporary, and they want something long lasting. And you don't necessarily have to have the biggest bank account for to find a woman, to find something long lasting. I think, you know, like when you go into different cultures, into the hood culture and just different societies, you see that there are plenty of men who can get women not just by giving money, but by having a certain demeanor and a certain personality. So
okay, well Jessica, let me ask you this, because here in America,
so did the world mirror hood culture?
no, the whole world doesn't mirror hood culture, but
Should it?
One thing that is mirrored in hood culture, that is just around the world, is the ability for a man to be charming, charismatic, you know, just have a way with women. And that actually,
Jessica, you're moving the terrain of the discussion. We've already established.
I was just answering GameChanger's question. So
no, but you're moving it from protection and provision
Well,
to
let
swag and charisma.
Let her answer.
Okay.
Yeah, that ability to be charismatic and charming, you will find a lot of the times will go further into getting you a woman than money will.
You know, they say some dudes that marry.
So wait a minute. Now I'm confused, because you're talking about just having it as a seduction when we're talking about prostitution. I can't imagine anything that a person can do that will yield faster, more consistent, and more varied, and more certain results than just going out and paying for it.
Right.
Oh,
I
yeah.
That's a slam dunk.
I can't imagine a guy charisma and like if you give a guy $100,000 and and send him somewhere here in the U.S., he will come back with better results than the most charismatic, swagnificent person alive.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. If you're looking for a quick smash, then
Now that's what I want to talk to you about.
money will take you further. Of course it will, because it's basically an instant transaction. But I was more talking about in the long run, actually the ability to get and keep a woman, then there are other characteristics that, do play a part, and possibly a stronger part than money does. But in terms,
Jessica, just real quick.
Go for it. Wait. Let Jessica finish. Let Jessica finish. You say it now in terms?
No, just in terms of what you were saying. So those direct circumstances, faster, quicker, easier, then money will win. Yeah, sure. I agree with that.
Let me ask this, and then we'll get to you, Benjamin. Why is it that the fellas who are against people like Marco, they don't say that? Like, they're not saying, you're not going to get long term. What they're saying is that this is what you have to do to get pussy. So they're really shaming the method. And this Marco isn't doing this, by the way. But what they're really doing is they're shaming what you agreed to be a effective and efficient method of getting pussy.
I think the reason that they use that tactic is because there's something about that whole scenario that makes them angry. So they're not actually looking at it from a logical standpoint. They're more coming from an emotional standpoint, and their first reaction is to try and shame you away from it. So it's not, it's just shaming tactic is the first thing that they think of, to try and sway you away from it.
Why do you think they're angry? What do you think about it makes them angry?
Do you know what? It's hard for me to say from a man's point of view. I think from a woman's point of view, maybe for a woman, it's differing reasons. One, the mentality of women who are like prostitutes, and so you look down upon that. Mm-hmm. And then the other reason is that for some women, they see it as competition. So if they can shame you away from going to the competition, then it leaves more options for them, Mm-hmm. So it's only natural that they're going to be upset, they're going to get in their feelings, and then they're going to try and shame men away from doing what they're doing, because it does work some of the time, they do manage to shame men. So they're going to try it regardless if it works or not. They know that it's worked in the past, so they'll try it again.
I see what you're saying. So you believe that, and we're talking about the men now, that because women have a vested interest and an intelligent vested interest to shame men, that men just this second portion is me speculating that that men are just mirroring their intent.
Do you know what? It didn't hit me until just now, but a reason that men may engage in those shaming tactics is to gain favor with women.
I agree.
Because they know that the majority of women will look down upon prostitutes. Mm-hmm. So they feel by, expressing that sentiment that they're against it too, then they'd gain favor and come across as a guy of higher moral character, you know?
Whole time they are prostitutes. Hold on, real quick.
We agree. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Wait,
I'm gonna go after Ben.
Yeah, just real quick. You spoke earlier about a quick fix, that being buying prostitutes being a quick fix.
Yeah.
I would equate it, but it results a higher yield. I would equate that to, in basketball, a slam dunk in comparison to a 3-point. You still there's still a chance that you might miss the shot, but if you slam dunk the ball as opposed to pulling up from 30 feet to take a long 3-point shot, you have a higher chance of actually making the shot. Going up to a chick, giving her $30, $40, $50 for a shot, for 5 minutes of her bent over your couch, yields a higher result than you taking a chick out and whining and dining her at various restaurants and listening to her bullshit. Because what we do know in this current dating climate is that there is something called foodie calls. These chicks are being predatorial with their dating practices. They're going out on dates with men with the intended purpose of not giving them pussy or not giving them sexual gratification. Whole time they gonna stuff their belly full of your food, of your hard-earned money. Now you just spent time, effort, and money into trying to serenade this chick by taking her out on a date, when you could have just got on Backpage, got on Instagram, got up in some DMs of a chick that's talking about, check my inbox, and hit a slam dunk. Now, granted, I will give you this, taking a 3-point shot or taking a longer approach to it by going out on dates with this chick may yield you a higher return, i.e. the 3 points, as opposed to the slam dunk only yielding you 2 points. But as it pertains to the 3-point shot, there is a higher chance of you not making that shot as opposed to the slam dunk. That's all. I'm gonna hop down though.
Okay, I appreciate it. So,
and yes, sorry.
You mentioned before that this is a mating call, that attacking other men for prostitution, which they're meaning that their interest lies with the interest of non-prostitute women. That these attacks work as a mating call, especially when done on public forums like mine.
Yeah.
I can actually see that. In fact, I stated that earlier. Now, you spoke before when we were talking about Flit that that's not really effective. Do you agree that even in this case that that's not effective?
Yeah, it's not effective. Not for me personally. It's not for me. No.
And in your experience of being a woman with other women, intimately what women are attracted to. Are they attracted to people who have the same, worldviews, when those worldviews is used to, limit their competition?
Yeah, I'd say there actually are a lot of women who would fall for that, because a lot of them see it as, who wouldn't want a man who's gonna champion them, who's gonna have views that support their views. My thing is just about how genuine it is, and it takes more a more round moral compass, if that makes sense, for me to sort of give someone that much credit. So it doesn't go very far with me, just one statement that you may sort of feel how I feel, but for some women it will work. It does work.
Well, mirroring worldviews is one thing, because I agree that environmentalists will be happier with other environmentalists. Republicans will be happier with Republicans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I agree with that. However, this is something that's just okay. So put it like this: a guy makes it clear to a woman, not you, but the rank and file woman, that, hey, I'm not into prostitutes. Is there a series of events that begin with that? Is there a reasonable series of events that begin with that and ends with her on her knees?
No, not that simple. No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I got a question, and then Game Changer, I got one for you also.
Sure.
All right, so Jessica, they said that guys that pay for prostitutes, even though they don't pay for prostitutes every night type shit, but they say guys that pay for prostitutes end up coming out less financially, basically more financially better than a guy in a marriage. Do you agree with that?
Possibly, because with a marriage you're probably investing long term, so there is going to be more investment, whereas with a prostitute, and especially if you're not engaging frequently, then it's minimum investment, you know. I think you
Right.
guys were saying $40 for a prostitute.
Well, you
You get
don't want to go for the $40 all the time. But
Well,
anyway,
for sure.
you get what you need.
$40.
Yeah, that
Minimum
was a great
output.
one, Jessica. Just so you know.
Yeah, minimum output. And yeah, so I can see that a guy who uses prostitutes might be more financially secure in that regard.
Right.
Yeah.
And GameChanger, because I have a book here, and I actually shared the story on one of my shows. I just don't remember which story it was, but it's a book from a pimp, and he was talking about a hoe named Haggard,
Okay.
and basically she was one of the first hoes. Like all of the other women, they were kind of conservative. They were, you know, monogamous and things like that. And what happened was, you know, they knew who she was and they didn't like her. She was treated like a queen because she was like getting all of the traffic from like guys in the town, and some of their women knew that, you know, their guys were with her at some point or something like that. Beautiful woman and everything. And when you go into her house and everything, you'll see gold everywhere, gifts and things that she had gotten from other different men and stuff like that. And women would, you know, where she wouldn't really go out in public because, you know, women will, like, you know, it wouldn't be that kind to her, or, you know, will probably try to throw something at her like stones or something and things like that. And he was talking about how the gigolo came about, how a lot of, you know, women in those hoe houses, what they did was people knew who they were, so a lot of times they had to pay for the company of other men, which made the modern day gigolo. But
Okay.
one thing he was saying was that, you know, that woman, even though she was very, very lonely, she was treated like a queen, and she had the trinkets of a queen. And when women found out that, you know, some of the things that she had, when she passed away, they started trying to emulate and imitate her. And it's a story. I got to find the book so I can actually kind of go over it and then get your actual opinion on it. But I'm just bringing it up for future context.
Okay.
So yeah.
What's the question?
No, it wasn't the question. I was just letting you know, like, I'm gonna when I'm back around that, I'm gonna share it again and then get your thoughts on it, because it's more detailed and in depth. I was kind of paraphrasing.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. But yeah, I actually do feel that prostitutes themselves should be shamed. And I guess by proxy, the men that solicit them. But for a completely different reason. I mean, I think that there is nothing more productive that a woman can do for herself and society than to be a wife and mother. And prostitution takes away from that. Now, maybe not so much prostitutes that cater to tourists, because these guys probably weren't going to marry them anyway. But like, if you're like the town prostitute, then you're pretty much, you know, you pretty much made Johns out of anybody, all of your would-be husbands. Like, instead of her seeing potential husbands and fathers, you see a potential $40. So you basically sold your potential wedding ring for $40, for a guaranteed $40. That's how I see that. I think that should be discouraged. I also think that in other countries, you know, the men who go there and enjoy the company of women, and the women who cater to men internationally, it makes it very difficult for those women to later find husbands of their own. For one, the income criteria that every woman has for a mate probably would increase significantly, because hers did, and she has been exposed to a super class of men that are just like out there, and not because of
any virtues that they possess, but because they just happen to live in a wealthier place or be from a wealthier place. So I do think that it does have a corruption effect that people should be against. So I definitely understand if people were to attack that way, and that's not really attacking the men or even the women. That's really attacking the institution, that it shouldn't get out of hand. But that's not the reason. I think that it is an ineffective mating call to women, and the main thing is that it's ineffective. You're not going to get any Black Caesar. Like I defy you. I mean, hey, if a woman who's listening to me now listen and saying, "Oh, here's a guy that doesn't sleep with prostitutes, let me fly over and fuck him," then Caesar, you would have proven me wrong.
Well, I mean, a lot of them square up and blend in back into society.
Yeah. And if you could do that, that's fine. I think that the mind is poisoned, and I'm not talking about really locally. I think, I don't know. I never really explored them past that. The exploration I did was that one show that I did, and the two girls came and I bought them ice cream. So that was the one exploration I did. I didn't get into their home lives. And I don't even know how the men react if they find out,
Well, some of them too. They, like I said, you know how I gave you the analogy where the ones that lived in those whole houses, how they would pay guys for their services and time. Some of them just want company.
Mm-hmm.
They just want the company of a guy. So essentially, when you look at the game in a nutshell, they're paying for the same thing. When you really break it down, you can see where the pimp and all that other shit comes in, but at the same time, they're paying for the same thing. The not companionship, but like just a short term company and stuff like that. It makes sense, but like explaining it to people how they live their normal lives, it wouldn't make sense. It's another world.
Right. I'm not. You're right. I would have to read up on it. I read Iceberg Slim's book on it, but that was from the Pimps.
Oh man, if you get the chance, I'll get it because I rebought this book like 4 or 5 times. Get the Pimp's Bible by Alfred Bilbo Golson, and it's like he's 50 years in the game. Like, that book will open your eyes to a lot of different things. You'll be like, damn.
So I mean, one common like T-shirt saying that they have is, you can't make a hoe into a housewife. Now, I believe that that's probably true due to some residual psychological effects that comes with being a prostitute.
I believe that's true as well.
And I think that I think society, especially American society, needs more housewives than hoes. Now, I will say this. If you are a career woman, if you are anything but a housewife, then you might as well be a hoe. There, I said it. Because you're not benefiting society in that way, so might as well.
I think you can. I mean, I wouldn't advise somebody to make a hoe into a housewife, but if you do, it has to be at her own. It has to be like, it has to have the illusion that it's her own idea to do it. Like people was wondering, how did Kanye make Kim Kardashian into the woman that she is, I guess, today? And it's like, it has to be of her own idea to actually do it. It has to be.
Well, was she a hoe, or was she just somebody was she more of a groupie?
Kim Kardashian kind of was a hoe, but she was more of a hoe for clout and status more than actual money itself.
Because to be a hoe, it is money that,
Yeah, well, she
may be attracted to clout and status, but that doesn't make her a hoe for it.
No, but see, like I said, it's another life. Not all hoes sleep around for money. Sometimes they just sleep around for the deception of it. The whores. Like now, every hoe's not getting paid. You know what I'm saying? And every girl that's out here looking for love is not looking for love, and then they're actual hoes. Like it's one of those things where it's like when they feel that they had enough, and it's their own idea to actually change that's another thing, because there's really no money you could offer Kim Kardashian, but she's still sleeping around. You understand what I'm saying? There's really nothing you can put in her driveway, but she's still sleeping around. Like it's like you have to. It's like a back end kind of thing, you know.
So
But
wait,
some people
just
grow out of it.
just for a second, are we saying that no one thinks that Kim Kardashian was a hoe before she got married, or
I don't know.
No, she's a hoe.
Even that she still has muted hoe tendencies now?
Okay, was she a prostitute? I guess is a better question.
No, she was a hoe, not a prostitute. It was more about the sex and the lifestyle for her. That's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes you have to look at the type of gasoline that's feeding the hoe, you know? Because some of these women out here, you would think money is the motivation, but that's not true when you talk about the pimp. Because when you bring the pimp in, the average person would say, well, why does a pimp take her whole money? He doesn't take her money. She generously pays him because he gives her a service, and that's what replaces the fuel that would automatically have been money for another woman. She sees that other women are operating off of money, but they don't know what they're doing with their money. If a woman is out here and she's addicted to certain type of drugs, the money that she makes from hoeing really doesn't go to anything. Whereas if she gives it to a pimp and he fixes her credit, gives her a car, and puts her in a nice place, even though she's just paying him, there's a difference. She doesn't have to be on the street doing what she's doing for her fix.
You see, the thing is with Kim Kardashian, I don't rate her on anything, to be honest, apart from her business mindset. And I do feel like from the very beginning, she saw the business opportunity and she took it. And she took that opportunity by knowing that gaining clout and gaining status provides money. You know, that's the two things we associate with status. With status comes money, and we all know that, and so that's why she did what she did. I feel like if we want to believe that her sex tape was released by accident or by someone else or whatever, then we're being naive. She released that purposefully, you know, and I feel like her mother was the influence behind it. If you like look at the family, the mum is the mastermind behind it all. She literally sort of pimps out her daughters. Yeah. She pimps out their sexuality. She is like the pimp.
That's because she's spoiled.
Through all of it, she's getting paid. And did you know that she takes a certain amount of their earnings, just like a pimp does? That's the mindset. So in a way, I blame Kim Kardashian because she's an adult, but at the same time, it was sort of inevitable because it's happened to all of them. They've all done it, probably apart from one of the older ones who got married to the white guy. Apart from that, and one of the younger ones, but apart from that, they've all sort of, you know, been used as media mules by their mother, of all people. So yeah.
Well, that's because she's spoiled. There's a lot of rich kids that actually shoplift and steal.
Yeah.
You know, because they have this complex where, well, I can get this, but there's nothing attached to it. It doesn't mean that you can't just literally get it. There's nothing attached to it. The thing is that Kim Kardashian, the type of clout that she looks for is to be a famous girlfriend, is to be in the tabloids, is to be, because in between a lot of her hoeing, to tell you the truth, if you look at her track record, yes, she slept with a lot of dudes, but she was actually in relationships with a whole bunch of those dudes also. So her name was out there. Sometimes clout ain't just about money or anything like that. Sometimes it's about getting your name out there. And she got her name out there enough. And when you get your name out there, you build what's called prestige. There really isn't no prestige in getting a hoe, but a famous hoe will get a lot of clout and would get a lot of, she will maximize her dating pool. Like, look at Superhead. Just the name Superhead alone, you know she's a hoe, but every guy just has to know. You understand what I'm saying? Is the head really super?
Yeah, I would personally like to know, because if Mr. Marcus called it super, then he's far more
experienced.
Yeah, he's far more than I'll ever be. So yeah, I want to see. I mean, like, because that means that it's super like out of thousands. So I definitely want to see that.
And then
I mean,
you look at her.
Yeah.
But then you look at her and it's like, oh, okay, this is her. Oh, shoot. Okay, what's so, you want to know. It breeds curiosity. Are you a hoe like they say you're a hoe? Like, damn. If so, what type? Like when people think that, see, this is the thing, and I talked about it a couple of times. When people hear the word hoe, they just think of one type of woman. No, they are no, not even just that. They're in personality wise, they come in different shapes, forms, backgrounds, and things like that. But it all leads them to one thing that they can do. Like if you know a woman's end game, then you know what she's gonna be doing. But at the same time, it's like what led you there. There's hoes are people too. They're strong in personality. Some of them are strong in personality and character. It's not just just that. But I mean, that's just just a piece of it. But yeah.
Yeah, I just think the whole thing is detrimental, really. I think Kim Kardashian was a big part of promoting hoe culture and sort of making society into what it is today, and creating the mindset of a lot of women in society today. Because when you look at how hard she was pushed on society, right, by the media, as a woman looking at that, you're thinking the only way for you to achieve that lifestyle is by being a hoe.
Doing what she did, right?
Yeah, so hoe culture is literally promoted today.
Well, the thing is that she's famous for not anything in particular. Like, if you paid attention to her, she bit her whole style off of Paris Hilton.
Exactly,
like her whole style was bitten off of Paris Hilton. And I think, wait, GameChanger, Paris Hilton's tape came out before Kim's, right?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really follow stuff like that.
I think it came afterwards. I think it came just afterwards. I think Kim Kardashian brought the tape out, and she became the new it girl. And then Paris was like, "What the fuck's happening here? I need to get my my
and try to compete."
And then she released like A Night in Paris, and it didn't really pop off the same way.
Yeah. If you look at Paris Hilton now, she's just cold. Like, if you look, y'all go take a look at. I saw something with Paris Hilton reviewing her BMW i8, which isn't the most fancy class Malibu car, even though it's a beautiful car, gorgeous car. Paris is coked out.
Oh damn.
Paris is done. Like it doesn't, like, you knew brain cells weren't there before, but now it's like, god damn. Like, Paris is just so basic. Like, she's just coked out, and then she's like a stick figure. And it's like, okay, I see where Kim capitalized on her like Hollywood status being her friend. Because after she lost Nicole Richie as a friend and they fell out, it's like Kim was up next. And then it's like I mean, Paris looks a little bit more healthier now than then, but you could tell like the coke put some holes in her shit. Like, but
I think Paris sort of emulated what was popular at that time, which was sort of like the model body, so really skinny, not very curvy. And then Kim came in and sort of changed the game. She just flipped it on its head. And so from there, you just saw these girls going out to get like BBLs, and just the curvy figure came in. And then at that same time, you can see how influential she is just when we look at how culture has changed. Because before Kim, it was the Paris look. It was the blonde hair, the blue eyes, really slim. And then Kim came in, and then suddenly all of the white girls are dyeing their hair black. They're getting these really dark tans. The booty implants are, BBL, fat transfers have just skyrocketed, and the lip filler, everything just sort of changed, and we can see the influence that she's had on society.
So you agree everything has changed, right?
Everything changed. It totally got flipped on its head.
Okay,
that's how society works. It just, every once in a while, it regenerates.
Because you know what, GameChanger? I was on the panel with some old ass niggas, right? I was on the panel with some old ass niggas, and yeah, boomers, Gen X, dudes that's dyeing their beards. I was on the whole shebang, right?
Shit. I know he.
And I told these niggas that we're different. We're dealing with a different breed of women today. and they were like, no, that's not true. They always been the same. They always been hoes. I'm like, bro, the social media they created and manufactured a whole different breed of women today. At one point, the hoeing had to be in you, not on you. Now it does. It really does not matter. The internet is turning a lot of people out, and you know what I'm saying. And there's a lot of things that's going on. And they argued me tooth and nail that is not different. One even said that somebody from 1992 can catapult themselves into 2020 and have no problems getting women. Nigga, I almost died. I almost died laughing. How funny that was. And I'm trying to explain to these dudes like, yo, I'm really out here. Like, I'm in the trenches. Like, what you're saying is not factual, and you don't. They just don't want to listen. They want to gaslight millennials, man.
I think a lot of the time they're out of touch.
They've been out of touch.
They're out of touch with how society really works. It's sort of like that old that what they remind me of is that the old family member who keeps trying to relate things back to how it was back in their day. So with the back in my day, those sort of people. That's what it reminds me of. They can't get their head around the concept of how society has changed to them.
And then they shame you for it.
Yeah,
the thing is, you get shamed for it, and that's exactly what happened to me. And like I said, I've been missing for a minute. I had to put a couple people in their place that thought that they could play with me, and then that is not going to work like that. They start sending people to my channel, and then people start liking my shit. Like, it's like, god damn.
I've seen a piece of it, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, man, they were gaslighting me the whole panel and shit like that. And you're talking to dudes that have sausage fests over there and stuff. Don't have women on your panel. Like, goddamn, can women look? I know women are gonna come up with and not you, Jessica, but I know other women are gonna come up with their feminist talking points and stuff like that. But you're dealing with niggas. You have to teach people by I wouldn't say by example, but something that they can always come back to and say, okay, that's what this is, that's what that was. It's like, you have to, like, it's like, come on, man, these dudes are out of touch, man. And I'm not gonna gaslight the next generation, man, because I know how it feels, and it's fucked up. The zillennials, they're already jumping into SYSBM, and it's like,
go ahead.
No, I was listening to what you were saying.
I think that admitting that there is a problem with the mating situation is, to them, it sounds like they're failures.
Yeah.
Somebody who has failed will admit to that. But I'm like, no, there's a problem. In 1992, people were not openly buying sex dolls. So there is a problem. There's definitely a difficulty that exists that didn't before, so I think that that's something that definitely should be addressed. But no, I won't gaslight him either and say, oh no, it's all you're doing something wrong, because it's a pretty prevalent thing. Especially
see what they're doing. They're saying that, oh, you have more technology at your disposal, so it's like you have a whole new updated toolbox to use, not realizing that society updates itself too. So those tools are not going to get utilized in the way that you believe they should or would have been.
Yeah. Well, for Jessica's analogy, my grandfather did that shit to my father. My mother's father did that to my father because he was military, and my father was Air Force. And so was my grandfather. He was Army. He was an MP in World War II.
Oh wow!
So he said to my father that you're not supporting her enough. You're military. You should have this, this, and this. But the military has changed since my grandfather's day. And housing prices, houses don't cost $15,000 anymore, Grandpa. Now, of course, he said this shit before I was born, but still, it's like things have changed. You're holding my dad to a different standard, but times have changed. The military doesn't pay, when you calculate for inflation, as much as it did in your day. And houses cost more and shit like that than it did in your day. So it's not the same, but he was holding him to the same standard. So yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
that's exactly what they do. You hear those same arguments here as well. And it's like, oh, when we were younger, we got jobs and we bought our own houses and we did this. Well, I'm sorry, but when you bought a house in London,
It was 12
you bought
cents.
it for like, you bought it for like £10,000. And now, if you want to go and get a house in the same area in London, you're going to pay like 2 million.
Yeah, they're
It's
always
like,
going to hit you with the
it's
you
not the
youngins don't
same
want to work.
thing.
Yeah, you don't want to work. Like I could literally explain to them, okay, so the women that you were talking to, they had tattoos all over their body and all over their face, huh? And they'll the common woman.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Like, you're not gonna gaslight me, okay? You know what's funny? Them niggas didn't prepare for the internet either. Like, we can sit up here all day and laugh at women online and say, you know, hoes didn't prepare for the internet for their behavior to be on display for a certain amount of years for you to make a proper assessment of certain things. Them old people didn't either. And I don't mean to call them old, but like for the sake of the conversation, it's like a lot of older boomers and stuff. Yeah.
I'm Gen X. You know, I'm early 40s. So they're my age. So
and I'm late millennial. So like I'm like, you know, well, early millennial. So, you know.
Yeah. No, so the age difference it's not like we're talking to BGS or talking about BGS or
I talked about BGS because he jumped in on that shit too. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, but I could go on about it.
I lost some respect for some people that day, bro.
Yeah. But no, I mean, we're not talking that age group. You know, this is closer to my age group, and I see it. You know, I mean, I'm not going to be, and I think that they see it too, because if I see it, then they see it. Now, I don't social media. You know, I don't have Facebook or because to me that's young people shit. I mean, and a bunch of other things. I don't Instagram and all that because I don't really want to spend my time putting thumbs on titties. So, you know, unless it's in real life. So it's just not meant for me. But
well, the thing is, certain Gen X's, they understand what we're talking about. Like, there's a lot of Gen X's that get exactly what I'm talking about because, like, the boomers ultimately dropped the ball. And I guess, like, the first half of Gen X, they kind of alley-ooped it over to the millennials. But, like, as soon as technology came into place, like, just the cell phone alone, once the cell phone got internet, and you didn't have to go to a computer terminal or a library or anywhere else to access the World Wide Web, and then apps and then different cultures start, you know, different cultures. Because we don't use the majority of the internet. We only use a certain side of the internet. The internet's way bigger than you think, you know, especially when you start talking about the dark web and stuff like that. But you can't talk to them niggas about that because they don't know about that. And the thing is,
go ahead.
No, I'm just saying the thing is that they criticize us so much on a lot of shit that they don't know or stuff that they weren't around for.
Yeah. So here's what it is. In the 90s, people were saying, if your game is strong, you can't go wrong. So now they've reversed that. Yeah. If you are going wrong, then it means your game wasn't strong. But like, no, it's not that complicated. Zone said it best, you know, like Tinder really messed things up for his generation because, you know, I mean, and anybody who's looking for women in that generation. And I think you did too, Jessica, because they get the attention and validation, not from giving. They're no longer exchanging attention for attention and validation for validation. But they're just getting it just by being on these sites. So, you know, it's a much greater premium.
And they couldn't even get what I was saying, where women today are a little bit more socially awkward because we're not communicating the way we used to back in the day.
Right.
We're not sitting at the dinner table together and having a big ass conversation.
Sure. Go for it, Jessica.
I was just going to say, sometimes I feel like conversations with like people of a certain demographic are just unproductive. There's almost no point in even having those conversations because they're so stuck in their views that they're not going to budge. You know, it's almost like you're getting nowhere. They can't relate. You can't relate to their points. So it's like the conversation goes nowhere. It's lost hope. So when I get those same conversations from like certain members of my family, and I just nod along, say yeah, definitely, totally, yeah. And that's it. I don't even bother to sort of express my real opinion because there's no point. It's just like wasted energy.
GameChanger. I would make the assessment to say that, and not you, Jessica, but a lot of women, they come to the manosphere for conversation. They come to the manosphere for conversation, bro. They're not getting conversation a lot of times, not no deep conversation in their real lives too. So a lot of times they come to the manosphere for conversation, man.
Well,
you know
I
what?
think that's part of it, but I also think that
Especially on things that they're interested in.
I think that honestly that things are not good for the women either.
Right.
Even though we have men with dolls and stuff like that, I think that things are horrible on the women's side too. They're just extremely reluctant to admit it. And there really isn't a foreign alternative for them like that. Now, I think that many women are here, and hey, ladies, tell me if I'm wrong, are here to really try to explore what is on men's mind so you can like kind of overcome this obstacle. Because right now there is an extraordinary reluctance on men. They're just tapping out. It's not just Tinder that's stopping this. Men are just tapping out. And when I say tapping out, I mean completely. Like you like some of these millennials, they just on some full fucking hippie shit, minus the free love. Like they don't give a shit. They are content, living with mom and pop for forever or until they figure themselves out. It's some weird shit. Like once the sexual, I don't know what's going on, but I think that they're here, to understand this the way men think about this situation and what can they do to help themselves increase their sexual marketplace value.
Well, it's like what me and Evan Duncan are talking about. Sex is so freely out here that it puts a greater value on non-sexual attention. Some of the conversations that women get over here, they would never get from guys that they were actually in relationships with.
True. And that's why I say things are bad, because penis is easy to come by. Our dick is easy to come by, but penis is difficult to come by. I agree with that.
Right.
And I was just going to say that's totally true. You can have discussions here that you wouldn't be able to have in real life. People are more open here, so you get to see people's true feelings, whereas in real life you don't get these discussions. You don't hear real opinions, you don't hear real thoughts, whereas here you're able to exchange thoughts and just understand each other's opinion, like their real opinion and what they really think. And I think that's productive.
Yeah, I think it's very productive because actually it opens a lot of women's minds to what men actually want, some of the things that we talk about, because the thing is that, look, a woman can know a guy likes cars, right? But she never walks up to him and say, hey, what type of cars do you like? And then he's like, oh, I like this type of car. Oh, wow, what type of engine is in this type of car? Why do you like this particular type of car? She doesn't really get to pick the male's brain in a sense of what he likes, what he wants to do. When it comes to like vice versa, where the dating game was before, you have to walk up to a woman. Oh, what's your favorite color? Oh, why do you like that particular type of color? Does it look good on you? Like dudes don't even have the mouthpiece to ask certain type of questions to get the women to offer up information about herself, basically teaching you how to catch her. You understand what I'm saying? Which they would look at that as engaging conversation, or stimulating conversation.
So it's not just sexual interaction that's absent between men and women now. It's all across the board.
Yeah, all across the board, it's about really the non-sexual attention. And even as a guy, yes, you want to have a whole bunch of sex, but the girl has to really respect your non-sexual attention, because you spend more time non-sexual than actually having sex. Like dudes are fucking busting nuts in 15 minutes. Like you're putting your whole life into a small 15 minutes.
I agree.
Sex ain't nothing but 50 strokes. Count it if you ain't got shit to do.
It's true though. I think that is the thing. I think a lot of men don't understand that, is that women are more concerned with non-sexual attention than people think. People just seem to think that all women care about is is sexual attention, and that's really not it. Like, if you actually want to engage with a woman and, you know, form a bond, it is going to be the non-sexual attention that creates that attention. Sorry, that creates that, you know, and a lot of people are missing out on that.
I did a video on that. I called it semi-sexual attention. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing that you two call non-sexual attention. I just say semi because they still want you to want them sexually. Just have that not be the sole purpose that you're giving them attention.
Yeah.
Honestly,
yo, I caught one of your live streams. Like, dudes are literally talking about sleeping with robots, robosexuals and shit, right? So it's like, did you say something about a washing machine down below or something like that?
Yeah. No, because I was following up on O'Shea. So O'Shea had a guy who had an open sex doll. It looked like a young Asian girl in his truck.
Yeah, waifu.
Yeah. Is that a waifu? I thought waifus were like electronic. No, this was a doll. This wasn't a robot.
Oh, okay.
Wait, so waifu is just just a doll? I think they're robots too.
They're really actual they're dolls, but they're actually customizable. If you guys want to learn a little bit more, go to Turd Fling and Monkey. He actually jumped into the doll game, which I think was actually pretty smart. You could customize them. There's like dudes. It's so weird though. I could never do nothing like that. It's like having sex with a dead body. But there's dudes out here that, bro, I'm telling you that fetishes are getting at a alarming rate, man.
Well, look at this guy though. I mean, he was divorced twice. He was beat out of $500,000. He's only like 44. So, you know, there are circumstances that did not exist in the 90s. Now, keep in mind that he is older than the guys that you're talking about. So, you know, it's not like he knows that things are not the same,
right?
You know, but yeah, I mean, he obviously was able to get women at some point in his life twice. So there are factors going on out there that are driving men to extremes. I think that that's an extreme, but I don't, you know, question him for being driven that way because I know that conditions are changed. So, you know, the connection is gone between men and women. And, you know, what I hope to do in this channel, at least for Black people, is to repair it as much as I can. You know, but I'm not going to do what was done to you, DJ. I didn't see it. But, you know, from what you're telling me, I'm not going to do what was done to you and say, oh, no, there is no problem. It's just you.
Yeah, no, I already knew they were on some bullshit, man. It's just a sausage fest. It's just a sausage fest. And it's like if you don't agree with what they're saying, you're wrong. And that in and of itself is wrong right there. And like, you know, I mean, I understand what's going on. I've been over there for a long time. And I know they're going to all pretend like they don't know me. But at the same time, it's cool. Like, that's just not the way to find out that people are fake as hell. And I'm not trying to tarnish anybody's brand or anything, but if you saw it, you saw it. And I'm not gonna have that act expensive, me looking like I'm tripping when that's not the case. I've actually proved it on both of my videos that are still up. I don't have to take my stuff down, not because I got a lot of people and say that, oh, I'm being flagged. No, it's because sometimes when people catch what you do on recording, you can't take that back. So, you know, I mean, the dude gonna do him, and I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna still push my content, but you know, yeah.
But no, there is a problem, and you know, you've listened to me long enough, DJ. I know it's been off and on, but you know, I always say, look, it's a problem on both sides, and I want ladies to just come to grips with that. I want the women to come to grips with the understanding, like, look, as much as you pretend, as much as you talk about you're getting the bag at 49 years old, look, the truth of the matter is, many of you bitches are crying in your pillow every night.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Game Changer. Women agreed with me more. If you go over to my channel, rating me and her, we kind of get into little disagreements. But she said, based on the evidence you show, you're right. Women agreed with me more than they do.
Yeah,
So there is a problem, but you know, many women, and that's why I say the point of no return. Many women feel that they can't reverse it because they're too far into the old ways of doing things.
Yeah, it's a social culture.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to require, you know, some sort of change. It's going to require you not watching the Disney movies, thinking that you're some, you know, ninja kick a Navy SEAL in the ass, bitch. You know, is going to require a thinking that, you know, your eggs aren't forever. Don't wait till your 39th birthday to start thinking about kids. You know, it's going to take a reconditioning. Family over finance, family over career. You're going to have to recondition yourself something fierce, and men are going to have to prepare for it. You know, because I think that the women, I honestly think, especially in the Black community, that women are going to get on board first. That they're sick of this shit, and that they're going to get on board first. And it's going to be a lot of these fucking Black Caesar type niggas that are just going to be like, oh, no, swag, you should want my swag. It's like, nope. That's just not cutting it anymore. You know, what's going on? 6 minutes. What's going on, Marco?
Hey, now what's up, man? So did we already solve the issue about how much the pussy cost?
$40.
Yeah, because I heard. I mean, I heard, you know, that. So I want in dollars or in square meters or square footage. What's up with all that?
I don't know. Somebody, I did see Zone saying something about meters, but I didn't know what he was saying because I didn't see the whole thing. But no, it was what was disturbing to me about Black Caesar was that you were telling him that you're not paying these girls directly, though you're showing them a good time, and that could be something as simple as pizza or whatever. But he just insisted on. He just insisted on believing that because they are not from North America, more specifically the U.S., that they have to be paid, and I find that very short-sighted, to say the least.
Well, when I went to school in California, I remember the same thing. You know, pizza, you know, and a date, and then we end up fucking in the car or the drive-through. You know, whatever. Yeah. Go park somewhere, in the lookout point, and it was on. So. Well, I don't see what the difference is. I don't understand that.
Well, because he feels that unless women are liberated as they are here in the States, then their sexual actions is somehow coerced by their financial needs. I don't think that that's entirely the case, at least in my travels. But I think that that's where he's coming from. In fact, if you have sex with a non-liberated woman, you are a de facto simp. I'm familiar with the mentality. I think that that's a mentality that's transmitted through liberated women to him onto you, Marco, personally. And like Jessica said in the chat room, I think.
Well, listen, I mean. Well, every time I go to Las Vegas, for a convention or Miami, and then we end up going to the bars, to the clubs. Guess what? Some hoes, they approach you and they're for sale.
Yeah,
and they let you know. So I mean, I just don't understand, how it seems like in America there's no hoes.
And
it's like they're only overseas. Yeah.
So quick story about a hoe here in America, right? Or two hoes, really. So I was in Border City, Nevada, right? Celebrating my grandma's birthday, right? Grandma. So I love grandma, right? And I was at the casino, and there were two girls there, right? And so I walked up to them. I walked up to the light-skinned one, and tried to get her number. I was like, "So where you from, right?" She said, I'm from Florida. I'm in town because of the golf tournament. So there's a golf tournament going on at the same time, right? Said, I'm in town because of the golf tournament. I was like, oh, wow. So I started thinking to myself, I'm here for grandma's birthday for a weekend. It's not going to go down like that this weekend. And I'm in a cabin with my dad. So, I just decided to let it go. I was like, all right, so it's not going to happen. But you're in Florida. My cousin's in Florida, and he's out here. I'll introduce you, right?
And then the other chick, the dark-skinned one, she comes out of nowhere and says, "Does your cousin have $1,000?" Right?
Damn.
And
Wow.
I said no, but I said I don't know, but if he didn't, I would give it to him. But what does he need $1,000? Because I didn't realize at that point that they were hoes, because that's an astronomical amount in my opinion. And she said that that's how much we cost. So I said, that's how much for both of you, for the two of you, right? And she said, yeah. I was like, well, what if I only find her attractive? Like, what if I would just take the $1,000 and fuck her twice? Why are you trying to throw your pussy in? And then I just went the fuck off because she pissed me off. And this is what like, how are you just gonna throw your pussy in the melee with hers? It's understandable. I approached her thinking that the shit might be free if I could game her, and then you throw your pussy in trying to get your $500 out of this bitch. Kind of shit. If I wanted to buy some pussy, I would buy hers twice. How dare you?
How dare you group on me?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yours is $4. You tried to sneak your pussy in there. Nobody was talking to you. Nobody was fucking talking to you. I was trying to hook her up with my pussy for free. You try to throw your $500 pussy in that's only worth something because it's in the company of hers. Ain't that some shit?
And that's how women know. That's how you can tell women don't understand men, because we get offended by a sale.
Well, it's the fault that you tried to sneak it in there. I don't mind a prostitute being a prostitute. I didn't know that they were prostitutes. I thought that they were just attractive girls.
I'm just playing around though, but yeah.
Hey, but you know what? Let's be real. But let's be honest here. Let's be honest. That could not have happened in America. You must have been like when your grandmother was living in Colombia somewhere. That could not have happened in America.
They don't exist in America.
Yeah, no, that must have been.
Yeah.
Dominican Republic or Colombia, because that's the only place hoes are. Will never happen in America.
Exactly. But no, I was saying the same shit. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's hustling. You can't blame her for trying. That's hustling, right?
Well, I blame her for trying to interfere. Yeah. She tried to throw her pussy in there. Like 2 for 1.
Now you know.
Go ahead.
Nobody likes sneaky pussy. Now he said sneak the pussy in, and nobody likes sneaky pussy. That's not honorable.
Yeah. Or trying to sneak $500 out of me. If she had it, because first of all, she was being a bitch because she yelled and interrupted. You know, like maybe the other chick was considering giving me or my cousin a freebie, but she interrupted. She cock-blocked and said that shit, and then she threw her shit in there. If she had interrupted and said, you know, do you have $500? Because that's how much it costs. Yeah. Then I would have just stepped away. But nope. She tried to do a sneak shit. She tried to do some sneak shit. So yeah, so they were out from Florida. So they flew in. And this is what I gathered from the story. They flew in trying to sell their pussy to some golf niggas. And that was their hustle. So maybe that's why
all the caddies, all the reporters, all the drivers, or whomever had $500.
Yeah.
Whoever. Yeah.
That's what you go where the clients are, really.
If you got a job, you got a vagina.
That's what it is.
Or if you got a vagina, you got a job. So yeah, that means that because Florida, just so you know, Jessica, Florida is on the other side of the country. It's like the farthest state from California, and Border City is like on the border between California and Nevada, but it's still very far. So they actually flew. They spent their own
5 hours.
Yeah,
5-hour flight.
Exactly, and sometimes it's a layover. So they spent their own money, you know, to get there.
You got to put some money in to get money back. that's exactly their theory, because they probably make a lot, you know, on those trips, and that's why they do it. They know if they invest that amount for their flight, then they're gonna make 2 or 3 times as much back, even more, depending on if they do well or if they don't, you know.
True.
So,
but look at what Omega said. He said that he got a girl to come to his house, not for sex, but just to clean the house. You know, he paid a prostitute, basically, I guess, to clean the house. They will sit up there and be like, "You sure you don't want no sex? Are you sure it's not about sex?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
And then turn around and say, oh, but this is what I wasn't trying to be doing. They
Well,
want to do it.
Well, I pay.
Uh,
I have my partner's wife cleans my place, or she used to. She started working at what are those places that deliver food? Well, she started doing that, but before that,
Okay.
she cleaned my house, and it wasn't no sex, bro.
See, that's the thing. Even being the maid though, even like back in those olden days when we were talking about like
oh yeah, it was fucking
maids. Yeah, the maids got turned into that.
Yeah,
so does that mean that Flo from the Jefferson was giving it to George?
I hope not. That's just disgusting. But then again, so is Weezy. But so is
No, but
Weezy.
you know, but since you were in the Philippines, Game Changer, remember also that when you go get a massage, just a normal massage, because you're tense, you need to relax. When they're in it, they're rubbing you, and all of a sudden, would you like happy ending, sir? Sir, would you like happy ending, sir?
Fetch me my pantaloons. Hurry
Wait,
up and fetch me my pantaloons.
Marco, do they do that to you? Because they don't do that to me. And I was hoping that they did. They didn't do that to me. Even when they came to the hotel, they did not do that. So like they do it here. They do it here in the U.S. I shit you not. They do it here in the U.S. But I don't partake in the U.S. because it's so expensive. Like the massage is already $60 and they want another 40 just for that. It's like, damn, I'm not spending $100 on. I'm a cheap husband.
It was like what, like 600 pesos, something like that, if I remember correctly.
No, it's 200.
But yeah, no, they start rubbing
$4. It's $4 for a massage, and I'll pay another $4 for the ending. I would do that, but they don't even offer it here.
Now they do. What they do is they're sneaky. When they're rubbing you, they turn you around and they start like accidentally rub your elbow on your nuts.
That's
you know
what that is.
I mean?
It's an opportunity.
Raul. Yeah, exactly. So now Raul is up.
Raul.
Yeah, when Raul comes out,
I thought that they were just curious because I'm black. But so yeah, I thought that they were just curious because I'm black. And they just apologized immediately afterwards. So that's what that was. Damn it, because I did want that. I knew it was only going to be a couple bucks. I did want that. God damn it.
They do.
I might share another back pain story tonight, Marco.
What time are you going on live?
I don't know. I'm gonna check out what Mana tomorrow is talking about.
Yeah, when Raul comes out, I can say no. Like, would you like happy ending, sir? Hello, sir. I'm like, oh yeah, shit. What the fuck am I gonna do with this? Take it home? Yeah, you better have it.
So Beth, to answer your question, a happy ending is not a blowjob. It's a hand job. But you see, here's the thing about a massage. I prefer a hand job. After a massage, I would prefer a hand job after a blowjob. And it's something about the fact that she just did everything else with her hand. Yeah. And yeah, it's just that like one little thing that's left. And I want that thing taken care of, but I'm not going to spend an extra $40 on bitch.
Yeah.
In the Philippines, I would do that shit. I didn't know that they were hitting. Why not just say the shit? Why not just say, hey, you let me tug that for you. I'm not undercover. I'm not an undercover cop. Like what?
I was going to say, sometimes I think they don't know who they can trust, because I had a shop that opened up near my house.
Now they're reading people.
Well, no, I mean, a black man from America is not an undercover cop in the Philippines. Come on now.
Exactly.
Yeah, come on. I speak perfect English, and I don't speak, what is it, Tagalog? Like, you think that is a long way. That is deep cover. That is deep.
I mean, we're gonna send you undercover. We're gonna stand out the most. That's what
I only lock up the finest Filipino women.
Yeah, like I just handcuff you afterwards, and like, yeah, I bet you didn't see this shit coming. I bet you did not see this shit coming.
But finish. I'm gonna handcuff you, but finish first, girl.
With the handcuffs on.
Yeah, Raul.
My bad. What were you saying, Jessica?
No, I was just going to say that we had a shop open near my house, like on the main road. Mm-hmm. And on the outside, it looks like sort of like a beauty parlor, massage place. So they do like your eyebrows, waxes, massages, all that sort of stuff, right? So I've gone in there and I've just thought, you know what? It's close to my house. Let me go and get a massage. I like massages. So I've gone in there now. and I'm sitting there waiting to go through, and I've just seen like different men sort of coming into the place. And these don't look like men that are coming to get massages. These are like old sort of, like, you can tell what they're there for basically. But the whole time that the shop was there,
But they can have arthritis.
Pardon?
Yeah, like old men get massages.
Yeah, they get arthritis and shit.
They were there for other purposes. You can tell like they don't get massages.
Okay.
You can barely sort of put yourself together, let alone you're the sort of man that goes to get a massage.
Oh, I see.
Men who get massages usually look groomed to some extent. These weren't groomed men. And I was a bit disgusted. I was like, I was embarrassed because I thought by going in there, I was like, I wonder if anyone saw me go in here. Are they going to think that I'm one of the women that I'm a worker? But yeah.
Now I want to tell you, and maybe this is me saying that because I've considered it in the Philippines. In fact, if and when I go back, I know what that is, and I'm going to get it now.
Let me know. Let me know where you're going to go, because I got people over there. Let me know.
Yeah, I'll let you go. I have a friend there. She works in Dubai now because she got a maid contract there. But when she gets back, I'll probably go visit her. And I know some other people there too. But see, to me, there's a difference between like actual prostitution and a happy ending, because and this is to you, Payback. You see, the blowjob, you can jerk yourself off, but after massage, I don't know if you get massages. After massage, you just want to lay there and relax. You don't want to exert any energy whatsoever.
You don't. You're right.
You just want to lay back and relax, and that's really, like, to me, it would be like part of the massage. And
it is. I mean, they relaxed everything. I know they've relaxed everything. They pushed the blood elsewhere, and then now you just gotta go.
Exactly. And you don't want to move, and you don't want to get that tense feeling where you're just squirming in your seat after a good blowjob and shit like that. You just want to relax. And
when your muscles are relaxed like that, you're more liable to make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just me. I don't see that. Maybe it is. I know that nigga Black Caesar would probably call it that. I don't really care. So,
I don't look at it the same either, though. I don't think it's the same thing. I think like to actually give head to someone is one of the most intimate things that you can do. To me, it's even more intimate than sex itself. So
and you know what the least? You know what the least is?
What, hand job?
According to Beth, giving up the booty.
Giving up the booty? No. That's still more intimate.
That
like
is
a hand
pretty
job is you really
intimate.
give nothing, but when you're having sex, you're giving a part of your body, right? You can actually feel them. Okay, it's going to be crude, but you feel them inside of you, and then. With head, not only do you feel them, but you can taste them. It's like really about all the senses that it engages, and the more senses you're engaging, the more you're giving away, or the more you're taking, if that makes sense. So I don't
it makes sense. It makes sense if we have vaginas, but we don't.
Or if we never gave in and I didn't, so it doesn't. But hey,
what if she gives you a stranger? Like she sits on her own hands till she can't feel them and then uses them.
Yeah, exactly. The foreigner.
Hey, Kels, what's on your mind?
I really have no idea what I just
walked into.
Yeah.
Well, what was we went into a rabbit hole, but what was the last thing that you heard that you wanted to come in on?
Man. Well, none of it.
She said, "Man."
None of it.
Raul.
What?
It's an inside joke.
I don't know. I think before we were talking about prostitution, how the dynamics between men and women have changed, and Kim Kardashian. I think those were the topics before we got onto this one.
We talked about hoes, prostitute, tricks, Johns, all that, exchanging Uber Eats for pussy. We talked about UNICEF. You talked about UNICEF pussy. Remember that?
UNICEF.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we spanned a lot of topics, but
Washing machines down below.
Yeah, no. That's okay. I mean, I'll fall in when I need to.
Okay, but yeah, so things are bad on both sides, and once this is what I was saying before that. I was saying that I think that the women are going to come to the realization first that they're going to be in line and come across a generation of men who are not prepared, that have already either completely SYSBM'd or just became like a fucking shaman type nigga. Meaning that they just went complete, lost all drive to do anything, which makes them unqualified to be a father husband for more traditional women, this new wave of traditional women that's going to come.
Well, some dudes are actually seriously practicing semen retention too.
Yeah, that's what I
No
mean.
fat challenge.
No, that's what I mean. Like I think that men are coping to a sexually hostile environment or a sexually hostile marketplace.
Do you think that's what happened in Japan? Like what happened in Japan is kind of happening everywhere?
I think that that's definitely a result of it. And now I think like in Japan, I think that something, we're gonna go back into the house. We're gonna quit the Honda factory, and we're gonna go back into the house, and we're going to serve tea and wear that geisha shit that you niggas like so much. Like,
yeah, I love that.
Yeah, exactly.
Kimonos aren't bad.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That people like they're going to go back to that. They're going to go back to that, and I don't think that the men are going to be ready to accept them. They're like, look, we're happy with our robots now, and we're happy doing whatever we've been doing.
Well, see, the thing is our economy here is like women did all of this shit just to say, hey, I want to be a housewife again. And the thing is that the economy has acclimated to all of this spending and money getting transferred everywhere that it will never go back to that. So it's going to have to be some type of setup to have that kind of, I don't know how to explain it.
A lot of women thought that they wanted like this whole liberation and this whole feminist movement. But then I think they get to a certain age and they realize that it's not what they want, but it's almost too late once they get
once they figure it out.
And then it's like, you've lost it all. So once they come to the realization, they have
expiration.
Listen, I truly believe do you know what? I definitely am. By the time I find someone, I'm going to be technically expired.
Look, this is the thing. This is the thing, Jessica. Expiration should never hit a woman the way it hits them now if they prepare for it. The thing is that a lot of women are priding themselves in youthful looks, and that's why the wall hits so hard. The thing is that if you age gracefully and take care of yourself, you won't even realize that you've actually aged, and you won't even look like you've actually aged. It's just that you have so many things to alter yourself with. Like, even look at how we were talking about implants and stuff. K Michelle and like Cardi B and all them girls, they get their shit done botched, like in a back alley with some random nigga with some needles and shit. Like, them bras be getting cement and shit put in their body and stuff, and they don't realize it until later, until their body starts aging and their natural shapes start betraying what they did to themselves, and they're like, damn, I gotta make a move. This is painful.
Yeah, they realize they messed up.
So just so you know, Cowboy, men would work twice as hard.
Yeah.
So it's not, and they would probably get paid twice as much because there's less people out competing in the workforce.
Right. And they were never home, so a lot of them too were getting cheated on by the guys that didn't work hard.
You know what ages you real quick too, Jessica? All those filters that you put on there.
But
that doesn't age. Listen, I said it before, in real life, like, no one even thinks that I'm 24, so I'm not necessarily worried about aging. That doesn't
trying
bother
to
me.
sell that soon to be expired pussy to Marco.
You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about it. It just happens. That's the thing. You don't have to worry about it.
So
Boring
I
does
don't
nothing.
see that wall coming anyway. But listen, if when I'm looking for someone, I'm not looking for someone where it's going to be a purely physical connection anyway. You know, it's deeper than that. It's deeper than
Oh,
just
yeah,
physical
so deep.
connection.
Yeah, so deep.
No,
Deep,
so
Jessica.
Jessica, the title of this is "Past the Point of No Return," and it's titled that for that reason that that we were talking about that you just stated, and that is a lot of women go down this liberation feminist trail, and then by the time they realize, the error of their way, either they believe that they're past the point of no return, or they are past the point of no return. Either way, they just continue with the talking point, even though they know it's wrong.
Right.
Even though they know that this belief system poisoned them and destroyed their opportunity for happiness, as we're defining happiness, they continue with it because they're past the point of no return, and it's all they
They
have.
have no choice. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
get
mean,
that.
because right now they're looking to eliminate younger competition. That's their new strategy at that point. So yeah, that's why we titled that. It's funny that you mentioned that. Jessica, let me ask you.
Yeah.
You're looking for a traditional setup, right?
Yeah.
How long do you think, because cultural differences, how long do you think that will take you?
I don't know. Like culturally, I think the marriage ranges are different in America to England. So in England, for example, the average age that a woman gets married, I think, is 33, and for a man, it's 37.
Damn.
So I don't like, in my culture, in other cultures it may be different, but in my culture, I don't see that whole I'm gonna be expired by 25. I feel like at my age now, I'm exploring my options in order to meet that cultural norm of getting married by 33, or possibly younger if I meet the right person. How long do I think personally it's going to take me to meet the right person? I don't see it happening soon, if I'm honest. Like, if I'm honest with myself.
How long do you think the process is from going to where you are right now and the guy bending the knee? How long of
I
a
don't know.
process is that?
I feel like I wouldn't be reflective of the norm. I feel like for me it would be longer than it would be for most people. So for me, for other people, it could be about 3 years. For me, I feel like from this point right now, it could be like 5 years. I don't know. I feel like for me personally, it would be longer because I feel as though I can come off as different or socially awkward. So for me to find someone who actually understands me, I feel it would take me longer than it would for most people.
Okay, fair enough. So from meat to knee, you feel that it's not going to happen in your 20s. Is basically what you're telling me.
Yeah, probably like my late 20s. I don't know. It could happen earlier if I find the right person, but
with the right
it just
square meters flat in London.
no. Like, listen, it's not even a materialistic thing. It's the fact of, and it goes back to what Kuda was saying in that it's the understanding of a person. Okay, so put it this way, right? In this space, for example, if I just shut up and I didn't open my mouth, I feel like people would be a lot more receptive of me. But there is something about the way that I express myself that people don't understand. And that's why I'd say that there's part of me that is socially awkward, because people don't understand the way that I express myself. And I've realized that through the fact that I can say something and people are like, boo, but then someone else will say the exact same thing and people are like, yeah, I agree. So there must be something in the way that I am putting my message across that doesn't translate. So to me, that is a flaw in my social interaction, and it's going to take a certain type of person who can actually understand what I'm saying and the message that I'm trying to put across. And that's why I feel like for me, it's going to take longer for me to find someone. I might find that person quicker, who knows? But yeah, that's what it is. That's what I feel.
with that, say if we were to gauge from 1 to 10, the level of urgency that you have for finding a relationship, understanding that it gets harder as you get older, and significantly so. And not just because even if you retain your looks, it's still going to get harder because people your age and older are less active, and they don't tend to congregate in groups of people they're the same age like they do when they're 24. So it's going to get more difficult whether your physical appearance change or not. Also, you're going to be looking for older men who likely have married themselves, so it becomes a lot more difficult. What would you say your level of urgency is? On 1 to 10, 10 being if you lost your job with no rent money, you are urgently looking for work. So that would be 10. That sense of urgency you have. 1 would be returning a movie on time so you don't have to pay the extra $1.
Do you know what? My level of urgency right now is quite low because, as I've said it before, I'm actively not even dating right now. So my level of urgency isn't high. For me, it's not something that I can force. Urgency suggests that you have to go out there and sort of force it to happen.
It does.
I think it's going to be, for me, it's going to be more of a natural process rather than me forcing the process.
No, I think that is the type of bullshit that keeps vaginas empty and unfertilized. No, I'm being honest. No, I'm being honest. It keeps vaginas empty, eggs unfertilized, and neighborhood jungle empty.
Yeah, but
it puts toy stores out of business.
And it makes women bitter too. It makes women old and bitter as well because they, that's just what it is.
What else in this world, Jessica, requires no effort? I mean, for you to work on the belief that something is going to happen, and I get it, the whole Prince Charming, lady in waiting, like all she has to do is wait and something like that. There are hungry bitches out there.
Harry's gonna leave Meghan and come back home. Don't worry about it.
Well, I mean, there are some, there are women who, if you want something, you got to go for it.
I think that the effort comes once you find someone that you like.
It's from beginning to end. That's like saying the effort of work comes when you retire or something like that. No, it's from beginning to end. From the moment you have to go out and find a job, you got to negotiate the salary and shit like that. It's from beginning to end, love.
It's not just when you clock in. Okay, cool. Now after I have my coffee, okay, cool. It's 10 o'clock. Okay, I'm gonna start working. Nuts.
Exactly.
Before.
Exactly. Sometimes, it's from beginning to end. You wake up, you exercise to get your mind into work mode and stuff like that. It's everything you do.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Put it like this. You went to uni, you told me, right?
Yeah.
That is what you did to prepare yourself just to get the job that you have now. And you're going to go back to become a teacher. You don't just wait for something to happen for you,
Yeah, because
and call that natural.
I found an area that I liked, and therefore I pursued it. And because I like that area, I put in effort.
And pursue that. No, now you got to find the penis that you like and pursue that.
If I find one I like, then I will.
Oh no, you were saying that I think that it'll happen naturally, and that the penis will just
because
my vagina.
Naturally,
it's organic, organic as they call it. It's gonna be organic.
Yeah, it's gonna be organic. Even though fun, it will be because I'll find that person, right? And then from there, you put in the effort, and that's where the work starts, right? You work to further your relationship. But
that's not what you were saying before.
No, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. So my effort, okay, listen, my level of urgency to find that person is low because I feel like that is going to be a natural process. When I come across them, I'm going to come across them. I can't force them.
Come across them?
Yeah.
First of all, he'll be coming across you. Yeah. Anyway,
Perhaps the same bird passed us by.
Yeah.
I can't force those things, right? It's
I'm not
something
saying
that's
force it. I'm saying eagerly seek it.
I know, but I can't because that's not the sort of person that I am. I'm not the sort of person that can say, okay, I'm gonna jump on a dating site. I'm gonna go to these kind sort of places to find a guy. That's not how I make connections with people. So for me, it's not going to be a natural process. I make connections with people based off of the way that they think, right? That's what
So that's
attracts me to
places.
someone. So, and that's a natural process of getting to know somebody and seeing how their mind works. And from there, I'm attracted, and then I'll pursue.
Here's what I like. Here's what I like to I would like to hope that your brain works. You meet a guy, he's handsome, he's a handsome Brit, but he has a really bad haircut. Let's say something like that, right? I would like to think that your level of urgency is to the point where, I'll work with him and maybe down the line I can convince him to get a haircut because it's worth it just to be with a decent guy. I would prefer, or if he's a bad dresser, something like that, some really minor.
Superficial. Yeah.
Some really superficial, exactly. I would hope that it's something like that versus, if he was the right guy for me, he would have a better haircut already. I don't like that thinking. That thinking.
Oh, no. That's superficial. Those things can be changed, can be molded. Like you can adapt to each other in that sense. So no, I don't mean petty things like that. No, but I mean that like we must actually connect on a mind level. It's not going to be the physical, because the physical I can look past that. That's not what I find interesting in a person. It's not the physical, it's the mind. And that's why it's hard for me to force things, because you naturally have to get to know somebody's mind. That's not something that you can force, because then it's inauthentic.
Okay, I hear you.
So
I hear you. It makes sense, because you know how bitches are just leaving motherfuckers because they snore. Because the level of urgency isn't there. And I don't snore, by the way, at least not that I know. But I'm just saying that shit because I don't think that the level of urgency is there for women your age. But,
I think in general, I don't think it is. No, but
yeah,
I feel like
you were talking like you're part of it.
Yeah, in the years to come, I think it starts to get more urgent. I think once a woman hits 30, right, she goes into panic mode. At least
you should be in panic mode now. And in what 2 weeks, your pussy's gonna expire. You should be in panic mode now. But honestly, I think that women do go into panic mode, and I hear it. I got female friends and family members. They do go into panic mode around the age. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? You should have been in panic mode. You should have been in panic mode. In fact, you should graduate high school into panic mode.
I'm not expiring overnight. And listen, Marco he's still with Lena, and Lena's older than me. So
there you go.
Just throwing that out there.
With who? With who?
Lena. I think her name is Lena.
Describe her.
She's the dark skinned Colombian.
Oh, you mean Lena?
The first
Lena?
Lena, sorry. Yeah, Lena.
Oh yeah, Lena. I'm with her. Well, I tap her. I'm not with her. I tap her.
Yeah, but you're not going to be with anyone, are you?
I'm with a lot of people, but I'm not going to raise a woman. That's what I call it. I'm not going to raise somebody. I'm not going to live with them. No, I'm not. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the experience and the sex. So, but when she turns 25, like my other friend Caro, when she turned 25, I don't want them, and they know it.
I think she said she was 25. She said she was 25 on Fantastic's panel.
No, she's not. Look back. She's not. Believe me, she's not. She's not. She's not. She's 20. She turned 24, but no, she's not 25. I don't lie. Believe me, I don't lie. I never do. There was 2 girls that were older than 25, but again, I'm not. I used to be with them, but I don't do it anymore. So what they do is they introduce me to younger friends, and that's how it works. There's a big chain going on.
Cool. So Kels, when do you think a woman should develop a sense of urgency? At what age? Kayla, you there? Okay, I think she stepped away. But yeah, so when I hear you say things, Jessica, like I'm taking a year off and it'll naturally happen, stuff like that, that reeks of low urgency. And I see so many women, beautiful and otherwise, who because they don't have a sense of urgency, they now trying to get like they have the sperm bank and shit.
Yeah, but listen, I honestly, I would not mind being on my own if I have to sacrifice sort of that connection that I can have with a person and just be with someone that I have no connection with. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sacrifice that want, because it's not even a want, it's a need. I need to have that connection in order to be around someone long term, to have a family, to to be together, to be married, all those things. If
no,
I don't have that,
go ahead.
Yeah, if I don't have that, then it's not going to be the most productive environment for me to be in. I'd rather be single than sacrifice that need,
I get it. There's levels of connection, right? You probably want someone who's in the 80-90% connectable, right? However, you might come across a dude that's maybe 50-60 percent. Would you prefer 0 to that?
No. What is 50% on a test? It's a pass, but it's not a strong pass. It doesn't mean that you've done well, right? If I got 50% when I was at uni, I would be looking at leaving uni with a 2.2. That's not satisfactory to me, and that's not satisfactory to even just peer in the real world to an employer, right?
So the grading system is different here. What's a 0 on a test?
If you get 40 or below, you fail.
No, so below 0 is below 40 because that's what you have. So I'm saying that sometimes. No,
but listen,
you have 0 penis.
I wouldn't go to, put it this way, I wouldn't go to uni and put myself through that process to only come out with a 2.2. It's not worth it, right? So if I'm going to uni, I wanted to come out with a first like I did, right? I don't see the point of someone going through uni if you're only looking to be satisfied with gaining a 2.2.
Okay, fair enough. I'm gonna close out. So let's see. Kayla, you there? All right, she's not there. So let's go top to bottom then. Jessica, your final thoughts?
I don't really have any final thoughts. Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, thank you for coming. Always welcome. Appreciate you. All right, Marco. I'm gonna do a follow up with your name and a title because
Well, it seems like you're gonna have to do a lot of those every time I come on. It seems like we end up there. But they're fun, man. They're fun. I'm game with it. It's good, man. I'm happy if to be a part of it, and that you can stimulate your creative minds to do some more streams. I'm all down with it, man. I'm down with it. So it's all good. And no, thanks, man. Great job as always. And look forward to the next one, brother. Thank you. Take it easy.
Okay. Appreciate you. All right. So like to thank everybody. I'd like to thank the panelists. I'd like to thank the people who are hitting the like button right now. I'd like to thank the moderators. I'd like to thank the people in the chat room and those who are listening silently. I hear you. I understand you. So this is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.